co-host on my other
Well, hello, everybody. My name is CL King, and I want to welcome you to the ninth We Empower You Summit, put on and hosted by Bettina Carey, as well as the entire We Empower You movement and global family. We're so thankful that everyone who will be joining us from around the world is participating on this momentous occasion. I am so excited. Been up with Bettina very early today, and we got the day started on her birthday. And so before we bring her to the floor, I've been tasked with covering a few of the housekeeping initiatives that we want you to be mindful of. Be sure to remain muted. Okay, remain muted throughout the presentations as we are recording. So we don't want Fido barking in the background, so remain muted. Pin the speaker so that you can see them full screen. I've got a huge 60-inch screen right here to my left. That's why I'm looking over here so I can make sure that I can see what I'm saying. Rename yourself as a member with We Empower You in front of your name and your contact information. Gallery shots will be taken from time to time. So that means we're going to do some screenshots of you with your beautiful face, handsome face on the screen there. Let us know where you are from. Of course, save the chat. And throughout the day, we will have opportunities to network with cameras on, if at all possible. So, listen, this is going to be a great day. These days are always full of energy, full of opportunity, and full of promise. And so I'm thankful that we get to spend the day together at the We Empower You 9th Summit. Welcome, everybody. I want to introduce to you the lady who is behind it all. She won't. I won't sing to her this today. I'll sing to her another time because it is her birthday. But the founder and CEO of We Empower You. Let's put our hands together for the one, the only Miss Bettina Carey. Welcome, Bettina.
Oh, CL, welcome yourself. I'm so glad to have you here co-hosting with me. That just made my year, I have to say.
What a great opportunity. Yes, and happy birthday, Bettina. We love you.
Thank you so much. This is the best birthday ever, and the best gift to myself is to be surrounded by loved ones and people that care about changing the globe. So that's what I'm all about.
Right. You are. You definitely are. And what I would like to do, so we can, because we're always we got time zones all over the place and making things happen. So I want to just spend a few moments with you, Bettina. Kind of let's just unearth for a few moments what it is that is packaged in that 4'9" young lady up there, 4'9.5" young lady. The vision behind We Empower You, because your story is truly amazing. It's kind of what gravitated me towards you. So, Bettina, can you give us kind of like a snapshot for those who may not know in full detail how this We Empower You movement started?
Well, I must have come to the planet gifted in connectedness, right? So I've been connecting people from around the globe for years, from probably most of my life. And I grew up as a military brat, and I talk to people and strangers all the time because we change schools like every few years or every year even sometimes.
Right.
And that said, I had a really challenged circumstance when I was in high school, and I fell in love with my high school boyfriend, and we soon dated and, got into a relationship, and one thing led to another, and he soon started to hit me. And I didn't really know what to do so much at the time. And I stayed in the relationship. I subsequently married this man. And on the way to Washington State, where we were going to be residing, he assaulted me, and it led to the premature birth and passing of my firstborn child. I stayed another year, and it took me that long to gain the courage to leave. So I was in a very disempowered state of mind for the first, I'd say, 3 years into this relationship. And when I walked away, I walked away alive, thankfully, and I vowed to never be disempowered again. So this journey really started there, right? I'm all about empowering others. And along the way, I've empowered myself. I turned from a victim to an empowerer. And then I got it in my hot little head when I became an entrepreneur in 1992 that I could change the globe one business at a time. And I knew it. And then I found my way to Lee Romanoff, who founded Income Activator, the platform that we use for our membership. And the two of us got our heads together, and we cracked the code on how we can do this, how we can change the globe one business at a time. So together, along with a very illustrious team of people behind the scenes, we are making it happen. So that was the long and the short of it. I hope it wasn't a too long of an answer there.
No, that was a great answer. It's always good to hear, kind of like the genesis. Oftentimes people see us, Bettina, where our present state is, but I love to always peel back the onion and find out, man, what really sparked this. And so let's look over the past 24 months, Bettina. We've been through a lot, haven't we?
We sure have.
So tell me how you.
I was going to say, in 2020, I was about to go into semi-retired mode.
Right.
And then I got the notification that everybody got that said you might have 3 to 5 days to live. And I thought to myself, hell no, I'm not going to live the rest of my life thinking I'm going to die in 3 to 5 days.
Right.
I'm going to start my inspirement years. So I'm inspiring and mentoring, and I'm committing the rest of my life and the last breath that I breathe to this cause.
Well, that's powerful, and I know if the genes that your mother have passed on to you, there's going to be about another 40 or 50 years more of breaths because you guys got some longevity. So when we talk about what we got, the pandemic swept throughout the country, and many of us were placed on our heels. A lot of businesses had to close. Folks just had to give up on their dreams. The doors were shut, and then there were people like you that made this conscious decision to pivot. So tell us how you navigated and even thrived during these past 24 months.
Well, luckily for me, I was already planning a live event that was going to have a virtual component. So all we had to do was drop the live version. And I had Art Johnson, who gets all the claim and credit for goading me into thinking about virtual about 12 years ago. He started that journey with me, and I finally was about to do it. So we were kind of poised and ready to actually live into this virtual world that we are all living in. And then in addition to that, like I said, meeting and working collaboratively with Lee Romanoff, I owe so much to her. She's an incredible friend, incredible business owner, and she's doing such a bang up job at living living into my dream, right? And making it happen. So that was what helped us to position ourselves and, pivot, as they say, quotation marks around that.
Right.
Very overused word these days, but
yeah.
I was thankful that I changed my mind about retiring and instead started doing these quarterly instead of yearly like I had originally planned.
Yeah, so this is summit number 9, and it just continues to grow. How has it been, and how have you been able to through this it started out maybe locally per se, but now it is a global and an international movement here at We Empower You. How did that work, and how did you manage to orchestrate that to see this growth across the seas?
Well, back in the day, I used to be a one-woman show. In fact, I owned the URL onewomanshow.com for years. And I used to brag about that. But I figured out along the way that is the worst game plan that anybody could ever have. Mm-hmm. You need a team of people to do things well and to do things right. And there's so many people behind the scenes that have helped this journey. Again, I mentioned, Lee Romanoff, Shay Vaughn, Aggie Clark, Janet Francis, and Tammy Stamps were in the original group. Blake Messer, Larry, my son, David, who's doing all the graphics. So many people that came to the table to help us put this thing together and to keep it going. And each time we climb a little bit higher because we are set out to do a summit. And during the summit, we climb the summit. So we create new processes, we create new systems, put things into place that we know have longevity. And I can literally go to Tahiti figuratively or literally, and the team would be able to carry on without me. And that is living into my legacy. So I've kicked to the curb the idea of being the one woman show. And that is the essential ingredient to success in my view. We lost your mic there.
What happened? Somebody muted me. I don't know who would dare mute CL King. We have seen in the notations among the advertisement that proverb that you have, and that really has stood out, and it kind of backs up what you just said about being the whole one woman team. You know that proverb I'm talking about?
I do. When you want to go fast, go alone. When you want to go far, go together. And it is in the spirit of that togetherness that we are going to go really, really far with the We Empower You community and empowerment movement and the summit.
Yeah. And, when we talk about the revenue ceiling, that glass revenue ceiling that we talk about, yeah. When you've been able, you said you just didn't break through, you shattered it. So what was that that breakthrough like for you? Did you set a goal to say, hey, listen, I'm going to do this and I want to be here? Or what was that revenue ceiling like? And then when you broke through, you said, okay, I can go even higher.
Well, I have to say that I was sitting underneath the six figures for almost my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
And I had worked to the bone, right? Blood, sweat, tears. I've cried. I've gone up, I've fallen down, I've gone up again and fallen down so many times that that's the one thing that people can count on, is that I will rise up again, right? And but the glass ceiling that was the six figure in particular was elusive to me, and I figured it might not ever happen to have a consistent income of over six figures. However, that said, within the first 8 weeks of launching the We Empower You community with our founding members, we generated $25,000, and within 6 months and 1 week, we hit six figures collectively, and we're hitting more, double six figures now at this point with the 2 years that we have in. And I imagine that this could become a multi-million-dollar operation. That is my goal. That is my mission, because I want to do this for all of our members. I want them to have this experience, and we have a path that we've laid out, and I'm following it. And Lee is laying down the crumbs and I'm picking them up.
Yes. Want to get some of them crumbs.
Yeah. You talk about shattering the glass ceiling. Well, you and I had an interview about a year ago, and you said, shattering the glass ceiling right down to the floor. Right. And that's when I really got motivated. I'm like, how many other ceilings can I shatter? How can I shatter relationship ceilings? How can I shatter love situations? How can I shatter all the barriers, which I believe at this point in my life, by the way, are self-imposed limitations, right? Because I don't have anybody who's stopping or blocking me except myself, and I can be my own worst jailer. So I spend an inordinate amount of time thinking through how I can see my way clear to shattering, especially the revenue glass ceiling, because so much is dependent on money. And as some people have said, you can do a lot with goodness and kindness and generosity. However, what actually causes change in large part is money. Right. So I intend on changing the globe. I got to make a lot of money.
You're right. And I, this is a joke, but I do tell folks when they look to hire me as a speaker, I said, listen, I speak to young people, adults, etc. But a fried chicken dinner just can't get me there anymore. You know what I mean? I'm just not going to be able to make it halfway across the country on a dinner. It's going to take some revenue, right, Bettina?
That's for sure.
So when we look at it, we just got a few minutes less. I'm CL King to be here at the We Empower You Summit to interview the birthday girl, Miss Bettina Carey. When we look at the state of our country now, right? And we've got all these factions warring against one another, metaphorically and even physically. People may have some skepticism when they hear something about this type of opportunity. They're like, well, I don't know, maybe there's risk involved or whatever. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I have the capacity. So I want to ask you, Bettina, what would you say to someone who will be tuning in today, no doubt all throughout the country and around the world, who will be listening to some of your presentations and some of the presenters, some of your team members, who will say, man, yeah, I hear you, Bettina, that you shattered the glass ceiling, but look at it, it's $6 a gallon gas now, and you can't buy a loaf of bread for less than $5. What would you say to someone who is like hesitant or on the fence for taking maybe control of their own personal finances because of the clouds of the economy that we're looking at?
3 words: just say yes. That is where I'm from. If your heart says yes, then we say yes to you. We invest our time and our interest in you. And we've made it so incredibly simple with our Just Say Yes program. So just say yes. If this is of interest to you, like I like to say, many talented coaches are in the profession of coaching, and we match you up with incredible people who are needing your help right now, right here, right now, when we have been all faced with the pandemic and many other things, including the rising cost of gas and other products that we purchase. At the end of the day, this path is so clear. Lee knew it for years before we met, and I know it now. And she had it right. And together, we are going to change the world. So the path is very clear. We've laid it out. Get out of your own way. Start promoting others. That's what we do. And when we promote others, we make what's called multiple streams of income, which is the secret to success and wealth.
Yeah, that's powerful. I love that. I love everything you said, especially because what triggers me is that, man, I'm just going to get spiritual for 1 second. The Bible says, don't regard the wind when you sow or plant something, or the seasons or the clouds. And oftentimes people hesitate and they resist because they just can't bring it to within themselves to say yes. But you have what the word that you used outside of saying those 3 words, you have a path, and We Empower You has created a path for success. And it's proven. It's not just something that we're all hypothetically up here doing. Lee has helped you so greatly. I love that you wave every time we say your name. And that's just amazing. And so bringing us all together, this vision just continues to grow, Bettina. And so here we are I'm right on time to conclude this interview with you. But I will say this one last thing, Bettina. If there was another 3 words, boy, I just put you on the spot. If there was another 3 words that you could tell someone who said, okay, just say yes, then what after that? What's after the just say yes? What would you say to them?
We empower you. And the word way, W-E-Y, we empower you. And together we will go far.
That's powerful. Thank you so much. And put your hands together for Miss Bettina Carey. What a fantastic lady and I love interviewing her on our show. So thank you so much, Bettina.
Thank you, CL. It's been great to be in your presence too. What a great interview. And now it's my turn to interview you, CL. We met just about a year plus ago, and it's been rocking ever since. I consider you a dear friend and someone who is changing the lives all around the globe. You were doing this beforehand. Your company, Impact Life 24/7. You were on it literally 24/7, empowering lives, in youth in particular. And I have to say, you come from an incredible story of sexual abuse and physical abuse, neglect and homelessness. And my heart goes out to you. You took that past and you made it something of a future for yourself, your family, and others. And for whatever reason, God gave you that path, and you're on it. You are, of course, a success because of one woman in your life who was Ruth E. Plowden, rest her soul. And she did an awful lot to help you to take your life into your own hands, gifting you with words of wisdom, which you will be able to share with us here in your interview. And I must say that you are also, I want to say thank you for your service. You had an honorable tour in the United States Marine Corps. You have a wife. You have 7 children that are with you. In fact, one of your sons just joined the military, and you are impacting students and adults, and just with your dynamic delivery all over the globe. And I can't wait to continue to support you in that. So my question to you is, tell us a little bit more about the impact that you got from Ruth, and how that sets you on the course that you're living into today.
It's interesting that you say that, Bettina, because Ruth E. Plowden, who's going to be highlighted in my book coming out in July, she was my foster mom, and she had 83 kids, 83 foster kids over 30 plus years. And I was one of them. I tell everybody, ladies and gentlemen, that I was her favorite because I just felt that way. But, we all came to the same house. It was in suburban Lorain, Ohio. We all had the same 2 people, Paul and Ruth Plowden. We all had the same opportunities. And the one thing about Mom Plowden is she said, listen, you can take all the hell that you guys have went through, and use it as an excuse, or you can use it to change the world. And it was like, that was a provocation for me, because when you go through so much homelessness, I was homeless at age 11 for 6 months on the streets of Cleveland. Sometimes when I tell people that, they just kind of like look like, oh, well, that's interesting, you were homeless. No, imagine being without a house, without any adult supervision, and you're walking around going to soup kitchens and stuff. That was kind of my lot in life. So when I landed with Ruth Plowden, she said, you can take all of that and you can use it. It'd be a great excuse, a great tapestry, if you will, for you to fail as a backdrop, or you can use it to change the world. And so that's what we've done ever since. After I left Mom Plowden's house, man, it's just been a continual escalation of impact in my life and the lives of others. I think you're on mute, Bettina. Somebody muted you. Yeah, she's on mute. We got to get her
Oh, there
off.
we go.
There you go.
Sorry about that. I was getting my team member has arrived, and I just was letting them know that I'm here.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, I also know that Ruth left a mark in your heart, and that you do have a book coming out. You have to explain it to us, right?
Yeah. The title of the book is Who Ate My Brownie? And the subtitle is No Matter the Adversity, You Still Can Make It. Yeah. There were 7 homes that I lived in up until I got to my last home, Mom Plowden, when I was 13 or 14. Well, when I spent some time living with my mom, because I was taken away from her when I was young, I went back with her when I was 10 years old. And those environments that we lived in were absolute squalor. And we always ate in soup kitchens. Electricity was always off and on, abuse from boyfriends, etc. And my sister and I, my older sister, we were always so hungry because just food was not a thing unless you went to the soup kitchen. One night, her husband, not my dad, but her husband, went to a soup kitchen, ate, and brought home a brownie. And I had determined, man, I was starving. I was documented severely malnutrition even when I went in the United States Marine Corps. I went to the Marine Corps at 6'3", 167 pounds. I was a stick. And that brownie got put in the refrigerator. And I remember sneaking back into the kitchen and taking a little corner off that brownie time and time again, reforming the brownie to make it look smaller and still keep its vitality until eventually the brownie was gone, Bettina. And the next morning, my mom said, who ate my brownie? And she says, until you guys tell me, you guys are going to get beat every day until someone tells me who ate this brownie. Now, my sister, who's older than me, she's going to corroborate everything that's in the book, but she would not tell. And I told her that I ate it, but she wasn't going to tell on me. But I also had determined that I was not going to get beat again with what we were getting whooped with. And so that next day, as the morning rose, I walked out the front door, and that started my journey of being on the streets of Cleveland homeless. I left the front door wide open, kissed my sister, and I never went back. And that decision to eat that brownie and that decision to leave is what catapulted me into the vein and the venues of transformation that I needed to be in. It was one decision. I ate the brownie because I was starving, and I left because I wasn't going to get abused anymore. And so when you ask yourself, what was that one decision? Sometimes we always looking for a million things. What was that one decision that you made in life that you could go back to and say, that was the point that started it all? For some people, it's going to be to just say yes to We Empower. That you can go back and look on your calendar and say, I said yes on June the 8th, 2022. That one decision. See how it's all about the decision. And so that's the title of the book. July 24th, it's coming out on clkingspeaker.com.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see your book. And, we have yet one more thing in common, because when I was in a situation, I woke up one day, I left the house with the clothes on my back and a purse. I went to church, and I never went back to the relationship. I literally found the courage, and I had no idea that I was leaving, or I would have taken some things, right? So I know the feeling and the courage that it would have taken to walk out a door when you knew it had a roof on it and you didn't know where else you were going to go. And so I can totally appreciate your story. And I'm so glad that you left, because no telling what could have happened to you if you hadn't.
That's right.
So there's the journey. You then went into the military. And of course, anybody who's listening to your powerful voice has to know that that military training, sergeant, or whatever your status was. What was your
I got out as a sergeant.
Sergeant. Yeah, my dad was a sergeant too. Go here, do this, do that. Annie,
Mhm.
Annie, are you okay? I mean, you've got that voice, that power, and it really is an incredible opportunity for folks right here who are watching. And you're going to hear more of CL here as we continue this morning. We have about 5 more minutes for CL. Tell us something that we may not even know yet about you, and that is also instrumental to the path that you're on.
Well, it's something you won't know, okay? My stage name is CL King. My, I guess, legal name is Christopher L. King. But really, I'm not a king at all. My name is really not Christopher L. King.
Uh-oh.
My name is actually Donnie Lee Sharp. However, because my dad's last name was Sharp, my mother changed my name because my dad had beat her when she was like in her 9th month of pregnancy. And she refused to give me his last name. So the legacy of my dad, I know very little of him. I don't have his last name. And the Sharp genealogy is going to end with me and my older cousin. But one thing that I will say about that is sometimes we put a whole lot of stock in what we could have been, right? I could have been Donnie Lee Sharp, but instead I'm Christopher L. King. Now, there's a lot of things about the Kings that really, I don't even like to talk about them. They got their own, the whole King family has their own issues, but I can't live my life based off of what I could have been as Donnie Lee Sharp. I can't even base my life off of the trauma that I experienced as Christopher Lee King, because I recognize, just like you're doing with We Empower You, Bettina, you are leaving a legacy. So my name is not just about me. My name is about my children and their children and their children's children. And so I have to do everything I can to say, whoever Donnie Lee Sharp was or could have been, I can't fix that. Whatever the trauma that Christopher Lee King was raised up in, we can't go there. All I can do is tell you what I took with this name, what I did with this name that nobody knew it was different. What I've done with this name is said, the Bible says a good name is to be rather chosen than rubies and great riches. I'm going to take this name and make it something good so that when my children carry on my name, it will continue to be goodness from generation to generation.
Yes. Oh my gosh. That's such a great story too, of the name change, which we also share, by the way, for the same reasons. In terms of domestic violence, I changed my name to Bettina instead of Betty, which is my given name. So we have lots to talk about, and we're going to run out of time here because we've got a full day ahead. CL, impacting life 24/7 is your path. What can we do to support you? How can folks reach you to be a part of your leadership, to be a part of whatever it is you're doing, to be interviewed by you, get on your stage? You have a stage as well.
Yes, ma'am. We have a podcast, an international podcast. And if you'd like to connect with us, just go to clkingspeaker.com. If you're hosting an event and you want your people shooken from center to circumference, call us and we'll be glad to do it. That's what my passion is, to make an impact on people's lives. But it is truly about collaboration, man. It's so good to see my friend. I think she was on the screen there, Tequila. Look at that beautiful young lady up there, Tequila. It's all about collaboration and friendship. And so that's what we want to do. We'll collaborate with you. clkingspeaker.com. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, CL. You're going to stay with us.
That's right.
Introducing some of our upcoming speakers. Thank you so much for being willing to be a co-host with me. We love it when you're a part of this show.
No insurance? No problem.
The person that I get to introduce is rather special to me. And the reason why is because, again, through collaboration, her and I have met. Tequila Cowser is a personal branding coach, 2 times #1 international best-selling author, an entrepreneur, and founder of Intoxicating Brands, LLC, tequila. Female entrepreneurs and business owners hire her when they are ready to build a compelling personal brand to increase revenue, visibility, and credibility in the marketplace. And she's living this out. I just saw her get back from a mastermind strategy session there in Hawaii. I was a little jealous by that, Bettina, but I mean, Tequila didn't offer to take me to Hawaii. So anyway, as a certified life coach, Tequila works with clients to increase their revenue, visibility, credibility in the marketplace. With over 15 years, she's got over 15 years of business experience and insight. She uncovers hidden gems that you never knew were there and helps you build an online persona that is magnetic. And that's what I can concur with her. She's got a magnetic personality. I can't wait for you guys to hear from her. She's been featured in the Huffington Post, Thrive Global, Shout Out Texas, and many more publications. She is the shot of inspiration that your brain and business craves. You got to get a shot of tequila. Here we are promoting tequila today, huh? And finally, Tequila will give you 5 strategies to unlock the intrinsic values that will help you show up with confidence in your business life. So it is with great pleasure. She's been on our show. She's been on our show a couple times. In fact, she was a keynote speaker at a midnight motivation event that we were hosting. Tremendous speaker, great spirit, great personality. You're going to get a lot from her time with you right now. Put your hands together and welcome our friend Tequila. Welcome, Tequila.
Hey. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that, Mr. King. Okay. But happy birthday, Bettina. I'm going to pass out free shots of tequila today. So we're going to do that on your beautiful day. So I didn't know you were from Ohio, CL. I'm from Dayton. Oh, my goodness. I think that's amazing. Yeah. Yes. And, I appreciate the introduction, Bettina. I appreciate the platform. You're such an amazing woman. Today, I'm going to give you some strategies about, really getting your brand to be more magnetic. But I'm going to come at a different way for you to make you stand still, pause, and think. Okay. I grew up in Dayton, Ohio, and they called us the farmland, right? Like I was not far from the farm, actually, like 5 miles. I grew up in Dayton, Ohio, and my mom would always drive us through this country, is Eaton, Ohio, and we would go and see the llamas. And I really appreciated that because it gave me a moment to really pause and look at the areas that were around us. I grew up in the inner city, so I wasn't used to the farmland. I was more used to all of the noise and all of that stuff. So it gave me a moment to really pause and think about, what was around us. And I think of all of the croppings, right, that farmers have and how that allows us to be filled as people. We get this, we eat, and we get filled. We live off of the crops that are given by farmers. But I want you to think about your business, right? I want you to think about your profession in this sense as if it's as if you are the farmer, right, of your business, right? You are the farmer of your business. One of the biggest things where being the farmer of your business is you have to stop and pause and think about, one, what do I stand for? What do I believe in as a farmer? right? We have different farmers out there that believe that we have to rise early just to make sure we get the crops, and we want to make sure we collect the crops before they die, right? There's a season. So I want you to really think about that. You know, as a farmer, what do you stand for? What do you believe in? Because if you're not standing for something or believing in anything, then you're not standing out as a business owner. You're more likely blending in to the crowd and not standing out the noise, right? So I want you to really think about that. Another thing that the farmer, right, has to think about before they really start to plant their crops or whatnot in the field is their time, right? There are so many coaches or professionals that may tell you, hey, you need to go online and you need to post 3 times a day and show up at this event and do all of these things, right? And we look at our calendar and our calendar just doesn't feel good to us. So how are we going to really stand up and be powerful and build this magnetic brand if our calendar doesn't feel right to us? So as a farmer in your business, you have to ask yourself, how do I value my time? How do I value my time? It's crazy because we're going through this season of inflation in our lives right now, right? Gas is like $6 somewhere, right? And as you go to the pump, what you used to put in your gas tank, it just doesn't add up anymore, right? It just doesn't add up. So it just is giving us a clear indication that our dollars are shrinking, right? And we put values in our time, like we put value in our dollars, right? So as a farmer in your business, how do you value your time? Because you just don't want to just throw your time out there and do anything. You want to be intentional with it so that you can maximize the ROI on that. So make sure you're doing that. The next thing I want you to think about when it comes to building your magnetic brand is, how can I begin to create space and boundaries? Okay. Space and boundaries. Boundaries, like we can talk about it all day long, right? We can talk about how people, are in our lives and they are zapping our energy. We can talk about clients that we may have that we are just possibly there for the dollar and it's not making sense. We can talk about, like I said, events and things that we're doing, or sometimes scrolling on social media where we have not created this boundary to create, okay? We haven't created space or boundary to create. The space that you have when you're creating, right? That is where we are all creatures of creativity. We were born to create, right? When we were a little biblical, when we were born, God made us in his image. And as we are people, we are creators, right? And we have our way of being on this earth. In order for us to be in this earth, we have to find that time to be in our being in this earth. So creating that space, right? Even if it's like an hour of your time that you're not going to be interrupted because you have a major project to work on, or you want to create videos so you can go out and promote a new product or service, or just promote yourself. How are you taking that time and actually creating that space, right? Block it off. We hear about that all the time. Block off this time. Block it off and protect it. Block it off and protect it. And if I was to bring you to this last thought-provoking question that is going to help you protect your time, energy, and flow as you build your business, as you build your personal brand, I want to ask you, what would an uninterrupted day or an hour of your free time, like an hour that you set aside for yourself, look like, right? Some of you are here as guests. Some of us are here as members. As a member or a guest, you have put this time in your schedule to be here today because you are participating in this summit, and or you are wanting some value, right, in your life because something in your business isn't working right, or you need more strategy in your business. This is time that you're taking to invest in yourself. But I also want you to look at every single day, if you spent 1 hour of CEO time that was uninterrupted for yourself, how much can you maximize? Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I factor out 5:45 a.m. to 6:45 a.m. of uninterrupted, what I call sales power hour, where I am either just connecting with new friends, finding new people on LinkedIn, or I'm actually pitching people for something I have, right? Or pitching people for, to be on podcasts. I diversify what I do during those times because I know once the day starts getting ahead of me, it gets out of control sometimes. So what you can control it, right? Control that time, that 1 hour that you can just totally be uninterrupted to build your business. We can't build businesses, without really building our personal brand. Our personal brand is going to evolve. It's going to be the thing that outlasts our business. We may change our titles, but we can't change really who we are. We can change who we are, but there are some parts that we won't change. It will always stick with us. Our stories stick with us. Our stories are the makings of who we are. So I hope you receive some value in this message, because the world is opening back up and we are starting to fill our calendars with things that are outside of our home. But I want you to really be intentional as you go out here and build your business and making sure you're being perceived as the magnetic brand you are. So thank you so much for your time.
Well, that was phenomenal. That, again, one thing that I will say, tequila, is, of course, that was a shot at tequila. If you like to get a whole bottle, I'm teasing. How can people connect with you, tequila, and how can they continue on this discussion with you?
Yes, you can find me on LinkedIn. I like to say Google me, right? If you Google me, you will find me. And that's the best way to contact me because I'm on different platforms. But yes, connect with me, especially if you're really, truly wanting to stay grounded to who you are and build a business where you're chillpreneur instead of the hustle. You want to flow in your business, not the hustle.
Right. And I like one thing that you said, and I'm probably going to just steal that and apply it to my life. You demonstrated that there's a segment of your life, a portion of your day that's very intentional, that you use that portion of the day to get those things done that, once the sun really gets up, all these other things are going to take precedent. And so, man, being intentional about building your brand is important. And if it's if it's an hour, if it's 30 minutes, if it's 15, but just being intentional about that time is important. That was wonderful. And we really appreciate you.
So next up, we're going to have a feature Rita Bacuzzi, also a member of the We Empower You community, and her topic is 5 lanes on the highway to prosperity. We could all use a little prosperity in our lives these days. As you know, the economy has really been tanking here and there, and we want to make sure that we have appreciable ways to grow our wealth and keep our income close and to our vest, so to speak, right? So let me share with you a little bit about Rita. Rita Bacuzzi is a financial intelligence expert, money coach, and speaker. She is passionately committed to guiding successful entrepreneurs and business owners to achieve financial peace of mind, release money confusion, and create safety around their money so that they can reach their full dreams. Rita is a proven professional who shares a life-changing approach for rapid transformation to flourish financially. Known as Mama Rita Money, she is the CEO of Flourish Inc., and she leads Wine, Women, Wealth, and It's No Secret to Be Wealthy workshops and her signature money empowerment boot camps, where mindset over money mastery meets money skills mastery in holistic approach. And another dear friend coming up, Rita Bacuzzi. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much, Bettina, and happy birthday. And I am excited to be here with you all. Yes, I'm Rita Bacuzzi. I'm also known as Mama Rita Money, and I am in love with sharing, teaching, and educating around money, because this is in every part of our daily lives. And it's up to us to be empowered and elevate and to get that next step. But where do we start? So I'm going to start with sharing. And being an Italian mama, I am a mama of abundance. So I'm going to share as much as I can in as short as the time I can. So be ready to take notes. One of the cool things about learning around money and being empowered around it, it actually becomes a rinse repeat cycle. Just like when you have a new job, it doesn't have to be hard. It gets to be fun, and you get to explore and expand and grow at your pace. So with that, I'm going to start sharing my slides. Let's see, here we go. Let's see here. Hold on just a moment. It is not coming up like it did before. Gotta love technology. It's just like life. You have these little hurdles and you get to jump over them, right? All right, okay. So hopefully you all can give me a thumbs up. You see my slides. I love creating vision because that's part of it. We connect in different ways. I'm a visual person, as many people are. And so I like thinking about these 5 lanes of prosperity. You know, sometimes we're in that fast track and we're that fast lane, and we might hit that guardrail, go over the other side. Maybe we'll make it back, maybe we won't. We get into these middle lanes where we can explore, expand, and move forward and hopefully get to our goal. Or we might be in that slow lane because we're not sure where to start or where to go. And sometimes we're never arriving to our exit. So I am going to go forward so that we can see how to flourish to financial freedom. Oops, pardon me. Let me get back to, I want to share, of course, just like, you know, CL King and Bettina, your stories, and Tequila, the stories. It is about our life stories and sharing to create a difference. And for me, you know, I actually always wanted to learn about money, but no one was teaching. As a matter of fact, they were discouraging. And I thought, well, I'm going to figure this out on my own. So started out on a track. My parents were great role models, I'm going to say, but they didn't teach or share because their belief was it was not proper to discuss money. And especially for young ladies, it wasn't an appropriate discussion. So I grew up with that. But when I was 18, I did learn. I got to set up my first retirement account at 18, if you can believe that's how much I thought about money. And in 2001, when I was 33, the account I set up was half the amount. And I was 15 years older. Like, what the heck is going on? How could this possibly be? I thought, okay. I went to my financial person. You know what he told me? Don't worry, sweetie. The upside always comes back. And I had a couple of questions for him. One, what happens if it's down when I want to retire? And did he have a crystal ball to tell me if that was going to happen? So since the answer was he didn't know, I had to figure out a different path. So I started exploring more. And at 21, I invested in real estate, started accumulating a little bit. And in 2008, I was hit like half of the other Americans and losing half of my assets. So what choice did I have? Well, I could be defeated or I could create my divine plan. And I kept moving forward. And guess what? Just when you think things might be going great and you figured it all out, life might have another path for you. I got to experience what I call financial cancer. And that really gave me a kick in gear to move forward because it wasn't just about me. It was about my family. Because when I got financial cancer, what that is you have this major life health event and all of a sudden you get financial cancer. For many people, that's called medical bankruptcy. Actually, over 63% of Americans in the US, 50% of home losses, 48% of business losses. This is a silent epidemic that's perpetuating our lives. and affecting each and every one of us. And I thought, as soon as I can, I will get up, get out, and start using this mouth that I used to get notes home from school to my mama from my teacher. Lovely girl, but talks too much. So that gift I get to use today. And I learned by researching over the past 15 years now with wealth builders and how to create the shift. Instead of learning the old way in the old system, expecting different results, which we all know is the definition of insanity, I chose to go with the successful gurus, wealth builders, learn what their financial professionals taught. And today I'm just going to do a really quick overview for you. And just so you can see with a little history and a new idea, this is a lot to look at, but basically what it is a financial teeter-totter. We actually get to look at our money in a holistic way. Most of us have been taught about this risk side, and we always look at the sexy side of it, right? Our pants are up, our pockets are full of money, and then we look amazing. But that downside, when our pants go down and the money drops out, not so sexy looking, right? So how do we prevent that? Well, most people think it's about jumping to the safe side, but then that's that problem of that lane where the money is never growing. Well, what if we could wave a magic wand and we could grow our money and never lose it? Too good to be true, you say? Well, wealth builders have been doing it for many years, and it's no secret. And this is the history that I'm talking about. 1980 to 2000, when I was 33, 2001, that's when I lost 45% of my money. Thought it would never happen again. Money came back, and then it dropped to negative 54%. So I had even less than I had in 2001. And now we're kind of on that upside, but what do we do? Where do we go? So it all starts with vision. For me, it's the vision to educate 1 million families in the next 5 years. And if I want to do that alone, I'd definitely be crazy. And just like Bettina says, if we do this together, we go far further. And rising tides raises all ships. And I hope you join me. And I have a few others if you guys want to go to my LinkedIn and check out my other visions, because it's that vision that's the driver to my mission. And I set intentions. And these are steps for you. I hope you're getting the clues. Intentions of how do we transition to being financially secure by being aware, gaining tangible tools and tips, and learning. Wealthy people are lifelong learners, and create that vision to your mission and accessing the resources. So number one is leveling up your financial intelligence. All of us have a level of financial intelligence, and we learn visually, auditorily, right? We see, feel, and hear around money. And when we understand that intelligence is a state of being, it's building of the confidence around what we know around money, because we all know something. It starts with our core values. Only 7% of Americans are aware of their core values, and those are amongst the wealthiest of people in the world. And when you know what your values are, and you niche them down to the top 5, wow, you get this dial, this guiding compass, and this is mine, which is love, wisdom, family, faith, and yes, wealth spelled with health in it, because if you don't have your health, you do not have wealth. Can I get an amen to that one? All right, so when we move forward and we understand those core values, then we get into a belief, we go in, dig deeper into that belief cycle, whether it's an indoctrinated one or a formulated one. In other words, someone told you, or you were taught and you learned and you created your own thoughts. You get to control your emotions, whether you're reactionary or responsive. Develop the action steps, step by step, stacking them. Those are called habits that build our character. And has something like COVID globally shown us what people's characters and our own are. And when we have that insight, that awareness, that's the step that leads us to our destiny. See, oops, jumped too many. All right. So we get to learn what mistakes are made with money. So these are tips, and if you want them, I will give you information to contact me, and I'm happy to share them, but for sake of time, I want to keep going a little faster so that you can then learn the 10 steps to take charge of your money. Transform, have fun, because it gets to be fun. You get to set your own intentions. This is what I call a money accumulation pathway system. Wealthy people, they set their intentions. That's based on their vision. Manage their expectations, which is their mission. They got that giant goal of hitting the moon. Aiming for the moon, and maybe you're hitting the stars on what's achievable. What do you need to contribute? In other words, what's your skin in the game? What are you investing in you to make the transformation? What connections do you need to make, and what collaborations? Because it does take a village. 2 is learning key money principles. Embrace them because they become easy and they've been around for all time and they never, ever change. So they are sustainable, secure, and safe. And you get to build your relationship around these principles through educating yourself and looking at it in a holistic view. And these are some of the terms. You get to familiarize yourself with the love languages of your relationship with money. And let's see, okay, so this is actually, let me go. There are things about learning about not giving your not so favorite uncle, if you're in the US, too much money. So learn what wealthy people know. This is one little system that I train on. Non-taxable and taxable. Learn about things that are called living benefits. I'm learning that there are forms of this where you get to protect your income and your assets from life events, preventing them from going down because your living style decreases when you have ill health, of course, and your expenses increase. So how to have foundational protection around this, and learning about different types of accounts where you can literally grow your money and keep it safe and create the shift in your finances. And expand your financial literacy even more, learning about opportunities on how to make, grow, and keep your money, because there's phases to your money mission where you get to plan. And even before you plan, you get to create a criteria so no one else can take your plan off course. Preserve your money, persevere with it, leverage what's on your side, either time or interest that you're making or piles of money. Most importantly, in that center is your health, and create the superpowers to prosperity of that purpose of your money, protecting it, preserving it, persevering with it, and having the infinite possibility league on your side to prosperity with a team to help you grow and lead your financial vision, engaging in that plan, formulating your own FPC. It's kind of like a FPS, financial positioning system, which is your financial positioning criteria. What is money mind mapping? Getting all the steps in place so you see it on a map and it's completely clear what are the gaps that you need to bridge so that you can build a house like the wealthy do on the right side, with protection first and growing your money there, then accumulation. Because when you do it the way we've been indoctrinated and told and sold to do, where you accumulate first and then protect, building your house only ready to collapse. And isn't that how our nation has been feeling? So if you want to live a financial freedom lifestyle and elevate, you get to celebrate once you have learned all these steps and have a relationship like Johnny Versace has a relationship with his money that he had created to be the reality of his money. Having a fantastic relationship with my money to use it to buy my freedom. And you can do that and reach out to me for tips and guides, and I'll put my contact information in because I do have a special for We Empower You. And for the We Empower You community, the code is going to be wealth. My 6-month coaching program, which is 12 weeks of workshops, wealth workshops, and 3 months of accountability coaching to make sure you master your money empowerment is going to be $2,500 this year because it's going to be double that next year. So you want to jump on because the time is now. You don't want to be a year from now feeling the way you do about your money relationship if it's not just quite right, and elevate it to the next level so you can flourish financially. And I'm Mama Rita. Thank you so much.
Well, hello, everyone. Are you enjoying today? It's so exciting to have you all here. Everybody come on out. Open up your cameras here. Let's see who's here today. Oh my gosh, who do we have? Where are you from? Open up your mics, open up your cameras. Let's take a screenshot. I know I see Gibson here out of Uganda. And we've got Lynette out of Idaho. Mia out of Los Angeles. Lee out of Los Angeles, California as well. And Peggy, I don't know where you're from. Or Linda, Karen. Go ahead and shout out where you're from. Larry, where are you hailing from?
They're here in Des Moines, Washington.
Fantastic, Larry.
Los Angeles, California.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. So next up, we have Jan Wallen's presentation. So I'm going to go behind the camera, and my son, Dan, who's helping in the background, will go ahead and light her up. All right. For over a decade, Jan has worked with thousands of B2B consultants, coaches, and speakers to raise their fees and revenue. They master the 5 simple steps to the income they want and gain the confidence to raise their fees without losing clients. Jan combines her corporate account, executive, and sales mentoring experience with the art and science of persuasion. She's known for getting extraordinary results faster than with traditional methods, with the tools to go from start to finish fast. Her insights are sought after and sourced by publications and media, including NBC, ABC, CBS, and Fox News, as well as Business News Daily, the Business Insider, and podcasts. And you can check out her Learn More, Earn More show interview with Bye Bye Boring bio expert, which we'll put in the chat. When Jan's not speaking and strategizing, you will find her with friends in New York City, having interesting and stimulating conversations, meeting new people, spotting trends, and painting colorful watercolors. With this interactive presentation, Jan will cut through the hype and theory about how to raise your fees, steps in place to start doing what you're working for, with proven tools and techniques from her book, Raise Your Fees Without Losing Clients. Why wait? 5 simple steps to the income you want.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. This is such an amazing, it's an amazing summit you're putting on, and happy birthday, especially on your birthday.
Thanks.
Have you ever thought of raising your fees? Maybe you're afraid of rejection, or you're afraid you might lose clients if you raise your fees, or maybe you don't know what to say. You're joining the club. I hear that a lot. It's not easy and comfortable to raise your fees, especially alone. So if you've reached a revenue glass ceiling, or your business isn't going quite as well as you want with your fees, it is doable to raise your fees. It's not easy or comfortable. It certainly is doable. And that's what I'm going to show you about now. I'm Jan Wallen. Bettina told you something about me. I've been working for more than 12 years with business-to-business coaches, consultants, and speakers to raise their fees and revenue. I've had corporate sales experience. That's where I started. And then I also worked for a large global consulting firm buying professional services. So I've worked with consultants and coaches and speakers who want to provide services to corporations and companies. So I've combined all that, and the results I help my clients achieve is raising their fees. Clients who work with me raise their fees as much as 25% as soon as the next time they talk to a client about fees. And when I'm not working with my wonderful clients, I'm strategizing, meeting new people, and I paint colorful watercolors in New York City. So take a look for a minute about your business. Take a look at today. You started your business to have a sustainable, profitable business so you can serve your clients in your area of expertise, put your kids through school, retire at some point, have time for yourself, and not be stressed and worried all the time. Let me ask you a question. Is that happening for you now the way you want? Imagine a whole new world of possibilities. Clients call you because you're the expert and they know it. And you know you have a sustainable, profitable business. Confidence comes from knowing. So take a minute and jot some notes down here about what would it look like for you to have that freedom and sustainable, profitable business, time for yourself, time with your family, knowing you'll be able to spend time with your family, even going on vacations, and retire at some point. Write some notes down now, and I ask you to keep on adding to that list. Our approach of raising our fees or doing new things doesn't always work. The easy answer is the one we often default to: do it ourselves, do it yourself. Have you thought of raising your fees before? Thought you could figure out a way to do it? Have you raised your fees? It's not easy to do it alone. It's a lot easier with guidance, support, accountability, and a community. Insanity is doing the same things and expecting different results. One of my clients called me and said that she had a meeting coming up with a company. The company called her and wanted her to work with them on a project. And she really wanted to work with the company and that project. However, the compensation wasn't as high as she wanted it to be. She asked me if I could help her through that fee conversation meeting. So I said, sure. We worked together. We decided the best way to approach the company and the person in that meeting, and then how exactly to say she wanted higher fees. Then we practiced it in person until she was comfortable saying it. Well, she called me 2 days later and said she had the meeting. She stepped up at the meeting, asked for the higher fees, and got it. That's how it works. It's not something you do easily on your own. So think a minute. What if you do something new? What if clients come to you because they know you're the expert at getting results? Have you tried everything out there, or are you tired of hearing of everything out there? Do more marketing. Here's a sales script that'll work. Oh, create an online course, or those 7-figure quick business programs, funnels, and the tech, all of it. Are they working? Raising your fees really is doable. When you break it down into 5 simple steps, it becomes quite straightforward. That's why I decided to create my value framework. That's the 5 simple steps. Each of the steps starts with one of these letters, and we're talking about value. Also, it's easy to remember. If there's one thing you take away from today, make it this. When you talk about outcomes, your income goes up. You can quote me on that. Write it down. When you talk about outcomes, your income goes up. One way to do that is in your elevator speech. A lot of elevator speeches talk about who you work with and what those people want. So if I were to say that, I would say I work with consultants, coaches, and speakers who want to raise their fees. Well, that doesn't say anything about the results I get with my clients. It's the same with yours. So make a note to look at your elevator speech. You can even send it to me if you want. So when you talk about outcomes, your income goes up. So how do you get started? First thing, go to my website, raiseyourfees.com/yes. Download my special report on objections. You know, if you do raise your fees and your client says, oh, that's too high, you'll know exactly what to say. And then get going raising your fees. So also immediately in my book, you can learn about objections more in detail. That's on page 88. And also the top 3 things to do first when you decide to raise your fees, and the one thing never to do. That's on 25, page 25. And what exactly to add to your elevator speech so clients say, oh, when can we start? Instead of, well, I'll think about it. So raising your fees is a huge success. It's a life-changing decision because it opens doors to be able to do it again. The best part, you're serving your clients in the best way possible and creating the business and life you really want, a sustainable, profitable business. Here's how you can contact me. You can go to my website, raiseyourfees.com, contact me by email, or download the report at raiseyourfees.com/yes. Another thing, I do invite you to join my community. It's all people who want to raise their fees. So everyone's doing it together and helping each other and collaborating on how to do that. You can find it on Facebook. It's called Raise Your Fees Without Losing Clients, or the QR code takes you directly there. I do invite you to decide to raise your fees and start today.
I have a philosophy that I practice, Jan, that goes, if you only get in life what you have courage to ask for, ask for more. And if you're not doing that, you're not scaring yourself enough either. So it is a little scary, but it is a choice. It is a decision. And you're the lady leading the way. So thank you so much for doing that and helping folks go from probably making less than they really deserve and put some zeros on it.
Yes, put some zeros on it.
Bettina, you're telling the truth, and she's right. I can just tell you as a speaker, when I was speaking for a couple $100 an event, people had me running all around town. Yeah. But when I changed those and added more zeros, yeah, I may not have been running around as much, but I was getting what I was worth.
Yeah,
exactly. It's better to get what you're worth than to feel like they're cutting into the bone, because there's always some kind of negativity that seeps out if you allow that to happen, right?
That's right.
And the other thing really quickly, it's a funny thing about confidence. It's backwards from the way we think. We think we need confidence before we do something big and new and scary. Confidence comes from doing it. So the first time, CL, the first time you raised your fees, it was probably harder than the next time. And the next time was easier and the next time.
Yeah, I mean, I charge $1 million a speech now, so I'm good.
Good for you. And it's so interesting, when you know your number and you ask for it, oftentimes people will meet you right there. Yeah. So why not raise your fees? Thank you so much, Jan. Let me share a little bit about Vicki Delajoyo. Vicki is someone who is fired up as a visionary let me just start again. Vicki DellaGioia is fired up as a visionary speaker to amplify their charisma and deliver their message with passion, presence, and power. Drawing on decades of theater performance and directing experience and lifelong study of the martial arts, Vicki stands apart from other trainers by focusing on both the crafting of the stories, her clients, and the energy of how they deliver messages for even more impact to their memorable and remarkable delivery. Since 1987, her methods have touched and transformed hundreds of speakers to stand and deliver with joy, confidence, and ease through live and virtual workshops that get everyone talking. Amp up your message so it truly lands. The energy you bring to everything you do is what matters most. Whether speaking from a stage, on a screen, to a small group or one-on-one, how people experience you in unspoken ways can push them away or draw them to you. Welcome to the stage, Vicki DellaGioia.
Thank you so much, Bettina. And I just want to take a moment to give you just a big shout out, not just for your birthday, but just for you and for the whole team that you pulled together and all these participants. It's a great opportunity, I think, for us to share in all of these different ways, share wisdom. You know, there's all these different ways you're bringing us together as a community. So I just really do appreciate you. So are you a speaker or a storyteller, or you're a healer, or maybe a coach, or somebody who is really driven or motivated by a message that you know you need to get out? Do you ever feel that kind of compare despair syndrome, where you feel like you just, you know, how come she gets to do that, or he's really good? What's wrong with me? Why can't I deliver in that way? Why are they getting those results and I'm not? If you feel like you're finally ready to kick that compare despair to the curb so that you can serve people and the ways that you know you were born to do, I want to say good for you. I am really wanting to support that, because I feel like your voice is important, and the voices of people who come to a summit like this, a We Empower You summit, you matter. This is what we need to do to really change, I think, a paradigm shift that we need to do. So I want to talk a little today about what I would call the secret sauce behind this thing called charisma that you may not yet have quite harnessed to your full advantage. And I'd like to talk about what you can do to get better results every time you speak. The first thing that I want you to know is that it's the energy that you bring to everything that you do that matters the most. So it can really push people away. You know, they can go like, oh, I don't want to have anything to do with that. They'll run in the opposite direction. Or it can draw people in where they're leaning in and they really want to hear, what is it that you need to, what is it that you want to say next? So a lot of times people think about energy in terms of healing arts like acupuncture or Reiki or something like that. But what's important to know is that there's energy in the stories that you tell, both in terms of what you say and how you say it. For example, what you say in terms of how you craft your story, how do you move it forward? And then how do you show up authentically in your power with a sense of passion and presence so that people can really feel you, not just hear a whole bunch of words. I have this one client that I worked with recently who she's a lawyer, and she was presenting before the Supreme Court of Canada. And everybody in her field, all of the experts said, this is a great case. It's really important. It was a social justice issue, and you're not going to win. Just be prepared. You're going to lose, because this is not going to fly. I worked with her for a while on both how she was crafting the story of this particular situation and how she would respond, what she would do if she got pushback, what would she be able to rely on, everything from, you know, going through meditations to prepare her through actual practicing what she would do in the face of pushback. And I was really glad that I did, because boy, did she get pushback. I had the opportunity to watch this on live streaming video, which was incredible. And she got a lot of really harsh interruptions and ways in which she couldn't kind of go on her agenda. What I watched is she be so gracious. She was so adaptable, flexible, respectful, answering those questions, and then coming back to delivering what it was she wanted to do. And The justices then, when they went, they were supposed to take 15 minutes, come back, give their decision. And again, everyone said, don't expect to win. They came back and she had actually split them. So they needed to take another 6 months to deliberate what that outcome would be. We're still waiting to hear. And whether she wins that case or she doesn't, what I want to say is the fact that she went from nobody believed anybody was going to say yes to a place of splitting it. To me, this is a huge success right there. And I think that when we learn to stand in when I learned, when all of us learned with our voices to stand in our power, regardless of the naysayers, whether it's people saying you're not going to win, or those internal voices that say, oh, you can't do this, you're not up to it, you're not good enough, all those types of things, those objections that we face, that's something that we all face. And I think that when we can really start to look at what those things do, whether it creates stage fright, like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to be able to show up, or it does something where we try to push through. And I had this one person who said, well, I don't ever have any self-doubt. I just go out there. What I noticed is when he spoke, nobody wanted to come up and talk to him afterwards. He just pushed people away because he was so salesy and so pushy. So I think that this quality is super important. I forgot to start my timer, but I think I'm just going to wing it here and just say I want to share with you a little bit of how to do that. I'm sure you've experienced it where you've gone to a networking situation, or you've been at a party where you feel like, oh, I'm drawn to that person, or I want to sort of avoid them. It's palpable. Even if you don't believe in the woo of energy, it's still something that we all feel. We read this thing off of each other. This field is in the Chinese martial art. Gong is called Wei Qi. It's about the energy that you project out, how you sort of show up, and what it is that people can kind of feel. People who read auras think of it as, this auric field. It's the heat that comes off your body. And again, it can draw people or it can push them away. So if you're going to be on stage, whether it's live or virtual, or you're going to have a conversation with somebody that for some reason intimidates you or shuts you down or makes you lose your voice, this is a great thing to do first. So what I'm going to do, if you are able, is to stand up. And if you're not able to, you can do this seated. If you have a shoulder impingement, feel free to adapt it any way you want to. It's not hard. We're not going to do something super, like kicking or something like that. We're going to stay really grounded. But what I'm going to have you do is stand with your feet apart, or if you're seated, just have your feet a little bit apart if you're able, and feel like you're standing tall. So you're going to soften your knees, you're going to lift the crown of your head, and imagine that the back of your neck is getting longer, right? And there's space between your eyebrows, your jaw's relaxed, and you're just breathing. And as you breathe, we're going to just move our arms in big circle all the way around, full circle. Nice. And again. And what I'd like you to do as you do this movement is feel like your heart center, your chest is relaxed. And then I'm going to ask you to bring your hands to your chest and just take a moment to feel who you are. What is it that you bring as a speaker, as somebody who has a message that you want to land, that you want to have people, how are you changing people in their lives, in their worlds? We're all about empowerment, right? We're all wanting to empower. So just go into that place of why that matters to you. Feel it. And then move it again. So move it around you. And then we're going to make fists with thumbs on the inside of those fists and just ground. Let's do it just facing one direction or the other. Same thing, circling those arms in a nice full circle. And imagine that your heart energy is going all the way out through the tips of your fingers and surrounding you. Inhaling up, exhaling down, and then ground. And then come back to your hands on your heart, check in with that message, and let's go in the other direction. So what we're doing here is we're just imagining we're in this bubble or this field where you're just radiating out. So that instead of when we're on stage making it about us, what are they thinking? How am I doing? To really let yourself think about them. How are you serving? And ground. And then bring your hands back to your heart. This is a very, very simple exercise. This is something that you can do at any time. It's similar to the sort of power pose that Amy Cuddy used to talk about. But what it does is it keeps things fluid, because when we have stage fright, we feel intimidated. When we feel that we're not quite there, we tend to shut things down, right? We tend to push things down. This allows energy to start to flow. Imagine your clavicles, your collarbones are smiling and you're beginning to glow. I hope this helps you the next time you're speaking in a situation that feels a little scary to you. And if you are somebody who, you just basically to recap, what you say and how you say it is key. Developing content that's authentic and compelling and unique to you is really kind of a big piece of it, but then how you deliver that from presence and power is also really important. So if you have a message that you're ready to reach into the hearts of others to make everybody's life better, I want to support you to stand in your power, to empower you to make the impact that you know you were born to make. So do reach out to me and I would be happy to take a look in terms of how do you up-level or upgrade your story and how you say your story. Yourpowerpresence.com is a place you can just connect with me, have a 20-minute conversation. Yourpowerpresence.com, or connect with me on Facebook at Energy Matters Most. Thank you so much. And it's been a joy to be a part of this group, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this day.
Thank you so much. That is so great that we're doing this remix. And so for those of you who are out there watching, this is We Empower You, the Global Virtual Summit. This is our September 14th session. We're mixing it up with some of our June 8th event. And we're loving that you're here with us today. Our next speaker that's going to be coming up is Diane Beal, and she's going to be coming into session here in closer to 10:15. So while we have a few minutes before she joins us, what I'd like to do is to have folks, again, open up your videos, open up your microphones, raise your hands if you can. That would be great to have you ask questions. Vicky's here. So if you want to ask a question of Vicky, you can. She's actually just the speaker that went last on her recording. Vicky, do you have anything for us? I know you're at a training as well. It looks like you can reach Vicky through the presence.com, powerpresence.com. There you are.
Yes, yourpowerpresence.com. I'm just ducking out of a rehearsal for a conference that I'm emceeing. Sorry, I just wanted to drop in and say hi and check in with as many speakers as I could today.
Yes, thank you so much. And of course, this remix allows us to use the best of the best, as well as to have some of our presenters appear to us live here. And so are there questions for Vicky or myself or anybody here? Raise your hands. Lynette, Joy, Hoy.
Yes, I'm full of joy. That's all right. So I have a question for Vicky. What is the best way to get rid of stage fright?
Well, I think that one of the best ways to do it is a little bit like what I was talking about in the recording, which is when you are feeling like that sense of stage fright, what happens is we tend to clamp down. So our bodies start to press down. It stops the flow of energy in our bodies. And so that keeps us from being as effective as we would be otherwise. And stage fright, sometimes I think it's really about not so much getting rid of stage fright as much as pivoting it, because it is a very big energy, right? You know that it matters. What you're talking about matters. What you're wanting to convey matters. So one of my favorite techniques is to do just what we just did a moment ago, which is to put your hands on your heart, focus on the people that you're going to be talking to, as opposed to how am I going to do? Like right now, I'm like, oh, my hair's a mess and I don't have my stage set up. Instead of focusing on that part, think about what it is, the messages that you feel is really important for you to convey, which I know you did really well recently, Lynette, in the masterclass, the amazing masterclass that you led. That you're just focusing out, listening to those folks. And when you put your hands on your heart and you go back into that why am I doing this? What is the message that I want to convey? And then you actually do those movements, that Wei Chi movement we did of those arm circles in each direction. That actually allows the cramping down that happens with stage fright, that it allows breath to move. It allows chi to move through your body. And when chi moves in those spaces in between, it can be incredibly powerful, because everything that felt scary becomes just pure energy that then you're radiating out, emitting out. I hope that
Thank you.
answers your question.
Awesome.
Yes, that breath work that you are talking about as well, that's incorporated, is so important. And of course, you know, I do this summit every quarter, but every quarter, about an hour or two before the summit, I get a little bit of the little butterflies going. And the best thing to do is just breathing, very deep breaths in and out. So I see that there's a few people here that I recognize, of course, coming out of Colorado. The Denver area is Barbara Ozeda. She's got her camera off for the moment. Michaela is going to be following Diane Beal's presentation. She's one of our speakers out of Los Angeles. And then, of course, Lori Whaley's here. She's going to be speaking too. Thank you so much, Vicki, for joining us here. And Mia Tepper's going to be up pretty quick as well. So we're just going to keep rolling and rolling and rolling here. And so let's go ahead and continue with a little bit of networking at this time. So folks, again, open up your cameras, go ahead and introduce yourself. If you have a question or a comment, maybe just share a word or two about your experience here today, enjoying the various speakers that are presented. I see Mia's got her microphone open.
I'd love to go. Thanks, Bettina, and happy birthday. Congratulations on another successful summit. It's coming along beautifully, and it's always enjoyable to hear everybody talk. You know, no matter how many times you hear someone talk, even if it's the same talk, you always get a little new nugget. There's always something that might resonate with you different, because, you know, we're not the same people we were yesterday. Our cells are changing every day, and so are we. So in each day, there might be something that you're ready to hear. And they say that the teacher presents themselves when the student is ready. So I really encourage everyone to, you know, stay on here, invite your friends, and just be ready for a message that you might not know is going to speak something to you today. And I'll be speaking at 10:30 about mindset around abundance. So please come listen to my talk and see if there's something that speaks to you today.
That's great. That's great. And Lynette, you still have your mic open as well. Thank you so much, Mia.
I'm really happy to be here. I think these quarterly summits are really important as we get the opportunity to open ourselves up and remember that we are empowered to do wonderful things and change the world with our message and what means a lot to us and our profession, our expertise. And I love the fact that you always show up, Bettina, and you come with a great deal of heart and commitment and conviction. And everyone that speaks at these events and attends comes the same way. So I'm really glad to be here from Boise, Idaho. And I agree with Mia, there's always a new lesson. There's always something else to learn. Like with Vicki and Chi, there's just things that stick in my mind and, you know, remind me about how to show up effectively. So I'm just really thrilled to be here again.
Yes, wonderful. And of course, you know that behind the scenes, I've been taking care of my mother and traveling and moving simultaneously. This August and September has been quite the stressful situation. And so being able to do a remix of the best as well. I've heard some of the words that I didn't hear the very first time that I heard the speaker. So you're right to point out that there's lessons to be learned throughout the day. And I'm very, very excited that we have some folks coming in from Africa as well that may have their cameras off. I see Mary. I can't say your last name. I know Gibson was on here earlier. Paul is going to be coming in from Uganda as well. And hopefully Nigel, I'm not Nigel, we'll have another person coming soon as well. And Mary, do you want to have a few words to say for us and tell us what your last name is?
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Mary Nansubuga from Uganda. Nice meeting you all.
Nice to meet you too. How did you hear about this event today?
Actually, it's my brother Paul who informed me about it.
Oh, I was going to say you have very much of a similarity, so I was thinking that you might be related. And you are. How fun is that? That's great. Yes, Paul will be one of our speakers later on coming up. And we've got another few minutes to go here. And Lori, are you available at all? Are you behind the camera? It looks like Michaela's microphone is also open. Hi, Michaela. Do you got a few words for us here before you speak
Hi.
too?
Sure. It's great to be here again. Thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to sharing in a little bit. Yeah, it's always, we're if we're not growing, we're dying, right? So it's always great to stay open to new learnings and new connections, new opportunities. So for those that are here and those that might be watching the recording, just stay open.
Absolutely. And you're going to be joining us live on this session. And you've been with us, I don't know, 7 or 8 or 9 of these so far, right?
Yeah.
You were introduced to us through Lee Romanoff, who's here today. And Lee, do you have a few words for us?
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that as the media says, I'm going to be live to air on my presentations. So anyone can interact with me directly. And the other thing is you may want to consider the speakers as your board members. I think every speaker is really open to giving good advice and helping you move forward. And a lot of us get stuck. And, use these speakers as your boards of directors, okay? They're the best out there.
Yes, and Mike, you tease folks a little bit about what your upcoming topics are going to be.
I'm gonna tease you?
Yeah, tease folks out there. They're watching. This is on YouTube.
Okay. Well, we're going to talk about how to create an annual income so that if you do a little bit of work up front over the next year, you can rest on your efforts year in and year out. And our target for our presentation coming up is how to create an annual income of $80,000 a year in and year out. The next one is the 4 things you absolutely need to do to ensure that you're going to create an online income. If you don't do these 4 things in this order, you're going to reduce your chances of creating an online income. And then finally, I'm going to be talking about how to get sponsors and how to interview anyone you want in the world. Okay.
I love that. Thank you so much, Lee. As always, a partner in this summit. It's great to have you. I also want to thank those that are behind the scenes to help us produce this summit. We've got Janet Francis, we've got Larry Domenico, my son, Daniel Carey, Lee Romanoff, of course, and I am so excited to see that my sister has joined us, Judy. Judy, you want to bring your camera open and say a few words? All right, sis, you're going to stay in the dark here, huh? I'm going to ask you to unmute. My sister and I are taking turns with my other siblings to take care of my mother in Austin, Texas. There she is. Hi, Judy.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, great to know that you're here for me, and always, love you lots, and can't wait to see you once more.
Me too.
Okay. And also, it looks like Diane Beal is here, so we're going to continue on with our program. And I'll do a quick introduction. Welcome, welcome, Diane. Great to see that you're with us. So I am going to formally introduce Diane, and I'll have Dan bring up her slide here momentarily to do her justice. Are you pulled in a million directions, have too much to do and not enough time? Diane Beal, the Silver Maven, is passionate about helping women over 50 transform struggles to ease and flow, frustration to clarity and confidence, and isolation to connection and trust. Overwhelm is a major struggle for women over 50, and our interview today, she's going to discuss some stepping stones to overcoming your overwhelm. Her topic is navigating life with calmness, clarity, and confidence. Welcome, Diane.
I am delighted to be here. Good to see you again, Bettina.
Yes, it's been a little bit of a moment here with this summer move that I've had, and then also going to Austin back and forth. But I see in the background that you are doing, you're up to good things, and you have a program that you're developing for everybody to know about. And you're really helping folks, women in particular, to navigate life with calmness, clarity, and confidence. Those 3 C's are so important, different than the other 3 C's that have to do with credit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But they end up with doing the same thing, right? You end up having solvency, and you end up having energy and flow and calm and peace of mind and all those kinds of things. So tell us a little bit about what you are doing these days to help women.
I did some market research, and what I learned is that the number one issue that most women in my target and in my demographic, actually, women over 50, are really struggling with feeling overwhelmed, overworked, and overcommitted. They're also struggling with finances. They're also struggling with concerns about health. So I wanted to do that research so that I could be certain that I was really addressing the needs of those that I am here to serve. And so this particular initiative, I call it Stepping Stones to Overcoming Your Overwhelm, is designed to address that big issue that not just women over 50 are experiencing, but most people, particularly in these current times in which we live. So what I've designed is a 5-day challenge, and it's called Stepping Stones to Overcoming Your Overwhelm. And the intention is that over the course of 5 days, if one would would dedicate about 30 minutes a day, we can really make some milestones in stepping over some of those issues that are causing us to be overwhelmed. Yes. And what would happen is that in those 30 minutes, there would be a video lesson that would be emailed daily, takes no more than 5 to 10 minutes. Then there's a time for personal reflection, and then posting a response to questions in the Facebook group. And so it's not only just a matter of figuring out strategies for overcoming our overwhelm, but it's easy and it's fun. There will be daily prizes associated with it. So I'm excited about the possibilities of making a difference.
And you are, of course, guaranteeing a whole lot of fun, which I love, a lot of fun, as you know. And, you know, I went through a little bit of overwhelm the last few months because I found myself a location to move to with a beautiful view and a wonderful space and everything. And then I realized that I had 3,000 square feet of stuff and things to deal with. And then in the middle of that, I kept going to Austin back and forth to care for my mother. And so my emotions were divided, you know, the practicality of how much this effort was going to be to move, and the heart wanting to be there for my mother. And of course she won, which she should. But I'm not alone in these kinds of challenges, because as we age, then our parents age. And I know a lot of people that are caught up in caring for their loved ones, and at the same time trying to lead their life on some level. Moves is just one of those things. It ranks one of the highest on the stress scale, as you know. And so you've identified a very specific type of person that you're working to help. And those are women, specifically over 50, and have a little of the best interest in having a better season of life, as you call it. So how do you help them to define for success for their second adulthood, as you refer to it?
Oh, thank you for that question. It's one of my favorites, and it's one of the topics that we will cover in our challenge. You know, success is measured by internal benchmarks, not what other people define as success for us. And I think it's important for us to know exactly what it is that we need at this age and stage of life, and even more importantly, to understand our values. And what I just heard you say is that you are clear about your values as it relates to family. So success for you includes being available for supporting caring for your mother and supporting your siblings in her care. So that's one of the ways in which we measure our success. There are other internal benchmarks, but two essential ones are our needs and our values, because only we can define success for ourselves. And then it orders our priorities, and we can say those things that are not relevant to our success are those things that keep us stuck in overwhelm. So what I propose is that we come up with a definition of what success means for us. It needs to be smart. It needs to be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. And so the question becomes I pose is, I know I'm being successful by how much and then we fill in the blank. And then that then becomes, for me, I did this more than a decade ago. And when I am challenged, when I'm feeling overwhelmed, I ask myself, well, what is my measure of success here? And I can share with you what my measures of success are. I said, my spirituality sustains me, my relationships nourish me, and my environments evolve me. And and the other thing that I add is no matter what, because it has to be time bound. And so when I find myself in situations where my environment is not evolving me, or the relationships are not nourishing me, that lets me know that I need to do some fine tuning and to refine what I'm doing. So the other thing is that I've got to be willing to respond to the tugs that I may feel to make changes in my life when I'm defining success for myself at this, what I'm calling second adulthood. So those are so we measure our success by our internal benchmarks, and we align our goals with our values. And it's living our values that makes life meaningful. And we design our life to honor and to express our values.
I love all of that. And then you also say that you're helping women around the world to align, define, design, and refine their lives so they can have renewed purpose and experience the joy of making life after 50 the best season of their life. And as you know, I stepped into, just like everybody, the pandemic in 2020 and thought to myself, if I have 3 to 5 minutes to live, 3 to 5 days to live, I am not going to define my life by a death sentence. I will, live my inspirement years, as I'm calling them, inspiring and mentoring others. So I'm really excited for your program. thank you so much for joining us here today. Can you share the slide, Dan, for her program as well? And then go ahead and give us the silvermaven.com website in the chat, Janet, so that folks can sign up to the silvermaven.com program that's coming up. Do you have any final thoughts, Diane?
Yes, I just want to encourage everyone to register. It begins on Monday. It's only 5 days. You do it on your own time. An email comes and you simply respond in a way that fits with your schedule. And then we'll have our interactions within the Facebook group and of course our daily prizes. And bottom line is it's free. So you can have fun. It's easy, it's fast, it's fun, and it's free. Join us, please.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Diane. As always, it's a pleasure. You're also a member of the We Empower You community. So we want to say thank you for being a member. Next up, we're going to have our illustrious member who spoke just a few minutes ago, Mia Tepper. We'll bring up her slide next. And she's going to be talking about manifesting wealth and abundance. I'm going to wait here for a second for Dan to bring up her slide. It's coming. Slowly but surely. Oh, there we go. All right. Mia Tepper is excited to be transitioning to a career-making opportunity, and to help her to make this transition, she has now going to be, excuse me for just a second. She is utilizing her 30 years of experience running a small business as COO in the healthcare industry. Helping families and small businesses understand how to create, manifest, and protect their wealth is her passion. Translating financial concepts into wealth strategies is essential. Otherwise, if you're not applying this to your financial health, you're leaving money on the table, she says. This dynamic, seasoned executive understands what it takes to start at the entry level in a company and work your way up to the C-suite. After obtaining her MBA from UCLA Anderson in her then newly appointed role as COO, Ms. Tepper was tasked with negotiating contracts with billion-dollar laboratories and helping guide the company in obtaining top-notch regulatory licenses according to tough laboratory industry standards. Hobbies include writing a parenting book entitled Parenting Pressures and Pleasures, 20 Tips for Each Stage in Your Child's Life, traveling with family, following a robust daily fitness and meditation regime, and volunteering with nonprofits. Her experience includes budgeting, strategy and negotiations, clinical trials, contracts, regulatory affairs, human resources, neuroendocrine tumor and carcinoid, cancer support group patient advocacy. Welcome back to the stage, Mia. Take it away.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure to be here. And again, a happy birthday. And thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure and honor to be here. And I love sharing these things with our group because this day is always just incredible. There are so many great pieces of advice here that are given. I love how Diane Beal said your second adulthood, because that's what I feel like I'm stepping into now. And as you mentioned, I am writing a book, and this is actually my cover. So this is Parenting Pressures and Pleasures, 20 Tips for Each Stage of Your Child's Life. And this book came about because when I went to graduate school with 4 children in tow, working full-time, volunteering, being a mom, a wife, a sister, a daughter, a niece, an auntie, all those titles, a friend, they kept calling me. The business school kept calling me after I graduated and said, how did you do all that? And so I gave a podcast of 10 tips for working moms going back to school. And then COVID came along, the pandemic hit, and I found myself at home with reduced working hours. And I really stepped into something great when a friend of mine wrote a book, Reinvent Your Life, What Are You Waiting For? And one of her toolkits said, when was the last time you found joy? And what happened was I realized that I loved writing. And so I thought, well, maybe I'll get back to those 10 tips and make a little pamphlet for my business school to share with new moms or dads coming into their graduate program. And then I met the illustrious Patrick Snow, who will be on later and telling us how to write your book. And when he and I got together and chatted, we realized that 10 tips for working moms was kind of too small of a niche. And if I looked at the chapters that I had already written, it had more to do with parenting topics. So we decided to expand that into a full book, and that's what it is. And it'll be coming out soon. Very excited to share that. But today we're going to talk about manifesting wealth and abundance. And it really does begin with your mindset. So I do ask you the same question that my friend's book asked me. When was the last time you were happy in your job, or even happy in your life? Maybe they're not together. Maybe you're not happy both in your job that your career takes you to every day for maybe 40 to 60 hours a week. So really take the time to think back to a time in your life when you really were very happy. And then think about and write down. There's something about this pen, something about pen and paper. I want you to write down when it was the last time you were happy and what you were doing. And when you do that, I also want you to think about setting some goals. Now, in the old days, it was called setting goals. Today, it's called manifesting. Religious people will call it praying. And maybe people who just are kind of, not sure what they're doing, call it dreaming. Call it whatever you want. We don't need to put a name to it. But the important thing is to write down what it was that made you happy and think about some steps as to how you can get there. So I have a little story to tell. Every day when I went to work, I would arrive in the parking lot and have to reach into my little bag, this teeny little purse, to get my keys for work. And as I would reach in, instead of getting my keys, I would reach this cute little black heart with these gray and blue speckles in it. And when I got this at a bookstore, it said, hold on to it and really think about what your dreams are. What do you want in life? So every time I would reach into my purse in the morning, instead of getting my keys, I would find this heart, and I would find it funny that it would be really asking me, what is it that's going to make you happy? And what do you want in life? So I would hold it and I would say my little prayer and say, I want millions in the bank and I want to do what I want with my time. Well, let me tell you, doing what I want with my time is what COVID helped me to do. During the pandemic, being able to work from home and have that freedom, working around my schedule, really opened up my eyes to what I wanted to do in my second adulthood, as Diane so greatly called it. And what I wrote down for myself were the steps of, the basis that form really what I'm doing today. And I like to say that I vacation and fit work in, because I think that's how life should be. I think our balance is completely twisted around. And I think we don't enjoy enough of the world or this opportunity to live. As Bettina mentioned, she's helping her mom in her elder years, and I'm helping mine too. And I realized that the poem that was eloquently stated by Linda Ellis, what do you do with your dash? It really started to make me think. And last year, my husband and I were hiking in Utah, in Moab, and we're looking at these giant plateaus, and we're driving along the road. And we said, I wonder how long those have been there. So of course, being the people we are, we got on our cell phones and I Googled it. And I found out that the plateaus they carbon dated them back to 15 to 40 million years ago. And all of a sudden, I really felt like an insignificant ant. And I really felt like we really are here just for a dash of time. And it made me really appreciative of life and saying, what do you do with your time? And if you're not happy, whether you're parenting, whether you're manifesting, whatever it is that you're doing, you really have to have that joy inside. And then hopefully you can share it with others and serve others. And so that's what I am doing now. I've transitioned from a COO career in the laboratory, where I used to connect needs and services for patients that had cancer or diabetes or hypertension. Now, what I'm doing is trying to help them before they get afflicted with some serious or adverse health event. And in the event that they do, I'm giving them the financial tools to protect themselves and their families so they don't get the financial cancer that Rita Bacuzzi spoke about. And by the way, she's one of my business partners, and I'm proud to say that we met here. So thank you, Bettina, for giving me my new business partner. And what we do is wonderful, teaching people financial education. We like to have you come to a quick, our Zoom class so we can give you the basis, the understanding of how our financial concepts and instruments work. We have two main ones that we work with. And to find out more what those are, you're just going to have to come and join me one night on our little 1 hour Money 101 class, or I think Rita also mentioned the Wine, Women, and Wealth. We do events that try to help people network and enjoy their time. And as mentioned earlier, you need to have that 1 hour of time for yourself. Tequila really was wonderful in her illustrations as she said that. And I think it's important, as you're the CEO of your own business, you have to think about how you use your time and setting your boundaries. And I'm asking you to give me 1 hour of your time. And if you do, I will give you 1 hour of my time. And I need to check in and see where we are on time. Speaking of, I think I still have a few minutes. Is that correct, Bettina? Am I still good for about 5 minutes?
You have a few minutes, yes.
Okay, great. Well, maybe I will just share a little bit about some of the financial instruments that we have, because a lot of people, they don't believe it when you tell them. They say it's too good to be true. And again, as mentioned already, 63% of people have to claim financial bankruptcy when they get cancer. And I'm going to tell you, the kind of cancer that my laboratory worked with is called neuroendocrine tumors. This is the kind that Steve Jobs and Aretha Franklin passed from. So you might have noticed they didn't die right away. It wasn't the quick pancreatic cancer. It's neuroendocrine cancer. And what happens is patients can live 15 to 20 years as long as they get the right diagnosis and the proper team treating them. Well, if you'd asked me, I would have said that these cancer patients, about 80% of them had to claim financial bankruptcy. They would all share stories with me of how they had to liquidate their 401ks, and then they would take a second on their house, and then they would be outliving the money that they thought they were saving for retirement, not knowing, of course, they were going to get sick. So these patients that lived longer than their money, they ended up having to claim bankruptcy. So what I do is I help people to not be in this position. I want to help you have the mindset to first manifest your abundance by getting clear on what it is that you want, what gives you joy. Because when you have your purpose and your passion aligned, guess what? Right here in your heart, that heart and brain connection is going to come together. And that's when you're going to find a career or a job, or as I say, vacation and fit work in. You're going to find those events that help you get to that place in life that bring you exactly what you need from the universe, from God, from whomever you talk to up there. And they're going to help you get to that goal. So first you have to have the mindset and believe that it's already here. You have to really believe you've already gotten it. And that's kind of an amazing feeling to wake up with. And I remember having this feeling distinctly one day. I'll have to look at the calendar to see what that day was. But as C.L. King said, sometimes there's that day that you just say, wow, the light bulb went on and something special happened. And I remember the day that I woke up literally feeling like I had millions of dollars in the bank. And I felt so confident. I woke up just feeling secure and happy and just felt like the world was my oyster and I was going to really be able to do what I wanted with my time, visiting my 4 kids around the world where they live, writing books, sharing stories, helping people. Those are the things that give me joy. And what I realized was that I actually had to pinch myself and say, you don't actually have that money in the bank yet. But I did believe it for a split second. And having that, that's what sets the key. That is what sets it in your brain. Then you can believe it. And then you start to take the steps to say, well, now I believe it. How am I going to go about making that come a reality? And this is the part where we can help you here. The We Empower You membership, I'm going to give a little plug to. I know Bettina will love that. And because there's so many great people and resources in this membership. Not only everyone you're hearing today, but there's many other resources that come with it. And all of those people in there can help you at some point in your journey, whether they're just a friend giving you advice on your 30-second elevator pitch, whether it's helping you really to get your 5-minute TV spot down pat, whether it's getting your income activator going with Lee and having that residual passive income, just keep paying you on through the night as you're sleeping, or paying you as you're vacationing on a boat in the Caribbean, whatever it is that makes you happy, wherever you are. If you can set these things up, this is really going to help you get to that manifesting abundance. And here's the thing about abundance. There's really no limit to the amount of money out there, is there? This is not a finite piece of material. This is not, a finite item. Abundance is there for everyone. And in our company, what we do is we help make you a millionaire. And why not? Because there's no limit to the amount of people that can have abundance. So if you truly believe this, I really do want you to come visit a Money 101 class, or even just schedule a complimentary 30-minute consultation with me. And let's talk about where your mindset is. And then let's talk about where your dreams are, what you want to happen for the rest of your dash. And let's talk about how maybe I can help you. I have a couple of specific instruments that can help you do this. And I am a licensed professional, I'm happy to say. And so to get to the classes, Vicki, I just saw your question. What I'd like you to do is go ahead and send me a text. I'm going to give you my private cell. My private cell is 310-560-2786. Just send me a text with your time zone and your name. And then we'll set up a time to have a quick 30-minute consultation. And then I'll get you into that class and we'll get your abundance and money manifest going. We want to manifest abundance for everybody in the world, and it's possible. There is no limit. And then maybe in your third adulthood, Diane, maybe in your third adulthood, you can do what Bettina's already doing and CL King and I do also. And that's help others. We can share our abundance by helping those that are less fortunate in the world, and we can really make the world a better place. So I want to say thank you for your time and listening. I really look forward to talking to you. Do reach out to me. And I think that my information is going to be in the chat. And I just am so pleased to be here, and just really everybody have a great day and stay on. Lots more to learn.
Thank you so much, Mia. Of course, the big plug for us for the membership. We haven't even talked about the membership yet, but it's coming. We'll see you throughout the summit, and we're going to bring up our next speaker, Michaela, who's also going to be talking about abundance. And so let's bring up her famous card here as well. Dan, thank you so much. It's coming. All right. Michaela Passeri is an award-winning emotional intelligence and business performance coach, international speaker, author, and founder of the Love for You Revolution emotional and business mastery training programs. Entrepreneurs and business owners hire her to identify and release the trapped emotions in their subconscious minds that have built walls around their hearts and blocked them from more money, more love, and more happiness. With over 20 years of experience building 6- and 7-figure businesses, Michaela puts her business degree and many certifications to use by turning her attention to helping entrepreneurs achieve high-performance results. Her work has helped hundreds of clients boost their confidence, tap into their inner wisdom, increase productivity, banish anxiety and demotivation, cure business stagnation, and monetize their businesses to 6 figures and beyond. Michaela helps people on a soulful journey of self-expression to discover their voices and to be seen and recognized for who they are and what they do. Welcome, welcome. Michaela.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bettina. Thanks for having me. And, as I've been listening to the shares from the other speakers, it's interesting, how everything always comes together, because it's a great flow in the topic. Yes, I will be talking as well about abundance, but from a different perspective. So as Bettina shared, I am a business strategist, and my focus is on emotional intelligence. So what that means is I teach my clients, I guide my clients a deeper understanding on creating a whole business. What does that mean? It means creating a whole business themselves as human beings and individuals, and their business, because we're living, right? We're living organisms, but your business gets to be treated as well as a living organism. Why do I say that? Well, because as human beings, we feel, right? We experience emotions. We're not taught this, but our core modus operandi, and for those who don't know, that is Latin for way of doing, right, is all based on emotions. So we make decisions based on emotions. We take actions based on emotions. We hold back based on emotions. We self-sabotage based on emotions. we assert ourselves or not assert ourselves. Everything is dictated by emotions. And in fact, if you really think about it, the way that a human being processes itself, him or herself, through life is by the guidance that their emotionality takes them through. And so how does that work? Your emotions dictate your thoughts. Your thoughts dictate your feelings. Your feelings dictate your intentions, right? Your intentions then will dictate your actions. And then your actions at the end of the day will dictate your results. So if we take a through line between emotions and results, we have a connection between your emotions and your emotionality and the money that you make, your income. So one of the things that COVID allowed me to do is really take time and dive deep into the study of this connection between our income potential and our emotionality. How is it connected? How does that work? How can we affect our income potential based on managing our emotions and observing our emotions and diving deeper into our emotions, right? And that's really the foundation of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, for those of you that don't know, is really 4 pillars, right? 4 kind of action steps. We become aware, right? So awareness is key number 1. So we become aware of the emotion that we're experiencing in the moment. Through that awareness, we start to understand why we're experiencing that emotion. As we start understanding, we can start managing that emotion. And as we manage it, then we can empower ourselves with that emotion. So that is really the kind of momentary process that happens for a human being that has a high emotional intelligence. They're literally processing themselves moment to moment to moment through any situation, any surge of emotion, right? And it allows them to self-manage, self-regulate, have more empathy for their own situation and those of other people around them. In business, we're talking to clients, potential clients, leads, maybe joint venture partners, maybe colleagues, right? Empathy, and then it really builds your social skills. It allows you, if we translate it to business, it allows you to really sharpen your networking skills. It allows you to sharpen your speaking skills. It allows you to sharpen your social media skills, right? A lot of people, especially with the venture of COVID and everything kind of going online, there was a lot of people that went through humongous emotional roller coaster rides because they were faced with, okay, wait a minute, I got to show up online. I got to post. I got to do videos. I got to do interviews. I got to network in a whole different way, right? And when we're faced with the kind of the havoc that our emotions can procure us, that's when then it affects our bottom line. It affects our income potential. So one of the things that I wanted to talk today, apart from just kind of explaining a little more in depth this connection between emotions and your income potential, is really to tell you there are 3 core emotions. There are 3 core emotions that affect your bottom line. And I'm going to also give you what I call the emotional ninja hacks so that you can start, if you notice that those are kind of some of those pesky emotions that are holding you back or that are stopping you from showing up as you get to show up in your business, then you'll have a couple of hacks with that. And then obviously at the end, I will give you an opportunity to really check in with your own self and see what might be hidden in your subconscious. Because obviously the way that we react and we respond to our emotions is all based on what we hold in our subconscious. It's all unconscious conversations, limiting beliefs, opinions, ideas, judgments, all of that, right? So we've got to look into the subconscious to really be able to release some of those, what I call trapped emotions. So number 3, I'm going to go 3 to 1. The third trapped emotion emotion that affects your bottom line is overwhelm. So overwhelm is an emotion that kind of has you in this kind of crazy spin. It attaches itself to other emotions, anxiety, right? Maybe low self-esteem, doubt, all of that, right? So overwhelm can kind of take you off your track. It can kind of sabotage you. It can have you create false stories to yourself, right? And so what happens is that when you really allow overwhelm to take you over, maybe you stop, you don't take action, right? Maybe you're one of those people that starts and stops because you allow your overwhelm to kind of put a wrench in your wheel, right? So we stop, we don't take action, we do the start and stopping, we maybe want to avoid certain things like confrontations, looking at ourselves in the mirror, all of those things that then affect our action taking. And look, one of the laws of the universe, the law of action, says that in order to manifest in this reality, this 3D reality, we have to take action. We have to take action. So if you find that overwhelm holds you back because you close yourself up, you bury yourself, you don't take action, then you are unfortunately allowing your emotionality to affect your bottom line. So the emotional ninja hack for overwhelm is what? Take a pause, take a breath, acknowledge that you're experiencing overwhelm, and then create a strategy to handle one thing at a time. Overwhelm a lot of times gets really hypertensed when there's a lot, we're trying to do a lot of different things. And so if you take a breath and you take a pause and you focus on one thing at a time and you take that to full completion, you'll notice your overwhelm to start decreasing. Okay, number two. The number two emotion is worthlessness. It's really not feeling worthy. And this is a emotion that's tied to shame. And when you think about shame, shame is actually the lowest vibrating of all emotions. If you know about the quantum physicist of David Hawkins, he created the Hawkins scales, and shame vibrates at 20. It's the lowest. Below shame is death. That's why a lot of suicides are caused by some form of shame. When we're deep in shame, we take ourselves out, right? So we take ourselves out of our business, we take ourselves out of relationships, we take ourselves out of life. So we have to be really careful with worthlessness because it can do just that. It can take us out, right? So what can be the emotional ninja hack here? Well, it's, again, take a pause, take a breath, acknowledge that you're experiencing worthlessness, acknowledge that there's something about you, your life, your business that is making you feel worthless, and then focus, because that's only one thing, right? Focus on the amazing things that make you feel good, right? Look for that next better feeling place. And when you're constantly looking for the next better feeling place, you slowly lift yourself out of worthlessness and into confidence, into courage, okay? And the number one emotion that trips us up and takes us out of our income potential is fear, right? There's all sorts of fear, and we can have a whole class on that. But fear is really, it's that pesky little emotion that really puts us into self-sabotage, right? Puts us into self-sabotage, has us lose opportunities, has us not look at the big picture and be closed instead of open, right? When I shared a few moments ago, the main thing that message that I was sharing is just be open, just be open. So what can you do when you're afraid? When you're feeling kind of like stifled because there's some sort of fear that's coming up? Well, you get to take a pause, breathe, acknowledge that you're experiencing fear, and act even though you're afraid. Be courageous. That is the definition of acting even though you're afraid, means being courageous, courage. It's really stepping into the first level of empowerment, which is courage. Courage is an amazing, powerful emotion. When you step into courage, you can create miracles. And so when you're afraid, taking that pause and taking action, even though you are coming up with fear. So what I would love to share with you is an opportunity to kind of dive into your emotionality, see what emotions, what trapped emotions you might be holding in that might be sabotaging, holding you back, keeping you small, and really releasing some of that. So I offer a lot of times, especially here on the summit, I offer a no-brainer, easy yes intro session with me, where we're actually going to release up to 3 trapped emotions that are hindering you on taking that next step, on going to that next income level, on really stepping into abundance. And I'll put the link in the chat. It is 1 hour with me. It's not a discovery session. It's not just us chatting. It's an actual working session. I'll have you take an emotional intelligence test, so we know where you are on the EQ scale, low, moderate, or high EQ. And then we're going to release up to 3 trapped emotions and create the antithesis to those through creating powerful power affirmations. So I'll put the link in the chat here. That it is usually a $750 session, but for this summit, it is only $99. And you can go to the link right there, themoneybreakthrough.com/EQ test, for those of you who are watching the recording, and come and do some introspection work with me. I'd love to support you and create some release and identify what trapped emotions might be holding you back from your abundance.
Awesome. That was fantastic. I can't believe you can blow through so much content like a fire hose. And all of these are hacks that can be directly applied right now. In fact, I'm not 100% unpacked, and I must be one focused lady because I have this summit right down, and it is my only focus this moment, no matter what is going on in the background. Thank you so much, Michaela. I know you have to jump off.
You're welcome.
You've got an appointment, but thank you for being a part of our little world here. Bye for now. Okay. And behind the scenes, Daniel's going to bring up our next speaker's information. And Lori is a recurring speaker for us, also a member of the We Empower You community. Lori Sagawa Whaley is a 3rd-generation Japanese-American baby boomer and a descendant of the samurai warrior. Marriage, family, and life kept her occupied. In 1982, though, Lori and her husband journeyed to Japan, and her life was forever changed. The heritage she once scorned became her newfound focus. She is passionate about her Japanese culture. And in 2005 and 2007, Lori was rear-ended, suffered traumatic brain injury, and was reading at a 7th grade reading level. Determined to overcome her circumstances, though, she set a goal to write a book for recovery. The new edition of that book, Let the Samurai Be Your Guide, was released March 2020 by Tuttle Publishing. Thank you so much for joining us via video.
Thank you, Bettina. Did you know that only 8% of the people actually reach their goals? Would you like to be part of that 8% that actually reach your goal? But if you do, you're going to need something more than what most people do, and you're going to want to listen closely. Mount St. Helens erupted in 1982, devastating Southwest Washington and beyond. I'd like to show a hand, you can put in the chat. How many of you were here or remember that day? It was something. Some people have. Did any of you actually feel it, the earth shake? Were you in Southwest Washington?
I did. I believe that was in 1980.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It was in 1980. I heard Bettina say 1982. Okay, that's when we went to Japan. 1980.
My house
yes.
shook.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I knew there was somebody bright out there.
I definitely heard it. I definitely heard it. I was in the Tahuya forest at a 4-H camp thing.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely heard it.
Yes, and I was actually on the road, and I didn't feel it, but I saw it. But thank you. And as Bettina mentioned, I am a traumatic brain survivor, and I'm working through reading at a 7th grade level, and my book was my goal. So after Mount St. Helens erupted, it was right during this period of time when my mother and father purchased a dilapidated nursery with rundown buildings, and the business was defunct. And arising out of ashes just were all over the place. And I'll read to you the devastation, because you can just say, well, Mount St. Helens erupted, but it was quite devastating. 150,000 acres devastated, 57 lives lost, 250 homes destroyed, 47 bridges in need of repair, 15 miles of railway destroyed, 185 miles of highway ruined, millions of trees strewn out like matchsticks, 7,000 big game animals, as well as thousands of birds and fish dead. So it was quite devastating. And they say it was the most devastating volcano eruption in the United States. So here, ashes were all, if you remember, ashes were all over the place. They went over to Eastern Washington. And amidst that pile of ashes, my mother declared, I am going to start this nursery. And my dad says, you don't know anything about business. And my mom says, well, you know, I don't care. I am going to run this business. So with that samurai determination, she went forward. Now, to give you a bit of background about my mother, she grew up in the city, pretty much in the city, and didn't know much about farming or how to raise plants. So when we arrived, we moved from Portland, Oregon to Woodland, Washington. And at that time, it was like this Japanese families coming from the city. And they thought my mother was the girl from the city because she bought corn seeds and all these seeds, and she took them back and she goes, these seeds are dry. I can't do anything with them. And they thought that was quite a joke because mom didn't understand that that's what seeds are. So anyway, she determined that she was going to run the nursery. She tirelessly canvassed Southwest Washington and the Portland area to find the best plants for the nursery. So she did this almost single-handedly. So about a year later, that nursery opened, and it's still open today. And she thought all she had to do was go down there and look pretty. And
hey, Bridget. It's Lee. Do I have any mail?
I'm sorry.
Not that I'm aware of.
We can all unmute now.
Drop off my orange.
I hear a little bit of noise. Okay.
Sticker
Anyway,
that I have to go in and out of the apartment?
she started the nursery, and she thought all I have to do is go down there and look pretty. And
Would you do that for me today? Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Could you unmute? Could you mute everyone, please? Okay. She thought all she had to do was look pretty. So the first week, the only thing she sold on about the second or third day was one geranium. Not two, not three, but one geranium. So she felt like quitting, but she knew her samurai honor was at stake. So she didn't. She had to go forward. And every day she worked tirelessly, and there aren't many people that I've ever met that can outwork my mother. She can work circles around anybody, and she probably invented multitasking. There's a Japanese, so she continued, and 40 years later, the nursery is still in business. They employ 40 people during peak time, and they occupy about 7 acres. And they also have a greenhouse down at my father's farm. And so it's still alive, and mother's legend still lives on. But unfortunately, mother passed away, and she was mostly a big part of the inspiration for my book. So in my book, this is my book, I included her in Ganbaru, even though it is not a samurai principle, the Kodo Bushido, it is a principle that the samurais live by. They never gave up. It didn't matter if they were going to go to battle with fewer men, fewer artillery or weapons. They went to battle because their honor was at stake. It would be better to die that honorable death than to go back and, shall we say, retreat. But her thing, what she said, when I read her the book, or read her my story that was going to go in the book, she goes, is that really me? She was so modest. And she said, courage and family have kept me going. I have enjoyed the nursery, and I've come a long ways from the dehydrated corn seeds. My advice to everyone is to never give up and to believe that anything is possible. So that's my mother's words, and she never let us give up on anything. I tried to run away from the school nurse who was going to give me the shot because I was definitely afraid of shots, and she didn't believe my lie, and because I literally ran down the hall from them when my time was coming up. So I had to face my fears of doctors when I went through traumatic brain injury. So life, as we've all heard, life happens, and sometimes we can become bitter or we can become better. And I choose to become better. So that is the nursery. And every year, my mother set such an example. She would buy property. She would improve every year. Like after a few years, all the cars from the traffic, or all of her customers, were blocking the road, and they were parking on the sides of the street, which didn't even have sidewalks. And so she purchased a property next door, made it into a parking lot, and then the home and the pool came available for sale. She purchased that, and that's now their office, and they turned the pool into a koi pond. So mom was always thinking. She's led such an example for me, and I owe so much to my mother. And if you have a mother, I hope you can really appreciate her, because my mom left about 10 years ago, and my dad just passed away. So I had my parents into my 60s, because my dad just passed away almost at 100. So that is the nursery. And how it affected me was I just watched her, and we worked alongside our parents growing up, and we never gave up. If it rained outside, we knew we had to, and all the pickers were gone, we knew we had to go out there, pick the berries, because if we didn't pick them, they would rot. And my dad would say, well, what are we going to eat in the winter? So we went out, and we never gave up. So at a very young age, I put the correlation between the two. Work, persistence equals money. And that's been how I've lived. But she was, if you have your mom, I go home or call her or give her a card, give her a hug, give her a kiss. And if you don't have a great relationship with her, I would encourage you to patch things up, and I just, before she passed away, she says, Laura, you have nothing to regret. She said, you were great. And I said, it was because of you, Mom. So to all our moms. Anyway, that was my mother, and she was the inspiration for the book. So I hope I'll put in the chat the book, because I originally published it self-publishing, and then Tuttle Publishing offered me a contract, which I took, or I signed. And that's for someone who just wrote a book as a goal to overcome traumatic injury. It has brought about a lot of other blessings. So I'm very thankful for that, because everything we do just keeps adding up. It's like almost like this. We get to tally, oh, you made a phone call, you didn't take that rejection personally, or everything like that. It all adds up, because everything we do matters, and everything we think, because it starts here, as we all know, it starts here in the brain, and it goes down to actions. And I personally know that because I work with women in the prison, and I would say to them, not in a demeaning way, but what you thought about, you did, and what you did is what you brought you here. So if we want different actions, we want different results, we start thinking about our actions and our thoughts. Well, I got a little bit off track, but I just felt that was really important. So if you want to be if you want to be part of that elite 8%, and you want to learn the samurai and the strategies that the samurai bring about, you're going to want to listen. And I have a complimentary coaching session or strategy session that is going to be put in the chat that I would love to connect with any of you. I started a coaching program, and I'm going to start another one in October, hopefully ending up in Japan, because I had a tour all planned out for 2020. It didn't happen, but I believe in 23 will happen then, because Japan's been one of the slowest countries to open up. So in all of that about Ganbaru, try your hardest, never give up, do your best, and go for broke. Those are the principles of Ganbaru. And it's much more than that. It's not just saying I have a goal and I'm going to do it. You've got to know your why. You have to buy into it. You have to own it. Just like all of you, you're all owning your business. And hopefully that you say, oh, well, there's so much competition. Well, be different, like me. How many people have you met, a farmer's daughter becoming a speaker, speaking about the samurai? So that's very unusual, but I actually am a descendant of the samurai warrior. But whether or not you are, you can still live by and benefit from the principles of the samurai warrior. So I would like to leave you with this. Remember that when you have a goal, you think you have a goal, like we heard some people talk about, or Rita talk about money, and Rita and also Mia, if you have a goal about money, you have a solution here. If you want weight, if you want to become healthy, there are health coaches here. So never think about, oh, I can't do it. Well, you don't have to do it alone. It's like yin and yang, and that's Chinese, that's not Japanese, but it's yin and yang. And also by standing firm, that's number 2, standing firm, knowing your why, you'll access power that you didn't even realize you had, just like me with my traumatic brain injury. And 3, whatever you do it like your life depended on it. When I was faced with traumatic injury, I could have been, like most people, my speech pathologist said most people give up. I couldn't give up. I didn't want to be reading at a 7th grade level. I didn't want my husband to be taking care of me for the rest of my life. And I was in my 50s then. I did not want that. And I didn't at that time, but I knew I was going to have grandchildren. I didn't want to be the grandma that they had to take care of. I wanted to have fun and enjoy them. And we are now. So I'm very blessed. And so when you do that, you could accomplish anything. You put that before you in any way that you want. There's so many different ways. There's mind mapping, there's affirmations, there's confirmations, and there's coaching. And I would love to be your guide with you on your samurai journey. So if you're committed to living your life purposefully, and you want the strength, courage, and honor of the samurai warrior to help you with your life, let's talk. I'm very approachable. I chose not to have slides because sometimes I just feel I feel disconnected. I don't know about you, but we've been in this virtual world about 2 years, a little over 2 years. And I would love to connect with people, and it's so wonderful to be out. It just feels you just feel so much alive when you can hug and talk and touch and connect with people. And I'm going to do that next week in San Diego. I'm very excited. So I'd love for you to connect with me. And also I'd love to tell you, and I'm going to be having webinars about my coaching program, which will start in October. And as part of just want to say, this was the journal that we produced for the coaching course, and it's going to also be within the year-long coaching program. And I know that if you ask anybody, do you have a code of honor that you live by, or a code of ethics that you live by? And most people would say, well, yeah, well, then let's talk and let's get a code of honor that you can say, even if it's one. So this is where I stand. I put my stake in the ground. These are my boundaries. I will not go past that, because the world is looking for leaders. They're looking for you, and they're waiting for us to show them the way, because they may have lost their way. They may not know how to find their way, or they may be afraid. So we can share with them and give them hope, courage, and the determination to see life and to help them live their best, most purposeful life. So what I'd like to end with is that word gambaru is what the Japanese live by. And it's what brought them through the earthquake and tsunami in Kobe, and then also in northern Japan. They didn't loot, they didn't steal. They returned over $78 million were returned within the first 6 months to the rightful owners. So if you can imagine living in a world like that, and that's why I share about Japan and the Japanese principles, taking something that I hated, I detested, I wanted nothing to do with it because I faced racial prejudice. I didn't want anything to do with it. But then I come full circle, and that's who God made me. He made me a Japanese samurai warrior. And I would love to help you and share with you about that journey. And also I'm going to put in the chat about joining my samurai community because it's really growing. It's becoming fascinating. And thanks to Bettina, I started that group a couple years ago, and it's growing a lot now. And people are contributing. They're finding out that, oh yes, those principles are great. So I'd love to, I'll put in the chat about the strategy session and also about how to join the samurai community. And I really would love to have a conversation with any of you, all of you, because I believe that we can learn from each other.
Thank you for your presentation, Lori. I know you're out there, and of course this is a remix, so that's your June presentation, and we've enjoyed it yet again. And I'm looking forward to being in your program tomorrow, because I know you have an event coming up tomorrow on Thursday. We'll put that also in the chat for folks. Next up, we have Lee Romanoff, the founder and president of Income Activator, who's going to be joining us. So we're going to put her card up, and then I will go ahead and make that formal introduction. Okay. Lee is a motivational speaker who has an action plan on how to start and build your online business. And she's a self-made millionaire, and she's made millions of dollars online since 1994. Lee has entertained radio audiences for decades and speaks to sold-out audiences that love her. She shows you how you can activate 10 revenue streams online. The money is in your recommendation, she says. By simply sending leads to businesses you recommend, you can make tens of thousands of dollars. She knows what works and what does not work. Lee provides you with the knowledge of what to do and provides you with the website platform to make it happen. And she sure has made it happen for the We Empower You community. Welcome, welcome, Lee. It's great to have you again. Come on in. The water's warm, I promise.
Yes, fumble fingers Lee, okay? Okay, so let's talk about the We Empower You membership. And, Bettina's going to join me with this conversation. What I'm going to do is do a setup first, just to give you an overview of what we're going to be talking about. And then we'll move on from there. Fingers crossed about the share screen. And if I can get this all together here. Okay, let me just see what it will take to do this. Okay, slideshow.
I think you got it.
Yeah, what? Okay, thank you
just
for
have to be on the slide, and then you can.
Yeah, that's okay. Let me just see. I'll start with sharing screen. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Okay, let's try this screen. Why does it never make it easy? Okay. Like, I don't know, Zoom has this like really weird little thing.
Yeah, there's a little glitch in Zoom. You have to be on the
is.
screen, and right now all we see is a white screen. So you've got to go to the actual screen that you're going to show us.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? And I've done this over and over and over and over again. So let me just try something else here.
Yeah, stop the share. And
okay, I'm going to try that. Yeah, and while I'm doing this, everybody can learn from my mistakes. Let's try this again now. Share. So you can see Google, right?
You can see the Google. Yep.
Excellent. Let's just see if we're going to go from here. Slideshow. Okay.
Yeah.
From the beginning.
Now you have to stop the share.
Okay.
And then
go. Big part. Yeah.
Stop the share.
I'll stop the share.
Yep. Now go to your slideshow.
Okay. I just did that a minute ago and it didn't do that. So let me just try it this way. Okay. Share screen. I'm going to go to Google.
Well,
And
if you show us Google, we're not going to see your slideshow.
Really?
You have to go to the slideshow and then
Okay,
share.
let's try. It's, okay,
It's
so,
a little bit of a glitch in Zoom and they've never fixed it. So
yeah, it's really
on
so
the
odd.
platform
Yeah, I
that-
know, I'm doing this, I started the slideshow a lot of times, but while I'm trying to figure this out, Bettina, why don't you talk a little about the We Empower You membership?
Yes. Okay. So, of course, for those of you who do not know the founding story of We Empower You, Lee and I had met a couple years before 2020 hit, and we were already planning to use her platform for a membership and a summit. And then, of course, the pandemic hit. So the two of us put our geniuses together and we cracked what we believe is the code for helping people to generate an online income that they can generate without having to do the work, right? So most of us, we work hard, right? We work for a living. We are constantly doing the thing that we love, and it's work. And what Lee says is stop working so hard and start promoting others, because when you promote others, you can, in fact, generate more income, and income that's possibly generated while you sleep. So there's your slideshow. By way of example, even just this morning, one of our members also is making a payment, and the effort for that was done years ago when she first signed up, and then she's renewing her membership for yet a third year in a row. So that is income that's being generated without us having to exercise the effort. So now that you've got your slides up, turn your message into $1 million business is the topic that we're going to be talking about.
Do you see the big one, or do you see my notes one?
The big one. Yeah.
Oh, really? My goodness. Okay, well, let's just go with that because you see what I don't, and that's fine with me.
Okay.
So let's just turn your message into $1 million business is just exactly what we should be doing. And what we're going to do is we're going to show you how exactly to do that, which is pretty crazy, but it is true. Okay, let's see if it does the next slideshow. Okay, that's good. So here's a big thing that people need to know. They need to know their income streams, because I've seen so many people start a business or want to start a business and not have a grasp on their income streams. Now, everybody knows that, when people go to your website, 1% may buy from you. That's a well-established figure. Another established figure is that when you send a lead to a business, when you get somebody to click on an ad or complete a referral form, about 40% of your visitor traffic will complete a referral form and become a lead, because it doesn't cost them any money to do that. And it usually benefits them by answering a question or giving them a discount, helping them out. So the lead revenue model is a really big one that people should consider, because all big companies, all your multi-million-dollar companies like Google, Facebook, YouTube, Pinterest, Angie's List, Home Advisor, every multi-million-dollar company employs the lead model as opposed to the sales model. But I know the authors, speakers, entrepreneurs tend to focus on the sales model, but I think you should consider incorporating both. But and I've done both sales models and lead model. Lead model is far more profitable. But what I never did, and what I started to do about 10 years ago, was I incorporated an annual income. And that's the key. If you can turn your sales or your leads into an annual income, that's how you should be setting up your revenue on your website. Whatever you can do to create the sale, one sale, year in and year out, one lead, year in and year out, and then it's just a very small numbers game. You don't have to keep selling, and you don't have to keep promoting your website to generate leads. If you create your revenue streams with the idea that anything you do right now is going to create an annual income. I can't tell you how important that is. Now, you know, as creating your business model, that, okay, it's like a no-brainer. Whatever you create, your book or your courses or whatever, you're going to sell at least 100 people. I mean, you would never have created anything if you thought your limit was going to be under 100 people. And if you look at it, 100 people, it's not that many people, and it's not that many people to get to know and develop a relationship with and a friendship and, you know, move from there. But if your target is 100 people to sell, that, and in your mind is that if you can sell 100 people and at the same time create an annual income based on these 100 people, your job's done. That's your only focus. And one sale creates a lifetime of income when you sell an annual program of items people buy anyway and use for their business. If you focus on that, you have got it made. Sell items that people buy anyway and that they use for their business, because they would rather buy something for their business than buy something haphazard, because their business allows them to buy other things. So it's also interesting is that you are the target market. So you don't have to get to know the target market, because the target market is the entrepreneur. So you don't have to say, okay, what is the target market thinking? What do they use? Because that's you. You want to sell to other entrepreneurs like yourself. You want to provide the services to other entrepreneurs like yourself. So there's no figuring out your target market. Now, the We Empower You membership program allows you and anyone else that gets involved with it and the ability to create $1 million business. Now, here's what the membership includes. It includes a fully functional website that has a fully functional, unlimited online store that you can add an unlimited number of products and services to. And it also has lead tracking software where you can be a resource or directory sending leads to businesses you're already probably recommending to your clients, but instead, when you attach a dollar value to it, you can make money from it. For instance, somebody may ask you, what lawyer do you recommend? If you have in your resource page or your directory your list of lawyer and accountants and bookkeepers that you use, just say, hey, go to my directory, connect with them. They'll fill out a little form, and this form tracks your lead and creates an invoice. So you could attach, okay, if you're going to send a lead to a lawyer, maybe you'll attach $100 to it, an accountant, $50, a bookkeeper, maybe $20. And you can create your own lead revenue at the end of the month. You just process their credit card because you've sent these leads. It works brilliantly. Also, you get, as any entrepreneur needs to have, is visibility. With the membership, you get a 5-minute TV show spotlight with a potential audience of 50 million households. So you can do a 5-minute TV show spotlight as easy as you can do a YouTube video, and it will run on Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Google Play, Chromecast, Roku, and Android TV. So if you're in a business meeting and they've got a TV, you can just flip on the TV, go to Apple TV or Amazon Fire, and show anybody your 5-minute TV spotlight that tells the world what you're about and what your offer, and directing them to your website that is selling automatically. So if you're selling something, or you're sending leads to businesses and you're creating an annual income from it, this is self-generating income. And I'll get more into the annual income in a second. You also get from the membership 500 sponsors that have invested in businesses anywhere from $1,000 a year to $100,000 a year. So what you do is once you create your revenue streams for your website, your TV show spotlight promoting people to your website, you ask the sponsor, do you resonate with my TV show spotlight? If they do, they will put money behind it to promote your TV show, which promotes your website, which generates revenue automatically. And this is what you learn in the We Empower You membership. And you also talk to people that have actually done this, like myself. You also get in the membership 800 talk show radio contacts. And this gives you authority positioning. And these are not just, little radio shows or little podcasts. They have proven audiences up to 100,000 listeners. And there's things I would say on a podcast that I would never say on a radio show, like for instance, like a real talk show radio where they have got real listeners. Like in podcast, I would say something like, oh, email me at lee@incomeactivatorrightnow.com and I will give you $100. I would say that all the time on the podcast. I would never get an email. I would never say it on a real radio talk show because you would go broke in a minute. You also, and this is the best thing, you get weekly mentoring. So you can come in any Wednesday and you can get hands-on help and networking. Really, if you're stuck with questions, you need help, this is where you go on a weekly basis to ask for questions and get help. Now, the membership costs $15.99 annually. And so $15.99 would not buy you the website, the TV show, give you the list of sponsors, the radio show contacts, and include hands-on help. You would never get that for $15.99. That value would be thousands of dollars more, but that's what the cost is. And if you promote it, you make $800 annually, which means that you just promote the membership, you make the money, and Bettina and I manage the membership. You're considered a 50-50 partner. Now, those 100 people that you sell into, that's $80,000 annually. That's not bad for that amount of work. So, did I go backwards? Okay, I want to show you what I did actually. When I had the Income Activator website, I sent leads, it was my lead revenue model, sent leads to insurance brokers, and I would average $50,000 per month from $5 leads, which means I had to promote my website because it would generate leads and track them and bill automatically. So what I did was I got a TV show, and I didn't have like 10 million viewers. I had 1 million viewers from this TV show, but who knows how many people watch it at any given time. But what I did was I got a sponsor, Points, and they gave me $240,000 of money I didn't have to pay back to participate as a sponsor on the TV show. So what I did was I got free money to promote the TV show, which promoted the website. And because the website, every time I sent a lead, I didn't have to do any work. It was just a money machine. The more visitors I got, the more money I had. And it's just a really beautiful thing when you combine these three levels: a website that automatically creates income, huge promotion on TV, and a sponsor that pays all your expenses. And this is what the We Empower You membership does. I also created authority positioning by pitching stories about insurance to different networks. Now, let me tell you, in my area, there are 5,000 brokers and 300 insurance companies. I did not have a brokerage and I did not have an insurance company, and I didn't even know anything about insurance actually. And what I did was I talk from the consumer's point of view. And who knew that you can make insurance interesting? So if I can make insurance interesting and get on CNN Live, not even in the country I was living in at the time, I can pretty much give you advice on how to make your topic interesting. I mean, think about it. I'm on CNN Live. I lived in Toronto, and I was a consumer advocate for insurance. Come on now. So you're talking some really good insight from people that have done this, know how to do it, and willing to share it with the membership. Now, the mentoring I got, I didn't have Bettina's weekly mentoring where I could talk to real people that didn't want to steal my money, and from self-proclaimed gurus. And you got to watch out, because these people say what they tell you what to do, but they've never done it before. And you just give them money and then they disappear. And I've experienced that very badly, very badly. I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars on self-proclaimed gurus. It's disgusting. So I've got a real edge for that. But anyway, I stopped paying attention to these self-proclaimed gurus, and I sold my business to Torstar, one of the leading media companies in Canada, for just over $2 million from a website that didn't sell anything. It's crazy, but it's possible. You just need to follow the strategy of what we put together. So you can sell the We Empower You membership without even being a member, and you still make $800 annually. You can also promote either your product or service without being a member. All you do is add your product or service to the membership. So you can basically customize the We Empower You membership as your own membership, leading with your own product and service. And to your clients say, okay, buy my service. It's all about this. It's all about emotional intelligence. And every year, and it comes with a website, a revenue, an income-based website, a TV show spotlight. You get a list of sponsors to sponsor your business, talk TV show contacts, weekly mentoring, and my product and services. And I will oversee you every year in and year out to make sure that you're satisfied and like the service that I provide and the package that you get. So we've given you a ready-to-go membership package that you can incorporate into your sales process, that you can either sell your products or sell the entire package. And the entire package is what gives you the annual income, which is what will create millions of dollars online. You can even incorporate your package and say, let's say your package you deem to be $1,200 worth of value. You can increase the membership package to $2,000, whatever you want to increase your membership package, because this is basically white labeled through you. And you can make, instead of $800 annually, you can make $1,200 annually. And that will add up to $120,000 annually from a base of 100 people. You have a membership program that entrepreneurs want right now, everybody here does, that gives you an annual income for free. All you need to do is promote it. Incorporate your package or service with it if you want. You could sell it with your package, with your product or service, or without. Doesn't matter. You can have two different programs. So I would suggest just say yes. If you guys want a 3-month free trial, you get everything, the website, the TV shows, sponsors, and media. And most importantly, you get to work with Bettina. And Bettina is an expert in promotion. I go to her for some of my promotional ideas online. So here's what it's like. The We Empower You program, you will get a website that features whatever you're selling, the direction of your product or service, and a referral form that either sells the We Empower You membership, or you can send leads to Bettina and she can help close the members. Interesting, when you have just a referral form and telling people to complete it, up to 40% of your visitor traffic will do that if it benefits them. And then when you send people a lead, instead of a 1% close ratio, you can increase your odds up to 40% of your conversion. And Bettina will talk to them about the Wednesday marketing meetings and about the We Empower You program, and she'll just take it from there. So what I suggest is, if anybody's interested in a 3-month trial, the weempoweryourlife.com website, go to it, click on Just Say Yes, complete the form, and we will give you a ready to go website featuring your product or service. We'll probably embed your website within that website, and a section where it promotes the We Empower You membership, whether you include your product or service with it or not. So that is my stop. I got the stop sharing right down, didn't I now?
Got it down.
So Bettina, you want to add to this?
Yes, I'm going to add my excitement and my enthusiasm. And the whole idea about Just Say Yes came to me on February 22nd of 22. And it came to me because I realized that I'm a just say yes kind of person. Like, I just say yes. I find a beautiful place, I say yes. I don't say, oh, where's the money going to come from? Because that's a lack thinking mentality that I just don't possess. I go like, oh, now let me go fundraise, right? So we don't want money to get in the way of the decision. We want the yes to come from your heart. If we have created something that you are interested in, we believe we've really hit the nail on the head, right? Then just say yes to us. We'll give you 90 days to work with us, have full access to the website, just with all of the bells and whistles that Lee just so eloquently described. And on the 91st day, you can decide if you want to pay for the membership all in full, which is $1,599, or you can pay at a minimum of $150 a month until it's paid. And that does include some fees for processing. Or better yet, have 2 people sign up for membership, and that pays for your membership. It's as easy as that. So everything became about the 2s. So it takes 2 minutes to complete the form. In 2 business days, Lee delivers the website template for you to dive into. And it's a just say yes program. So just say yes. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah. Well, what's really nice about this We Empower You membership platform is that you have access to myself and Bettina, and I already know the system. I know the process. I will look at your, website. I would design it so that when visitor traffic comes to it, they will follow through a channel of lead revenue into the We Empower You membership that will generate the income off the bat. Your end of it is promotion, and you can do the promotion through your TV show Spotlight and start pitching it to sponsors like I had done. You can also do the promotion how you're already doing it, whether you're doing YouTube or Twitter or Facebook. You can start just telling people that there's this package out there that has an all-inclusive website, TV show, sponsors, and media list, and weekly mentoring. I mean, for an entrepreneur, that's second to none. I wish I had that and didn't do all the mistakes I did to get to where I got. Now I can streamline people, and if they do what I suggest they do, that's the path.
Yes, absolutely. And
membership
income is absolutely the way to go. And again, this morning I got word that another member is rejoining, And that's money that I didn't have to work for again. It just is coming in. Now, Mia Tepper put a comment on here that says, I am so excited to continue to utilize my membership benefits and look forward to finalizing my website with you, Lee. Let's create abundance for everyone. I don't know if you're there to open up your camera and say anything further. There are folks that might actually have some questions in the audience. And
well, Mia gets it. I mean, you should always create your business around producing an annual income. So for instance, Mia is involved in insurance for very good reasons, and I love her story. But every sale she makes is a sale that produces year in and year out. For me, every sale I make is a sale that produces year in and year out. I don't have to keep pitching people and selling. I have a number that I've targeted. When I reach the target number, I'm done. And that's how you guys should be thinking. And if you're not thinking that, what's going to happen is that your sales pool is going to dry up. And that's our alert.
That is the dilemma that entrepreneurs face. And that's where there's this glass ceiling, whether it's a 6-figure, 7-figure or beyond. There's a human situation where you run into, if you're promoting yourself, you're not servicing the client. If you're servicing the client, you're not promoting yourself. And then, it's just, it's like the gerbil cage. Get on the gerbil cage and do that for a few years. And it's not necessary. You can continue to be on the gerbil wheel, by the way. I've done it. And then put a portion of your time towards building your 100 members. That is the best way to go. I'm still on my way to my 100 members, right? And at the end of the day, I'm 64 now. By the time I'm 70, maybe there's $1 million coming in every single year that I don't have to work for. Wouldn't that be great?
Okay. So, and Bettina, I was going to say, as I was saying that people are selling to each other and people are promoting and the pool's getting, more shallow and more shallow.
Each other, right? So that's
exactly. But the same thing is happening, you guys, and your promotions and your podcasts, you're all the same and you're promoting to all the same people. And that's part of the problem here. I mean, everybody here should be a multimillionaire, but they're following the sheep. They're drinking the same Kool-Aid. And so if you're promoting on the same podcast that all the other entrepreneurs are promoting to, just consider using the list that we've given you, the We Empower You membership, because that talks to mainstream media that will take your story and promote it to a new audience, and you will get out of that, as Bettina said, that gerbil wheel. You got to step away from it because you guys are all drinking the same Kool-Aid. You're all going down the same funnel. Just put your foot in the door and take advantage of what the membership offers and start talking to mainstream media and get a new, fresh audience, because you'll be different, because nobody's doing it now for some reason. They've all fallen into the easy way, easy go, but it's harder. It's a harder way to live right now, what you guys are doing. And I've seen it over the last 5 years. It's getting harder and harder for you guys, and you're getting more and more focused. And just step away and just listen to somebody that's actually done this successfully. And I know what I'm talking about. Bettina, do you want to jump in on that?
She knows what she's talking about.
Thank you, Bettina. And Bettina, you and I in the next few weeks are going to jump into the mainstream media and lead by example.
Yes, absolutely. And we're going to have some help there because my colleague and dear friend, Lynette Hoy, is going to be up soon. And she'll be talking a little bit about how important PR is as well. So I think we'll leave it there. In the chat, you're going to see that you go to weempoweryourlife.com, click on the Just Say Yes tab. complete the form on the right, select over on the left the template that you want to use. And in 2 business days, Lee will pop that out and get it over to you with all the instructions that you'll need to go forth and conquer, so to speak. Thank you so much, Lee. It's been wonderful to have you as always.
Pleasure. Thank you, Bettina.
Great. So we're going to continue to press on with our program. I'm getting a slide over to Larry, who's taken over for my son, Dan, and I'm going to introduce someone that I'm working with over there in our We Empower Africa community. This is Gibson Omahumsa. He's a graduate of Kiambogo University. Gibson is experienced as a TV broadcaster, content creator, producer, director, songwriter, and film producer. Gibson has worked and provided content on the top TV stations in Uganda, and he's currently doing his consultancy while managing and running Church Kira Media and the technology department. Recently, Gibson was invited to the Young African Leaders Initiative YALI program and their summit organized by the US government. And it's a signature event that helps to invest in the next generation of African leaders. This initiative was established by former US President Barack Obama when he was still in office. And Gibson also has several folks that I'm helping to help, and he's helping to help so that they can be able to pay their rent and put food on the table and raise their children and also go to school. So Gibson, are you there? Can you pop open your microphone and visual here for me? Get on your video. So while he's doing that, just to give you a little bit of an update. So for those of you who watched our June summit, we shared with you the story of Sarah and Godwin, her son. Sarah was a victim of rape and she delivered a child afterwards, and he's just celebrated his 1-year birthday. Through the generosity of some of the folks that attended the summit, along with 2 of the women from Global Woman.
Do you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Gibson. We're able to continue to support both Godwin and Sarah. And also there's Treasure, who we're supporting with educational books so that she can continue her education. She desires to be a doctor someday. And Linda, who is a young professional woman who had to give up her profession in the dental field due to sexual harassment and is now looking for new employment, I believe, and struggling a little bit to pay her rent and such. And these are some of the things that Gibson's involved with, and that we are coming up with solutions to help. A portion of the income that's generated through the membership goes to these 3 young ladies. Gibson, take it away from here. We can't see you, but we can hear you. Oh, no, let's see here, what happened? Sometimes the internet is very, very tricky in Uganda. Paul, are you available, since you know a couple of these ladies? Are you available to open your mic? Paul Maburu is also from Uganda, and he's going to be speaking later in the program. And together we are trying to help these young ladies. Paul, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lovely to see you. You're almost 10 or so there. It's lunchtime here, but good evening to you.
Good evening, Bettina. Yes, I've met the ladies. It's amazing the work that has so far been done. Gibson has been doing an amazing job, and I won't be tempted to start speaking some bits of mine, but yes, there is empowerment that has been done in their lives. Yes, so Gibson would be in a better position to speak at length, but the conviction that I have, it's they are running, the thinking is changing, and how they are approaching life is becoming more and more different. And there is hope now that they see a number of the community on their back and supporting them in various ways. So I'm very certain soon we'll be seeing them speaking more than us in the near future.
Well, our goal is to teach them to fish and not to be a charity case, so to speak. That's the challenge. And Gibson's still a microphone not there for us yet, but we'll just wait another couple minutes to see if he can get his mic sorted out. Just the long story short is that we have a GoFundMe set up. I will share that here for everyone to see if you're interested in donating even small amounts. Interestingly enough, a week of groceries there is about $25 or a little bit less than that. Rent for a month is about $110 a month. So what I've been doing for the funds that we've raised is I've matched that. And we've been able to carry her for several months now since we first met last year. And there are some donors that have been more generous, meaning they have a little bit more to give, but even small amounts, we'll take it. All comes through the GoFundMe, and I will put that in the chat as well. Paul, any other thoughts that you might want to share now? I mean, we were going to talk later about your program there and sponsorship there, but I know that you've done a little training with them on your product. You might just share just a hair about that right now.
Right. I think I'm amazed by the joy that came from Linda after selling her first product. She was like, yeah, I've made it. And I'm looking forward for her to come out, and she's like, okay, this is what I'm called to do. And I'm looking forward to implementing most of the project. Of course, right now, the conversation she has, she's like, yes, I think at some point I'm going to stop looking for a job. And once I discover my calling, then I'm going to run with that.
Yes.
So that's amazing. So an entrepreneur just there waiting to push it a little bit, and then she starts flying like an eagle.
Yes. So we're going to talk a little bit more about your cleaning product that you developed. For those of you who don't know the story, Paul created this fire starter, and it is very affordable for people who are there using coal to light their stoves. And it's very toxic normally because they use sponges and plastic bags and such to light. And of course, that's very toxic to the kids and the parents. And so I believe that this product can be sold through similarly like the Girl Scout cookies, so that the children could sell it, the parents can sell it, and other business owners can sell it and make money, as well as get themselves out of poverty, because this is a very, very familiar story. It happens to thousands of girls, thousands of women. The plight is really just ginormous. Paul, you've been participating in a couple of women's summits in the last several months. Maybe speak a little bit to that while we wait to see if Gibson's going to come on.
Yeah, hello.
Oh, Gibson,
yes,
there you go.
Yes, Gibson, go ahead.
Yes, Gibson, talk to us.
Oh, sure. I'm so sorry. I had two meetings going on at the same time, and so I got mixed up with my audio. That's why my video is not coming on, but I'm so grateful for this meeting. I've been following. Bettina, first of all, we want to thank you for the great work you're doing here in Africa. You are giving hope and life. I have seen Sarah's baby right from birth, when she had just conceived. I mean, when she was just raped and she had conceived and she was chased away from home. and you and Cher decided to take it on and take care of this baby. I wish I had the pictures here. The baby has grown, and right from birth, you have consistently taken care of this baby growing and the baby speaking, and all this has been because of your efforts and being able to support someone, to support this young lady, this young girl who had no hope, who she never believed in herself, and she believed this was the end of the world. Yeah, so you came on and supported Sarah, and you have made a big statement right here. We forever we in debt for you. And then as I've always shared with you, I have a number of young people I'm taking care of, and so at some point Linda contacted me, and one lady that you have been supporting, empowering her, and she was like, Gibson, I need a job. She was not the only one that needed a job, but she was so persistent. I have so many that are seeking for work. And so I said, okay, I think I need to connect her with Bettina so that she gets to be inspired and be empowered. And Bettina never hesitated. She came in and supported Linda. And as I'm talking right now, Linda, I think got a job. Yeah, got a job. And
nice.
Which is the real you did a good job. You empowered someone, and now someone is standing on her feet. She's starting to walk, which is the real significance of we empower you. That is the impact it is doing here. Now we just imagine if we reached out and empowered more girls, and they get to stand up on their feet, they'll be able to support more people in their communities. So I believe Linda is starting to walk. She will also start supporting other young ladies out in the community. When Sarah is, when we empower Sarah and she gets in better position, she will be able to support her family that looked up to her when she disappointed the family. I know whatever happened, and they were disappointed. But this will be an opportunity for her to go back and make a statement and support her family, and be able to support other young girls in the community. Yeah. So Bettina, you're doing a great job right here. And I believe several of your partners should come through and support you. We have a lot of work here. We have a lot of work here. As I told you, I have a bunch of young people I'm taking care of, and all this comes from my savings. You know, some have just started school, so I just had to come up from my savings and support. So when Bettina came on board, I was so excited. I said, wow, this is God sent. Yeah, this is God sent.
I don't have a lot to give, but I definitely give consistently. And I know that baby Godwin has been through at least 3 hospitalizations since I came on board. We've moved Sarah from destitute home. And last week when I was speaking to Linda, actually it was Labor Day weekend, I was mainly working with her mind, right? So it's like sometimes the worst of things feels like the worst thing that could happen, but it turns out to be the best of things. And I was coaching her on her mindset, and I have one of those minds that doesn't give in to my circumstances. So no matter what, I believe and declare that I will survive and I will thrive, and I take things 1 minute at a time. Sometimes it's that bad. Sometimes it's just a day at a time or a month at a time. It's a little sketchy with my mom's situation right now, so I have to just think about that every day. Stick with this mindset, this positive mindset that I have. And she managed to get a job. I love that happened. We're going to have to move on now, Gibson, but thank you for joining us here today. We'll reintroduce Paul.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you. I know it's late there.
Yeah.
Okay. So next up is going to be Nancy Abramson. I will mute all of the mics here for just a second. And then I will, we're going with Nancy's June recording. This is a remix today of the June summit as well as the current summit. That was my solution based on my travel schedule this time around. And so let me introduce Nancy Abramson. Okay. Nancy Abramson is a success coach, and she's on a mission to help overwhelmed service-based business owners who once struggled with not being able to take any time off to increase their revenue, add employees, and become business owners who don't have to do it all or wait to start enjoying their lives. Her Thrive system is the foundation through which Nancy guides clients to name and claim their ideal clients, set and achieve big goals, and establish healthy work-life boundaries. After decades working crazy hours in corporate accounting and living for vacations, Nancy started a business with total time freedom to finally love her life. In just a few years, Nancy was touched and transformed dozens of lives to have what she's having. As a guest of your podcast, she can share how to ditch the stress, make great money, and love the life you're starting right now. One more second, we've got a little audio glitch. We'll fix it and we'll be right back.
Bettina, I'm not hearing anything just in case you're on.
We're fixing our glitch. We'll be right there. Just a second.
so much value from this. So how many of you did everything you planned to do last year? If you didn't raise your hand, don't worry, because science says 92% of people don't achieve their goals. Those other 8% maybe achieve some of their goals or won't admit to being in the 92%. So how does an entrepreneur measure productivity? How does he or she know if they're being productive? How about profits? Isn't that what they say is the bottom line? So I'd like to know how many of you feel like you're too busy. Do you often say, I don't have enough time. How can I get it all done? There is a huge difference between being very busy and being productive. Being busy will keep you broke, while being productive will bring you profits. And I assert that the piece missing is planning. Most of the time, people are out there working so hard, hoping that at the end of the year, they will have made profit. Because they've been so busy and they've been working so hard, they'll have results. Not necessarily. I am Nancy Abramson, and I am a success coach. And today I'm going to show you how to deepen your profits and amplify your free time. I help small business owners have more time for what they want to do, better relationships, and more money, so they can have more peace and happiness in their personal and professional lives. I have over 30 years of experience in business. I know I don't look that old. As a CPA, I audited companies, prepared financial statements, tax returns. As a CFO, I played a key role in selling a financial company to a publicly traded London company for millions of dollars. I worked for large, small, mid-sized companies, as well as starting my own. So why am I here and why do I care about this? For many years, I lived unfulfilled, going through the motions, getting through my day. Life was going to get great later. My alarm would go off and I would hit snooze several times sometimes and drag myself to the office. Now, don't get me wrong, I was really good at what I did. I just didn't enjoy it anymore. Can anyone relate to me? I was on vacation in Hawaii years ago, and I had a revelation that I wasn't thinking about work, and I was relaxed, and I was enjoying the moments as they were happening. And that was such a new experience for me, and it felt amazing. And I want people to live lit up, happy lives, and living lives they're excited about now, not sometime later. So I was the poster child for you've got to get good grades in school so you can go to a good college, you can get a good job, so you can work really hard and live your great life later. I did what I was told to do and what was expected of me and what needed to be done. And I didn't question it. Everyone could see that I was very, very busy, but I wasn't that productive. And because I said yes to everyone else's desires, I was in the office until 10, 11 o'clock at night, almost every night, being very busy and not getting the most important things done. I was working so hard that I needed 3 20-ounce cups of coffee every day just to get through my day. Now, don't get me wrong, I love my coffee, but I drank so much for so long that my entire body broke out in hives, and it was just so cruel. I was so stressed without realizing how stressed I was. How many of you feel like you can't take vacation or take time off without feeling guilty about the work that needs to be done? How many of you feel that there isn't enough time in the day? Or do you have to-do items that roll over day to day? Would it be okay if I show you how I took control over my calendar and became more peaceful and fulfilled, and how I teach my clients to have that as well? Well, it all starts with my 3 P's of planning. The 3 P's are power, prioritize, and profits. First P, power. Exercise your power to say no to distractions that don't serve you or move you towards your goal. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you're the one that should do it. For example, after helping that company get sold, I agreed to help a friend with her growing jewelry business. She taught me the skills needed, and the first pair of earrings I made, somebody bought off of my head. This was so exciting. So I was working with her, making money while having fun, and had total freedom over my time. And I had not been happier. And I had hired a photographer to take pictures of my designs, and I needed marketing materials. And as my designs developed, I wanted pictures of the new, better pieces. And I'm also passionate about photography. So I thought, why should I pay him to do it? I can do it myself. And I did it. I recreated his studio in my 1-bedroom apartment in New York City. And it took me 2 days to replicate what he did in a few hours. 2 days that could have been spent doing revenue producing activities. I didn't value my time as much as I valued money, and my time was worth way more. Just because somebody asks you to do something doesn't mean you have to be the one to do it. The key is acknowledge the request, look and see if it will forward you towards your goal, and if not, respectfully decline or make a counter proposal or delegate to someone else. It's critical to manage the expectations. And my suggestion is always respond positively first. If you respond, sorry, I can't, nope, not possible, the person making the request is going to be defensive, is going to be upset. That's going to stop future negotiation or future conversation. If you start with, I'd love to help you, and I don't have the time right now, or yes, and can you do this for me instead so I could free up time? Yes, and now they're open to working out a solution for you. I learned how to say no, like I just explained. I managed others' expectations. I got to leave work at 6 most nights and nobody was upset with me. What I really learned was how to apply my 3 Ps of planning and moved away from the busyness and became more productive. The next P is prioritize. Are you doing what's most important or avoiding sales calls to work on your website? Again, plan the work and work the plan according to what's most important to you. I work with my clients to create a simple plan with realistic goals to have power and freedom with their calendars. How many of you schedule time for planning in your calendar? And do you plan your time realistically? I suggest schedule everything in your calendar. I hate to break it to you, but you have the same 24 hours in a day that everyone else does. Nobody's figured out a way to change that. Although I've been trying and I've been hoping. You can always make more money, but you can't make more time. Like a jigsaw puzzle, you have the border and all the pieces need to fit inside. You have your day and now you get to decide how you're going to fill that container. I would advise you to schedule everything. Schedule time for sleep. If working out is important to you, put that in your calendar and honor that commitment to yourself. Be realistic about the time also. If you need time to set up anything for a meeting, schedule it. If you plan to shower after your workout, and I encourage that, include time for that in the time that you blocked off for the workout. Date nights, schedule them. If meditation is important, schedule it. Family time, schedule it. If you don't schedule the time accurately, our days start slipping as we start running. The third P is profits. Do you plan for profits? Oh, there we go. Sorry, we're a little bit off on this slideshow. Do you plan for profits? Do you have a budget? Budget is not a four-letter scary word, although some people get really upset when I say that. A budget is simply that if everything goes as expected, will you have money left over after you've paid all your expenses? And the benefit of that is when you do the budget, if you don't like the end result, if you don't like the profit number, you still have time to affect it. You can change it. You can make more money, raise prices. You can cut expenses. You can see what actions you need to take because it's just a plan. With a customized plan, I help my clients make more money, and I will help you grow your business by knowing your numbers. And on that point, I have a free gift that I would like to offer you. If you go to my website, if you go to www.empoweredwithnancy.com/free gift, this is a great report that I just recently created. 3 crucial numbers you need to measure for a thriving business and more free time. Free gift, I will put the link in the chat as well for you. Many people are uncomfortable with budgets. When I work with my clients, I make it easy for them and show them that it's not scary. And I love this quote by John Maxwell, and I share it all the time. A budget is people telling their money where to go instead of wondering where it went. And I retweaked it that a plan is people telling their time where to go instead of wondering where it went. In 1994, publicity campaign expert Lynette Hoy. Hang on one quick second. All right, folks, thank you for bearing with us through our little technical challenge there. And I am so excited that today is moving along so gracefully. We have just a couple of minutes here, and I'm going to be bringing up our next speaker. Let me take a swallow of water here real quick. This is quite the day. It's already 12:22. We're 1/4 of the way through our summit. And I'm so excited that we were able to accomplish this great feat in spite of our travel schedule and dealing with family matters. So I'm really thrilled that I just said yes. So next after Nancy, we're going to be bringing up to the stage Lynette Hoy. So I'll have her formal introduction, but would also like to informally welcome her too. Okay. Since 1994, publicity campaign expert Lynette Hoy has practiced public relations in different capacities, inclusive of founding her firm, Fire Talker PR, 11 years ago. The fire chief has worked with organizations like the National Institutes of Health, the American Cancer Society to put their products, services, and events on the map. In the profit sector, Lynette has turned C-suite executives into speakers and thought leaders featured in major media, including CNN, MSNBC, Inc. magazine, Fortune magazine, to name a few. A fiery connector and idea generator, Lynette's VIP mentoring program and other services increase the bottom line. Welcome to the stage,
Thank you, Bettina. It's a pleasure to be here again with everyone.
Great to have you.
So today, I'd like to start off by asking you a question. I know some of you are off camera, so if you can come on camera so I can see you, that would be awesome. And if not, that's okay too. But I'd like to see a show of hands for those of you that are with us. How many of you would like to grow your business by getting interviewed in the media? I'm going to assume that means everybody. And adding this to your marketing strategy is critical in reaching exponential growth. And you can do this. So many people come from a place of scarcity. They think getting interviewed by the media, what? What does that even mean? How do I do it? What? And they get overwhelmed. And that's coming from a place of scarcity. When we change our mindset, and we've been talking about mindset a lot today, it means we're coming from a place of abundance. So that means having the thoughts going through your head that say, there are more reporters out there and journalists than I can ever serve. So if you think about how that feels when you even say it, it's a true shift in mindset. And I have helped hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people over the years to become that sought after expert that the media is clamoring for. You need to build know, like, and trust with an audience of millions, because so many of us fall into that dilemma of what happens when the referrals stop or slow down. And you don't want to have to ever worry about that. Consistently having warm leads coming into your business through media exposure, when you get the opportunity to truly showcase yourself as the expert you are, it means that you get to take that all the way to the bank. But before we can become that go-to expert for the media, we need to prepare. That's a big part of it, is preparation. And so today I'm going to touch on a few things that you can do to get started to make sure that you're visible out there. Because here's the thing. Down the line, when you're prepared and you've got an online media kit set up that's very professional, you've got a press room, and these are all things that I teach folks, you need to be searchable. So if they like your story, they like your pitch, they're going to let their fingers do the walk-in, and they're going to see how you are showing up online. And if you're nowhere to be found, that can be a problem. They may move on, likely they will, in my experience, they will move on to the next expert because they need some validation. And here's a few things that they look for. First of all, how we're showing up on social media. Now, this doesn't mean that we have to have 100,000 followers or gazillions of people that are showering us and with adoration. But what we do need to do is be able to show up on LinkedIn, for example, with something as simple as a very professional photo. So if you've got a photograph, and we likely all know this, I hope you all know this, but in case you don't, if there's a photo of you on your LinkedIn profile with sunglasses on, not a good idea. And maybe at the beach or with a virtual background of the Bahamas or something, that's not what we want. That kind of image belongs on your personal profile, on your Facebook page. That's your personal presence. So we also need to have branding. So whatever your header image is on your LinkedIn page needs to resonate, needs to be the same as it is on your Facebook business page. as well as that professional photo. The other thing that you want to have on LinkedIn is a LinkedIn business page. And that's easy enough to research online and find out how to do it. It's very simple, but it's all about branding. Something else that really plays for the media is when they look to your LinkedIn profile, which is one of the main profiles they look at to check your credibility. How many testimonials do you have? When is the last time you posted? Are you active? Are you posting videos, which is also a big thing because they want to see how you show up. Do you have a professional background? Are you looking into the camera? And are you showing up in such a way that showcases that you can form a sentence, that you can actually come forward and put ideas together, your 3 hot topics, whatever it is, they want to see that you can show up well. So that's really important. Give yourself a review, an audit of your social media, and make sure that you're being really professional where you need to be. Something else within that social media framework, manage your reputation well. Something else the media looks at. If you are polarized in your opinions, stop doing that. If you have posts that maybe are public, even if they're not public, you'd be astounded at how those posts get found. A lot of it ends up being through others that follow us. Maybe they share our content. So make sure that you are being positive and productive and have an essence of well-being in how you present yourself. The next thing is to grow your content on the internet. And what does that mean? LinkedIn articles are one of the best ways to boost your SEO as long as you're linking back to your personal blog on your website. So it starts with blogging on your personal website. You've got to have a website presence too. Make sure you've got an active blog. You can repurpose by taking elements of that longer blog post that's on your website and create another article with some of those points on LinkedIn. Use a really great image. That's always really important, but always backlink, always link back to that blog post. Another place that I recommend my clients go is medium.com. Post articles there, maybe from a few other points on that main blog that you're repurposing, and write about that. And again, link that back to your blog. So you're taking words, things that you're talking about. Maybe it's wellness. For example, many of my clients or many of the people that I work with focus on eating well. So the words eating well would link back to the blog on your website that goes into great depth about eating well. So you get my point. The next thing that you can do to increase your visibility online so that when the media comes looking for you, that you're showing up, is through your photos. If you've had an amazing photo shoot, which you should, take those photos, load them into your website, into your media library, and grab so that they have links. Everything that you load into a media library on a website, and you can talk to Lee more about this. She's doing websites through Bettina, through their program, and those links are really important. You need to establish that. If you do that, then those photos become searchable. So when they go looking for you and they click on images in the search, they're going to see a dozen or more images of you. If there's someone else with your name, you want to make sure that you have more photos online than they do. So it's just another way that you can show up. So review your social media, do an audit, think about those things that I just talked about, grow your content, Make sure you're blogging. Make sure you're posting articles on LinkedIn and on another platform like medium.com. And I talk more about guest posting with clients as well. And I'm going to tell you how to reach out to me here in a moment. And then the next thing is to add images. So if you focus on just those few things over the next couple of months, it will really help you in preparing for that next step and getting visible enough to where you can then begin to get credible through media coverage and what's out there and ultimately profitability, because that's what we want. We want those warm leads that we get through those media interviews to convert. Now, I would love to give you a free gift today that focuses on some of these things that I've been talking about, gives you other ways that you can get publicity sooner than later, which is getting interviewed by the media. And that I am putting into the chat right now. It's igniteyourvisibility.com. So get that free download. The other thing that I want to offer you today is 30 minutes with me. I want to come from my heart and truly help you answer some of your questions that you might have from what I just talked about today. And that is chatwithlynette.com. And then you can also visit my website for more information, firetalkerpr.com. And that is my little presentation for you today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lynette. Oh my goodness. I am so excited to be working with you. Before we take a question from Lee, I also want to mention that Lynette and I have put together a package where she and I together will help you with your media. And it is called Just in the Nick of Time VIP Press Release Services. So we can get your press release out there and get it written, and you get the interview, and it's going to be really great. It's valued at $14.97. And because we're offering specials here at the summit, you get it for $9.97 today. So now let's wrap up with taking a question out of the audience. Lee, take it away.
Hey, Lynette, I just want to add to what you're saying, because I don't know why people stopped doing what they always used to do that was always successful, which was talking to mainstream media, and they opted to going into these little channels of podcasts. Like, I don't know what the disconnect was. I think it was just easier, and there was a sway of, oh, she's doing it, I'm going to follow her, and the bar was lowered almost, is what I figured, and it was just easier and less, evasive to your being. Because a lot of people, they say, oh, if I talk to the media, I get rejected. That means that your platform, your business, your service is useless. And that's a hard thing for people to grasp. And I'll tell you what I did. And I ended up getting more media coverage than anyone I know for a really stupid product like insurance. And what I did was I identified the main companies. There's Global TV, Toronto Star, The Sun, CTV, CBC. Like, I identified all those organizations that I considered would give me free media. And I considered each one of those my media department. And if I had that media department, I need to get to know who writes about what I'm doing and what they're going to write about next. And all that, and that doesn't take away from what I have in my business, because then I've identified it. Then my second perspective is to meet that person. If they're part of my media department, I need to meet them. They need to know who I am, because they're not my department if we don't have a relationship. So I would call them, introduce myself, and promote, and basically say, I've got a story about this. I think your listening audience would enjoy it, but I'm also going to supply you with information because I am an insider in this industry. And once I start to supply these businesses with information, I slipped into them using me as an authority. And the other thing I would do, which was kind of nice, and I fell into it, is that if I read something that, let's say, the Prime Minister said, or somebody of authority said something that I, let's say, disagreed with, I would contact that writer and I would point out why I disagreed and maybe this would be a better alternative. That writer then would add my name in context with the authority, and all of a sudden it would elevate me to incredible levels. So those are the things I did that I promote, and I would love to meet up with you too. So I'll consider myself the 30-minute person.
Yeah, everything that you're saying is very relevant, and these are all things that I work with my clients on different levels. I have different packages, but the first step, which I always go into, is how people are showing up, because to build up that visibility platform is really step one, and then I go into media research. I go into all sorts of different things that help people grow to the point where they then become that go-to expert that the media is clamoring for. And I would like to just quickly comment that podcasting is a form of media attention, and it's a phenomenal way to grow your business. I never look at podcasting as a low bar item ever. It's a part of media and it should be leveraged for growth. Absolutely. And I would love to talk to you, Lee. So please send me an email.
But here's what I also tell people that get involved in the media and podcasts and even radio stations: measure your results. And if you're not getting anything from that, move on and find a network that will give you results.
Yeah, and I think that's also very true. I think it's just like when I just mentioned media research, finding the right podcast, getting your message nailed down, how you're presenting, what lead gen are you presenting when you're interviewed. There's several steps that go into that, and it's never an automatic thing. Getting media attention and making money from that is a long-term goal, and it's something that you must do very consistently, and it's very doable. It can be done, but it's not an overnight success.
Yeah, you have to build it into your business plan.
That's correct.
So
into your marketing plan.
Yes, exactly. I would love to debate further. We should just open the lines for debates. I love it.
Oh, I don't know that we're debating. I think that we're most certainly bringing value to everybody in the room.
I know, it was really wonderful. Anyone else want to join in? Bettina, you're off mic.
Let's take some other input. I know I'm going to be introducing Angela Hall here, who helped Lynette with her program not too long ago. Maybe she can step up her mic here. And I know we had a comment also from Alan Roberts out of the UK, and he wears dark glasses and from a visual impairment, and he does that for his eye safety. And maybe Robert might have a question or two about how he shows up in the world. Go ahead and unmute, Alan. Great to see you again. There you are.
Yeah, this is a problem I find all the time. If I take my glasses off, my eyes suffer. And I've got two 40-watt bulbs, a very low light, and that's how I kind of live. I kind of struggle to get around. But on a computer, particularly, I need to have the glasses because my eyes strain like mad. So 90% of my photographs are always with dark glasses on.
Lynette, do you want to make a comment about that? Oops, you're muted. You're muted.
I was having a hard time hearing you, Alan. Can you repeat that?
I can't find my others. Okay. My eyes suffer very badly from the light. So I've got very limited sight, but when I look at a computer, it just dazzles me, and I have to wear dark glasses. I wear dark glasses all the time, basically. So all my photographs, every time I'm on Zoom or anything like that, I always wear glasses. So all my photographs will be with dark glasses. And I've noticed that public speaking, I can't link to the audience as well. They can't see my eyes. They have no idea where I'm looking. I find it a permanent problem.
Yeah, that is really challenging. And I would recommend that you do what you have to do, but wherever you can, insert, like when you're speaking, insert the fact that you have to wear glasses. So find a way in your story to incorporate that. Many people, for example, that are blind have to wear glasses of, darker nature. So it's really a matter of incorporating it into your story so that people understand.
Yes, and I believe Robert was blind there for a while, quite a while. And
I lost my eyesight completely 13 years ago, but I've had surgery, which is enough to get me around, but I really do have to protect my eyes.
That's one of the great reasons you can contact Lynette. We're going to have to move on to our next speaker. Well, actually, it's a 5-minute spotlight for Angela Hall. So thank you so much, Lynette. I love working with you, and I'm sure we're going to do a lot of really great good with those of us that are part of your little world. So let me have Larry bring up our next slide, and this is regarding one of our lovely ladies that's just helped out Lynette most recently. Angela Hall is the CEO of That Helpful Chick, a virtual assistant and technology services company who loves serving entrepreneurs and small businesses with websites, CRMs, automation, and more. And they use practical approaches to solving their customers' challenges and a passion for discovering and mastering new software. Welcome, Angela. This is your first time up here in this summit. It's great to have you.
Hi.
Go ahead and open up your mic.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
So tell us, you've got about 5 minutes. Tell us a little bit about yourself. What got you started?
Oh, that's a long story. So I'll give you the really, really short version. I kind of fell into it after having health issues and needing to find another way to make an income for myself from working from home. And just kind of got my first client, and it just blew up from there 8 years later. Now I have a team, and we love what we do. We love the technology. And it was a pleasure to work with Annette recently. I've quite enjoyed that, and her information is phenomenal.
Yes, it is. And you came in last minute on a project that she was working on that was very time sensitive. Yeah. And you saved her bacon pretty much. I think she made a comment just now in the chat. And so you have processes in place. You probably have seen every challenge known to man or woman, right? Along the lines of running a business. Yeah. And so you work with CRMs, you work with processes. What else can you offer in the way of services so folks can get a glimmer into your world?
Well, I like to refer to myself as a professional problem solver, miracle worker, and tech geek. So what I do, we help our clients with their back-end systems. Sometimes it's easier to say what we don't do, and that's write content or do social media. Everything else, CRMs, video editing, websites, membership sites, anything technology, payment processors. We make all your systems talk to each other. Another thing that I specialize in is helping people find the right systems for them, their business, and their budget. Because in the 8 years I've been doing this, I've worked in pretty much every software there is. And if I haven't worked in it, I have no problem figuring it out because they're pretty much all the same.
Yes, I'm a software techie too. So thank you so much for joining us. How can folks get a hold of you today to help with all of their projects?
If they like, they can check out my website, which is thathelpfulchick.com. If they'd like to book a quick call, they can go there. I put it in the chat, and I'll go ahead.
Bookacall.pro, bookacall.pro, reach out to Angela, who will help you with all of your projects. Last minute's not always the best thing that can happen, but in this case, it turned out to be the best thing for Lynette. And so thank you so much for introducing us, Lynette, to Angela. And
right.
I'm sure you'll be a great resource to the We Empower You community.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. So next up, I have one of my favorite speakers that I've known and worked with for over 20 years. And I'm going to have the mute all button come up here. See if I can go ahead. Patrick. First, his slide. There we go. And let's get the music out. There we go. Has staying home got you interested in getting published? Do you want to turn your book into a bestseller? Want to become a highly paid professional speaker, consultant, or life coach? I'm not quite sure what's happening there. There's some kind of audio going on.
I think Lee is unmuted.
Okay, there we go.
The idea whether or not other buildings in the immediate area are concerned with any other buildings.
I'm not sure what's happening here. Just give me a second. I just love technology glitches. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start over again. Has staying home got you interested in getting published? Do you want to turn your book into a bestseller? Want to become a highly paid professional speaker, consultant, or life coach? If so, then don't miss this opportunity to get personal instruction from international best-selling author of Creating Your Own Destiny, which has sold upwards of over 1 million copies in 5 languages and 108 countries worldwide since 2001. This book and his second book, The Affluent Entrepreneur, have both been purchased by John Wiley & Sons. He is also a contributing author to Chicken Soup for the Soul. His newest book, Boy Entrepreneur, was published in 2014. He has also recently published a 26 audiobook set on Audible titled Becoming a Best-Selling Author. Who is this? Why, of course, none other than Patrick Snow. Welcome back, Patrick. Go ahead and unmute, and we'll get you on the airwaves.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Bettina. Can you guys all hear me okay?
We sure can.
All right. Well, I am honored and thrilled to be back yet again. I want to thank Lee. I want to thank Bettina. I want to thank all the sponsors, all the other great speakers. I enjoyed the message from Lynette earlier, from the other speaker on time management. I think Nancy. I just want to thank you guys all. I love coming to these events. I think this is the 7th or 8th or 9th. I try to stick around and listen to as many as I can, and I learn from all of you. So I'm just thrilled to be here. And I know some of you heard me before. I try to mix it up and share new information. I've been in this publishing space for a very long time. I'm going to be 54 years old here soon. And I started in this personal growth and development industry at 17 years old, speaking, and continued down that path. And finally at 26, I realized that nobody was taking me serious. And so I looked at my mentors, Brian Tracy, Zig Ziglar, Tony Robbins, Dr. Stephen Covey, Mark Victor Hansen, Jack Canfield. And I asked myself, why is it that they're able to make it as a professional speaker and I'm not? And the answer I got back completely changed my life. And what I heard from universe, from spirit, from God, from source was this, and I want you to write this down. because this has changed my life. I heard back, if you want what others have, you must do what others have done, and you'll get what others have gotten. Because up until that point, you know, I'd done 300 or 400 speeches. I got free breakfast and free lunch and free pens and free food and free parking and free this and free that. And finally, I wanted to make a difference and get paid to do this. And so what I heard back and what I learned was all these professional speakers, they had one thing in common. And that one thing in common was they successfully wrote and published a book. And then they used that book as their platform to speak on, to launch a speaking, coaching, and consulting career. And so that's when everything changed for me, when I realized at 26, I needed to take action on that. And I guess, Bettina, before I go any further, I want to ask you, how much time do I have? What time do you want me to finish? Because I could go for 5 minutes, or I could talk for 5 years on this.
Yeah, 15
So
more minutes.
15, so go to 10 past the hour.
There you go.
Perfect. Okay, so there I was, 26 years old, trying to figure out how to make it in this business. I got a C in high school English, a C in college rhetoric. And so, yeah, you can argue that I'm a best-selling author today, but I've never been a best writing author. And I think that perfectionism is what holds people back. So I knew that I needed to write and publish a book, but I didn't know how. And I learned early on in my speaking career that you got to taste your vision, then touch your vision, then smell your vision, then own your vision, and then emotionalize your vision. And finally, once you learn to own that vision, the how presents itself. So all I had was passion, determination, and sheer grit. And I was going to get a book published. So I spent 5 years of my life and $20,000 making all kinds of mistakes, writing and publishing the first edition of Creating Your Own Destiny. And then to my surprise, I got my first paid speaking engagement, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. And all these years later, we've done upwards of about 3,500 paid speaking engagements on 4 continents. My keynote speaking fee is 25 grand. I've never been paid 25 grand, but the most I've been paid to speak from stage is 20. Many of the gigs are 5, 10, 15,000, 12, 15, you know, in that range, 7,500. We as speakers, we go by the golden rule, and that is whomever has the gold makes the rules. So we need to be flexible and accept whatever amount of monies the meeting planners are offering. And oftentimes they might not have a budget whatsoever. So then we speak to sell, or we speak for sales as opposed to speaking for a fee. And so what I did was write and publish this book. And as soon as I did that, people started asking me 22 years ago, who was the editor? How did you publish it? Did you print in China, Canada, US? What about ISBN number, Library of Congress number? What about cover design? How did you get your testimonials? What about Amazon and Barnes & Noble? And Patrick, how did you get your book in Arabic and Russian and Spanish and Indonesian? How do you sell the English language rights in India and Africa and Southeast Asia? How? And so my mistake, I never really thought that I would grow up and be a writing coach, a publishing coach, a book marketing coach, a speaker coach, or a coaching coach. I just kind of fell into this. But what I've learned in this career over all of these years is that we are paid based on the value and perceived value that we bring to the marketplace. So if you're not happy with the level of income that you're currently earning right now, there's only one person to look at for that reason. And that's not the economy, it's not your bank account, it's not your education or lack thereof. There's only one reason why you are not being paid what you want to achieve your dreams, goals, and vision, and that is that you are not bringing enough value to the marketplace. So how, as a thought leader, can you bring more value to the marketplace? Well, the number one most respected career in North America today, per Dan Poynter, is that of a brain surgeon. The number two most respected career in North America today is that of a published author. So if you're trying to be a highly successful speaker, sought after coach, author, and you don't have a book, you can't get booked. Yes, you can get free breakfast, free lunch, free dinner, free pens, free food, free parking. You might get 500 if you're really good, maybe 1,000, maybe 2,500, but you're not going to get $10,000, $15,000 to speak without a coach, without a book. And oh, by the way, we know that the coaching space is very, very crowded. And what I've learned is about 80% of these entrepreneurial coaches, and I love them all because I am one and I am the same DNA as they are, 80% of them are starving. And the reason why they're starving is they've got all of these coaching credentials, and I'd say get as many of those that you can. But what they're missing is that distinguishing factor that sets them apart, where they can stand up and shout out to the world and get the attention, like Lynette Hoy was talking about, from the media as a published author. Because when you do not have a book, you're viewed as an amateur, a hobbyist, a wannabe, a maybe, a someday. And I was treated like that forever. And at 31 years old, I wrote and published Creating Your Own Destiny. And then as a result of doing that, I got featured as a front page cover story in USA Today. And then I got in the New York Times, and then I got in Forbes magazine. And then I got another 100 other publications around the world. And then I did 1,000 radio and TV and podcast interviews. And I thought to myself, I'm no different than I was a few years ago. What's the only difference? Well, the difference is that I was now a published author with my C in college English. And then they treated me differently. And then they called me Mr. Snow, and can you come speak at our event instead of Patrick? And it was a whole different level of respect. So my point of it is, if you have huge goals and dreams and visions, as I do, as we all do, and you want to double or triple or quadruple your income, you want to be a highly paid professional speaker, you want to be a best-selling author, and you want to be a sought-after coach, you need to add more value to the marketplace. And I believe the foundation of that value is writing and publishing a book. And then you stand on that book on this platform, building 4 streams of income as like 4 legs of a table. And those 4 legs could be book sales, professional speaking, coaching, and then consulting. So without a book, you're going to struggle. With a book, you'll be blown away, because now it's not just you, as Lynette Hoy mentioned. Now you get the media behind you. And now you get tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of dollars of free publicity. And I will tell you, probably illegally, I did this, but it wasn't immorally done. I made probably 5,000 photocopies of that front page USA Today cover story. And I think I have that here. I should probably show that to you guys. Over the years, I made 5,000 photocopies of this article. There's myself and my 2 boys, and it says Patrick is author of the book Creating Your Own Destiny. And then I mailed that out with 5,000 copies of my book to meeting planners, to podcasters, to radio and TV producers, to coaching prospects. And then what happens? Millions of dollars of revenue have come in over 25 or 30 years, because now it just wasn't me tooting my own horn. Now I had the media tooting my own horn, and I could never afford to pay millions of dollars of advertising. So as a coach, I focus, and I recommend that you focus on marketing your business, not on advertising your business. So through this process, it's easy to be overwhelmed. And so what I've done over the last 25 years is I've created a completely turnkey system to help you write and publish your book, help you become a best-selling author, help you become a highly paid professional speaker, help you become a sought-after coach. I teach media training and publicity and branding, small business and entrepreneurship, because all of this fits inside this information empire. And my goal is to help you take the time and the money out of the process. For me, it was 5 years and 20 grand. Now I'm getting my clients published in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and their total investment is $10,000, $11,000, $12,000. So if you got $12,000 into your book and you turn out 100 grand a year in extra coaching income, an extra 50 grand a year in speaking income, and an extra 25 grand a year in book sales, you just made $175,000 on a year in which you spent $12,000 writing and publishing your book. I don't even think you can go to community college for a year for $12,000. I think it was Benjamin Franklin who said the best investment that you can make is to empty your wallet or purse and put it into your head. And once you've done that, they can never take that investment away from you. Abraham Lincoln said the only way the dead can teach the yet unborn is through the written page. And there's another quote that says there's only two things you can leave behind on this earth. One is your children, and the other is your art. So with all of the complexities of doing this, I want you to know there's 100 decisions to make in the process of writing and publishing a book. And as your coach, as your project manager, as your production coordinator, I will help you make every one of those last decisions correctly. So you get a world-class 250 to 300 page hardcover book. Instead of what a lot of people do is they create a 40 or 50 or 60 page booklet with a cover that's soft cover and curls up to the sky. And when you send that to a meeting planner, it looks like you're a $250 speaker. When my 1,500 clients that I've published over 25 years send out their 250 page hardcover book, they look like they're a 10 or a 15 or a $20,000 speaker. And so the flow chart is, number one, you write the book. Number two, you send it to the meeting planner or the coaching prospect. Number three, they book you as a speaker because they get your book, and on your book is an arrow and it points to your website, and on your website, your highlight video. And there they see your passion, your enthusiasm, your humor. And then they book you as a speaker because of the book. Then you get on stage. And then the audience falls in love with you because you humor, entertain, and inspire them. And then you make a coaching offer at the end of that event, as well as a book offer. So now they go to the back of the room, and they buy $1,000, $2,000 worth of books. And then you offer a complimentary, no obligation consultation to all the attendees. And then you go home, and over the next month, you collect another $25,000, $30,000 in coaching revenue from the members that were in the audience that fell in love with you because they went to a baseball game and they want to take home a foul ball. They went to the circus and they want the cotton candy. They went to your event and now they want you in their life as their virtual mentor and coach for life. So had you not written the book, you would have missed out on the $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 in backroom book sales, and you would have missed out on the $20,000 to $25,000 in coaching. And oh, by the way, I didn't even tell you this, you're going to get 5 to 10 spin-off speaking engagements because of the book. And so that's what I do. Is I interview you, I ask you, and I find out what are your goals, what are your dreams, what are your visions. Remember, your book is your speaking engagement. Your speaking engagement is your book. Your book is your coaching practice. Your coaching practice is your book. Your book is your consultancy. Your consultancy is the book. And the good news is all of you already have all of your content for your book already created. So I'm going to help you dig deep and dive deep and repurpose all of the material that you've created over the last 20 years and package it into one 250-page hardcover book. And then you're going to self-publish so you own 100% of the rights and keep 100% of the profits. We do put a New York logo on the book, so you own the rights, but you have the benefit of the branding of a New York logo, and yet you make every last decision. And so through that process, I'm going to take you through 5 steps to become a best-selling author. Number 1 is to spend the rest of your life promoting your book. The best way to promote your book is to speak, because when you speak, business happens. And the speaking is not just on stage in front of big audiences. It can be podcasts, can be teleseminars, can be Facebook Lives. So you don't always have to get dressed up and showered and get on a plane and go do this. You can do this from home. Number 2, you need to have a world-class cover. Number 3, you need to have a compelling title. Number 4, you need to have a hook of an introduction that's you and your, not I and me. And then number 5, you need to have great content. So I lock arms with you and I help you do all of those things. And then at the end of the day, you have a world-class book that your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and 10 generations from now will remember Grandma Bettina or Grandpa, Paul, or grandmother Mia, great-great-grandmother Mia Tepper in California, who's one of my clients and an amazing author in her own right and speaker. So my point of it is, the world's greatest marketing secret in the history of our business is to write and publish your book. Use that book as your hook, your magnet, your lead generation tool, your physical website. And then you strategically give those books away to the people who have the ability to hire you for speaking, coaching, and consulting. And then you become an unstoppable force of power. And as you do that, great things will happen. So I'm going to offer you guys a bunch of freebies today, and then I'm going to make you a coaching offer and give you my phone number. So for those of you that are interested, in learning more about this information empire industry, adding more value to your business and your life, the 5 or the 4 freebies that I'm going to give you. Number 1, 12 tips to triple your coaching income. I had a client within 90 days make $32,000 in coaching income using my coaching strategies. Number 2, 20 professional speaker secrets. Number 3, 21 mistakes to avoid when writing and publishing your book. Number 4, world's greatest marketing secret. So if you want those freebies, send me an email, patrick@patricksnow.com. Again, patrick@patricksnow.com. If you're interested in becoming a sought-after coach, a professional speaker, an author, or maybe you already have your book published, but you're bummed that you've only sold 47 copies on Amazon, and you want to sell 47,000 copies or 470,000 copies, I would be thrilled to offer any of you in any of these categories a complimentary, no obligation, 30, 60, or 90-minute consultation. And the best way to schedule that session with me is to send me a text on my private cell phone number. That's 206-310-1200. Again, that's 206-310-1200. When you send me the text, make certain that you give me your name and give me your time zone. I live in Maui, Hawaii, so I'm 3 hours behind the West Coast. And so I need your time zone so I can strategically figure out the best time for us. And then let me know that you heard about me on the Bettina Carey We Empower You event. And then I will get back to you and we will schedule a 30, 60, 90-minute session to help you add more value to the world, whether it be in the speaking industry, publishing industry, book marketing industry, or coaching industry. So I want to finish with these questions. If not you, then who? I don't think there's anybody else on planet Earth that has the experience and the DNA and the wisdom and brilliance that you have. If not this, then what? I don't know what other product that you can actually create for $15 and turn around and sell for 2x at $30. You can't buy a Mercedes-Benz for $100,000, drive it for 30 days and sell it for $200,000, but you can print your hardcover book at $15 and sell it for $30. And you can do that for the rest of your life. So if not you, then who? If not this, then what? If not now, then when? And if not here, then where? I believe in you. I've made all the mistakes. I've done everything wrong in this industry. I have a whole team of editors and proofreaders and printers and ebooks and audiobooks and what else? Anything and everything in this information empire system. I have a whole team of vendors. We work together with you. You give me a date in which you want your book in print, and I create you a work back project management schedule so that we hit that date. So in closing, I challenge you to think it, ink it, believe it, achieve it. Think about your dreams, goals, and visions. Ink those visions, dreams, and goals into a book. Believe in yourself, and then you can achieve anything in this world that you want. So thank you very much, Bettina. I so love being a part of this. This is the 8th or 9th or 10th event. Let's give Bettina a hand. I love what you and Lee are doing with this. And I'm going to stick on here as long as I can because I want to learn from everybody else. God bless everybody. Take care. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Patrick. That was awesome, as always. And of course, you do, in conjunction with Mary West, the Unstoppable show on Thursdays at 1 p.m. now. And so I'm going to go ahead and introduce Mary's video from June so that she gets a little bit of a plug here as well. But you were great, and that's a tongue twister if I ever heard one. Only you can deliver that. So Mary West is the producer of the Patrick and Mary Unstoppable Author Interview Series. Patrick Snow is the host, and Valerie Harris from Harris Marketing is the sponsor. She is known as the Connector. Mary has a passion for connecting and networking with others and business owners in particular. She's also the proud owner and founder of the Mary West Network. She's been networking for over 19 years and is writing a book called Networking Your Way to Success. Mary has been married to John for 46 years, and they have 4 wonderful grown children and 4 awesome grandchildren. She's on the road today, so we're playing her June 8th summit video. Join the network.
No audio.
Oh, we're having a little bit of a technical glitch. Patrick, would you go ahead and take it away and talk about the Unstoppable show? Go ahead and unmute.
Sure. Every Thursday, Mary West and I, we host the Patrick and Mary Unstoppable Author Interview Series on Zoom. It's every Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. We interview and feature a different author that we published over the last 25 years in their book. And so last week we had Elias Canaris from Auckland, New Zealand. The week before we had, let me see, we had Darren Watkins, who wrote the book about the 1916 Washington State Cougars winning the first national championship in Rose Bowl. This week out of California, tomorrow we have Meredith Herrenbrock. And Meredith, this book, and I'll just show you a picture of this to give you an idea. Her book is titled Becoming Ridiculously Awesome. And the subtitle is And Who Doesn't Want That? So it's a 1-hour interview with a 15-minute Q&A at the end, and it's a live event. We typically have 10, 15, 20 attendees on the Zoom, but we record these, and that way all of the authors can use them on their own video. We post them on our author publishers group with about 3,000 members. We post them on all of our social medias, so the recording is evergreen. So join us each week where we feature a different author. And it's a lot of fun, and you get to meet and network with some really cool people just like yourself all over the world.
Awesome.
Should I tell them how to log in? I guess
Yes,
they
go ahead
probably
and
need that.
talk about that.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
we'll also
And I know
put it
we
in
have
the
a
chat.
link somewhere, but just write this down. This is easier than the link. So just go to zoom.us. Again, zoom.us, Thursdays at 1 p.m. Hit join a meeting, the ID number 915-737-2636. Again, 915-737-2636. And then the password is MW Network, like Mary West, MW Network. The first 3 letters are capitalized, MWN are capitalized, and the rest is lowercase. So MW Network, first 3 capped. And that is the sign on to get on our Zoom every Thursday, 1 p.m. for 75 minutes.
Yes, it's short and sweet and to the point. And I have a show that comes on just as you're starting yours, but I always make a point to show up and get value for the moments that I'm there. And it's really wonderful. Thank you so much for co-creating that with Mary.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go behind the scenes once more and to get my slide up for our next speaker, who this is again pre-recorded from our June summit. We have Brian Gregory up next. And first we'll bring up his slide and then hopefully we'll get his video up there. Okay. Now, the video is coming, so bear with me 1 second. We'll leave his slide up for just a second longer. I'm waiting for my email to arrive with the actual video. We're having a little technical difficulty back here. So Brian Gregory, the CEO of Admanity and the creator of the Admanity Protocol, the world's first emotional algorithm for small business brand analysis. And the Admanity Protocol can analyze any company's brand in 5 minutes online and then create agency level advice on how that business should market and advertise emotionally to reach those most likely to buy. The algorithm identifies the ideal tactics, strategies, and ad formulas that can be used, as well as a myriad of other marketing recommendations. It is a breakthrough for small businesses that need the strategies, as well as for the ad agencies that are hired to create them. He has been an entrepreneur for 40 years and has spent 20 years in the magazine, publishing, advertising, and agency realm. He's written the book, Sheep Don't Eat Complicated Grass. and is very passionate about the advantages of emotional marketing. He's an advertising sales master, author, speaker, and an expert on emotional marketing and branding tactics. Let me see about getting this up. It might take another few minutes. We're going to take a quick intermission while I get this set up.
So in keeping with Patrick's message, I should plug my book. I guess, you know, if I don't do that, I'm kind of dumb. So here's the book that you want to look for if you're interested in what I'm going to speak about. Sheep don't eat complicated grass. They don't like the complicated grass at all. And if you go to sheepdon'teatcomplicatedgrass.com, it's the only place on earth you can get the book. I don't try to sell too many books, but if you'd like to hand me $20,000 for a fee, then that would be fun. Let's do that. Anyway, I want to chat with you about something different today. I wanted to say hello to all my friends here at We Empower You. I feel like half of you are family at this point, and the other half, we're going to get you into the family. All right, so it's going to be a fun thing today. I'm going to do something a little different. We're going to mention the Advanity Protocol, and I know I won't even ask for a show of hands. I know the majority of people that are on this at the summit today have already had an Advanity Protocol test, and you were given the opportunity to take that test for free before the summit. And it's the same test that we charge $997 for online. So if you were to go to our website right now, it would cost you $997 to take that test that you got for free. So if you didn't take it yet, please do. You've been given by Bettina a very powerful gift, a very expensive one. It's a nice gift. But we're going to show you today how to make money with your business, not just from the better branding of it and all the things that the protocol will tell you, and those of you who experienced it, you know what I'm talking about, but from the gifting away of it. I'm going to make every one of you Santa Claus today. I'm going to show you each how you can make money by giving away my brand. I want you to just give me away to everybody you know, absolutely free. And in the process of doing that, I think I'll be able to show you how you can make more money in your business, hopefully, than you ever have before. So I'm going to start with that just to kind of get you excited, and we'll have a little, maybe a little time afterwards for a little Q&A. But I'm just going to whip through a quick slideshow. Don't worry, they're not boring slides. They're not bad slides. They're good slides. They're happy slides. They're interesting slides. So there won't be I don't believe in boring slideshows. And so we'll just get right into it. And I'm going to show you how to do something really, really cool. We just brought this out, I think 2 weeks ago. So this is really, really brand new. You're among the first people in the whole country to even hear about this program. So I'm going to share screen, which is always a nail biter moment here at the We Empower You office. Try to figure out how to make my slideshow work. Tina, help me out here. Where are you guys? You see the white screen, right? That's what you're seeing?
I would see the right screen.
Yeah, okay. So, go here. There we go. Now you see the words you may have heard of.
Yep,
right?
Got it.
Okay. Perfect.
You got to pop up in the way though.
Are you going to pop up in the way? What do you guys see?
I see a build order.
You see what? But it's very, very important that you understand that there are formulas and there are patterns. And so in advertising, it works exactly the same way. And human beings are conditioned to like the same things. What you need to know is which of those things is your brand best at? And what should we say and what should we show about your brand? And that's what that big book I just showed you tells you how to do. If you want to get that, that is absolutely fine. There's even a way to get that just by joining We Empower You. So I'm not here today to sell you $997 packages of our wisdom. One thing happened along the way. We built an email autoresponder. You know what that is? That's just a series of emails. And after somebody would take the test, we would start sending them these emails. And they were just nuggets of wisdom, right? They're just like a copywriting tip. And here's a tip on how to pick a great photo. Here's a tip on branding, marketing, advertising, something that every business person needs. And people loved these emails. And they started opening them and they started reading them. And we noticed that the emails were getting a 50% open rate. Now let that sink in. That's 50, not 15, 50. And those of you who know anything about email marketing know that that's pretty cool. And so we looked at that and we said, wow, there is a tool that we should be able to make available to the people in business that we're helping. We're giving them all this advice. Well, how could we help them with this? Because nobody I knew, we did 100 of these emails, 100 emails. It's 2 a week for a year. And the emails were getting open at an alarming rate and people were enjoying them. Nobody's opting out. It's like a dream come true. And so we made note of that. And then we also made note of who's buying these $997 packages from us. It was people in the business of helping other people. So we just heard Patrick say about Zig Ziglar, help others get what they want, right? So we did the same thing. We said, all these business coaches, these mentors, these teachers, these consultants, the people that are in the business of helping other people, they would like to have this. They want to be able to help the business. Why don't we give them the power to give our test to those people so that they could help them? And then that would make them the authority. That would make them a hero. And that would make them a popular new friend. And the people, everybody you give this test to, the same thing happens. They become an instant friend. They are all excited. They're hearing about their brand for the first time through different lenses. It's actually making really great sense to them. And they are saying thank you to you. It's a mind-blowing experience. And those of you back me up if you've had the protocol done, you know, it's kind of crazy. You know, 5 minutes after you start answering questions, we're giving you an intuitive analysis of your brand, and we've never met, and we never once asked you what you do for a living, but we can tell you how to do it. So we came up with a program, and the new program is called Sales Manatee. So, you know, we're very into the manatees over here. We got Pick Manatee, we got Sales Manatee, we got Ad Manatee. So you're gonna have to be very manic if you want to join our club. And basically what Sales Manatee is just an interface. It allows you to access the Ad Manatee protocol personally, so you can give it away. So you can give it to your prospects, your clients, to your friends, people you want to help. And you can give away with this new program. We've allowed you to give away as many Ad Manatee tests as you would like to give away each month. So you want to give it away to 5 people? Great. You want to give it away to 50 people? Greater. Want to give it away to 250? That's fine. We want to get our product in the hands of 1 billion small businesses across the country. Because if we do that, we're going to change small business across this country. We're not going to have an 80% failure rate. That's ridiculous. There's no reason 80% of small businesses should fail. Because 100% of the people in them are working their butts off, right? So we want to help everybody. We want to lift the high tide lifts all boats. So consider this a high tide moment. We want you to be able to give away our test for your benefit and for the benefit of those you give it to. And they'll get an email. You send it off. It takes about 15 seconds. It's literally name, email, send. That's all you have to do. If you can type their name and their email and hit send, you have just sent them the same test that we charge $1,000 for on our website. They'll get an email, they'll opt in, and they'll begin their test. 5 minutes later, they've got answers for their brand. They've got a personal portal, a digital place to see those answers, and that's maintained by us for free. They don't pay for the test. They don't pay for the portal. And then we give them access to Pick Manatee, 200 million stock photos and images, the best you'll ever find. It's a huge resource. Every business needs photos. The mind processes visually. So if you're not using photos in your presentations, you should, because they'll sell better. So get the photos. We can show you how to do that. Every single person you give the test to gets access to that library. So you've just given them a free $1,000 test. You've given them access to Pick Manatee. You've given them a digital portal filled with information. And the next thing that's going to happen is they're going to start to get those emails. Those emails will start to teach them about their business and about their brand. And every single one of those emails has a very special feature on it. Every single one of those emails has your name and your company name, because you're using this to build your business. You want to give this out to 1 million people if you can, because that's 1 million people going to get 100 emails, and every single one of those emails is going to have your name and your business name on it. And we're getting a 50% open rate. So if your emails aren't getting a 50% open rate, and by the way, a 10% click-through rate, which is astronomically high. That means they're clicking on the videos and the audios and the cool things. We have lots of interactivity in the video, in the emails. They're all professionally done. It would cost $100,000 to write these emails the way we've done it. It's pro-level email content marketing, pro-level videos, pro-level, pictures and everything we do. It's just fun, and almost nobody opts out. So we've given away 100 lessons on marketing. We've given away the portal access, and we've given away the Pick Vanity. We've given away the test that teaches them about their brand. And if they want to call us up and have a consultation, those are free too. So literally, you've opened the door. And I always tell people this new program is a better way to say hello. Most people go in selling. You get a prospect on the phone, you get a Zoom call going, and all. What do? We default to our sales mentality, and we start telling them about what we have and all the things we can do. But they're not really our friend yet. In fact, they're probably a little guarded. What this does is it disarms them. It makes them believe you're their friend because you are. You've just given. You've given a gift. You didn't schmooze them with something that looks like a bribe. You didn't give them tickets to the movies, which has very little value. And you didn't give away your own products. You didn't give away anything of your own. We don't want you giving away your stuff. We want you giving away our stuff. And you've given a perfect business gift. It's very, very hard to do. Those of you who understand gifting know there's nothing more productive than reciprocity. We'll talk about that. But it's very hard to find the right gift that suits business and all businesses. This does. So it fits that mold. And so we're going to allow you to be able to do that for the first time. You're going to be able to access the identity protocol anytime you want and just give our products away. And then the email nurture will kick in about 2 emails a week. And then they'll continue to educate them and remind them who their friend is, the person who did this for them. And before I tell you about reciprocity, I'm just going to tell you a couple quick stories. Now, I had one person do this. She sent out 7 tests. She made $42,000. Why? Because the people were expecting a sales pitch. They didn't get a sales pitch. They figured out that she was a nice person. They were more inclined to do business with her because they had first been given a gift. I just had a guy call me who's just been in the program 1 week. 1 week. On his first day, he made $10,000. How did he do that? Well, he told the prospect that he's a coach, and he told the prospect what was going to be included in the coaching. And he mentioned that vanity and said the person said, will you include that at vanity thing for free? And he said, why, yes, I will. Now, at the time, he wasn't even in our program. He just knew about it. And she bought 2 programs, $5,000 each. And obviously he joined and became part of it. And so he's very happy. But that's the power of gifting. When you give up front, you disarm and you make a friend. And it's so powerful. It's one of the most powerful things. I think Patrick mentioned Brian Tracy. He is quoted as saying it's one of the most powerful human aspects of emotionality, this concept called reciprocity. So if I approach you and we meet each other on the street and I say, hey, you look great today, you're very likely to say, thanks, so do you. It evens the score. If I am in a bar and I buy you a drink, well, you're probably going to sooner or later buy me a drink to be in reciprocity, aren't you? We as humans, it's a psychological feature. We want to close we want closure. We don't want to owe anybody. So when somebody does something nice for you, you will do something nice for them. When you gift this to them, they will ask about your business, ask about your brand, and they will let you explain what you do. And they will let you pitch. They will let you sell, and because it's a friend to friend conversation at that point. So we just let you sell from a much taller pedestal. Isn't that great? I mean, that's so much better than going in and selling and trying to worry about, we've got 30 minutes on a Zoom call. How am I going to do it? I don't even pitch anymore. I just say, can I give you a free test? Well, what's in the test? Well, we'll do these things. And then they're like, yeah, if it's free, sure, I'll take it. And all of a sudden I've made a friend. The next phone call, I sell. I don't sell on the first call anymore. On June 1st of this month, I had 8 appointments in my calendar, 8, which I didn't like. I started giving away tests. By the 3rd, I had 37 appointments in my calendar, validated, booked, good business people. I've given a gift. That's all it took. So I'm just sharing this with you to let you know that it actually does work. It seems so simple, but it really, really does work. So if you'd like to see a demo of this product, all you got to do, I'm putting my information in the chat. My email is there. By the way, if you didn't get a chance to get a free test yet, or you haven't heard about that, we'll make sure you get one. Bettina and I will make sure you get a free test. So you can email me there and tell me I need a free test. If you want to see how the software works, the cost on this is so low, it's $197 a month. And you can literally give away millions of dollars of our product for $197 a month. Month to month, by the way. Unlimited use, unlimited emails. And if you have other members of your team, let's say you have a team of 3 or 4 salespeople that may help you, they can all use it together. We don't charge extra for more people. So the whole idea here is to get this out there. We need 1 million businesses to have the identity protocol. That's 1 million businesses that know exactly what to do. And so if we can all do that, make a commitment in our mental consciousness that we will either be giving these tests away, or I know somebody who will be. Get this out there, folks. It'll help America. And there's just nothing better than giving gifts. I said I would make you all Santa Claus. I feel like Santa Claus every day. I got people thanking me all day long. How nice is that? Versus avoiding me as the sales guy. Oh no, sales guy, get back. He's going to try to sell us something. Guard your wallet. Look at it. He's in advertising on top of that. I don't get that anymore. I just get friendly people that want to know either how we're able to do this, how can it help them, tell me more. So for $197 a month, I believe I can change every one of your businesses. If you're a B2B consultant, you need to be emailing that email that's in the chat. Set up a time and I'll show this to you. Sincerely, it's changing people's game by helping everyone change their game. And so that's one of the things I wanted to tell you about today. That it's changing our game here, and I hope that you'll be curious enough to check it out. Our principle is curiosity, generosity, reciprocity. First, I make you curious. This works in everything you'll ever do. First, I make you curious. Then I become generous and I give you something. I deliver the goods, baby. I'm going to give you exactly what I told you and more. And then comes the reciprocity. Now we got a 2-way street. Now we're talking business. Now we're making money. For those of you who aren't making enough, don't have enough prospects, don't have enough appointments, trust me, this works. And give it a shot. Try for 1 month. 1 month only. Make a commitment. I'll do this 1 month. And if Brian's lying, then I'm out. Okay? And you'll see. You will see. And with that, I don't know if I have any more time, Bettina, but I think I'm out of words.
Okay, well, I don't think you're really out of words, but we are out of time. But I did want to say the proof is in the pudding. So I put together this offer with Brian Ken, and my expense side was $197 for the month, and I generated just in the invitation that was specifically this gifting. This morning was 74 registrations. Now that the day is on, it could be up to even 100 or thereabouts by the end of the day. And that's all brand new activity. So at the end of the day, this is definitely something that we're going to be using in the future. That doesn't even include the fact that we have probably given out about 150 to 200 tests already. And the thing that I love most about this product is that you generate the 100 email campaign that is nurturing my customers, and I never have to think about doing a nurturing campaign. That is what had me at hello. So thank you, Brian. Anyone? All right. So that was Brian Gregory and his presentation from our June summit. This is a remix for the September 14 We Empower You Global Virtual Summit. I am so excited to be welcoming those of you who've stayed and been here from the beginning. And we are on nearly halfway through our program, which is an exciting time to get to the halfway mark. If you can imagine climbing a mountain and then getting to the halfway mark, you get to sleep or rest or take a little bit of an intermission, but not for us. Actually, we're the opposite. We're going to keep on climbing. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, who I alluded to earlier. You got to a little bit of a conversation with Paul Maburo. And so let me bring his slide up here and we'll go ahead and introduce him. So here we go. So Paul Maburo has made his mission to help people live and work in clean surroundings, enabling them to improve their health and reduce medical expenses. He is also the founder of Fountain Life Ministries, where children and their families are mentored, creating a lasting impact. Paul is taking part in the United Nations Development Program, Uganda National Association of Student Enterprises, a program that supports young people who are defining and solving some of Uganda's significant challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic. And there's a few more accolades that we're going to talk about before I bring up Paul. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Paul, and we'll get you here up on the stage.
Right. It's a great joy again to show up.
Yes, all in the showing up, is it not?
What a story, what a journey. It's been a year.
Yes,
it's been a year.
You had actually mentioned that there's a few more accolades that you brought to my attention this morning. If you can cover those, that would be great for people to know as well.
Right. I think just like recently Patrick Snow mentioned about writing a book, I had made this product and it provides platform to speaking engagements. So through this, I've been into an incubation program with one of the leading banks here in Uganda. And I was awarded a certificate and to go through his training, opening up different opportunities for funding. Then there's been a women's economic forum here in Uganda that has been running, and I was invited again to speak on this very platform using this product. And the lady who leads it, Professor Robina, having been appointed to be the World Economic Forum for Africa and Asia, she appointed me again to lead a whole district of Mukono to see that trade is happening, people's lives are being empowered, and all those things kept on coming within the shortest time of the month of August.
Fantastic. Well, and some other good news is that the We Empower Africa constituency here is supporting you, sponsoring you to be a part of another conference that's coming up in October, I believe, where you're going to be a keynote speaker. So tell us a little bit about bringing your product to market and bringing it to a conference. For those people that are watching and may not have got the earlier version, start with telling us a little bit about your product.
Right, 2022, the COVID season. While some people were resting, our minds kept on thinking, how do we solve certain problems? So through cleaning, we found that people's walls were dirty, and we realized that this is because of the different materials they were using to light up a charcoal stove. So I thought of ways of how to create a new product to help out in reducing the effect of the toxic smoke. And right away, I was able to come up with such a product that has gone through a number of steps to where it is. It has 12 pieces inside here, and with a free matchbox for people to light up their charcoal stove. So someone is able to use this entire box for about 40 days if they were to light up a charcoal stove twice a day. And this really goes for just $1, just $1. And I managed to produce the first product in the month of July. And ever since then, I've been able to produce 300 packets of these. And as I speak for now, I'm left with about 30 boxes. And that is through simple relationships of people who knows you and the kind of the media that I use to reach them out. But the demand is really, really, really high, that I'm forward to get it produced to about 1 million products to go across Africa. So along the way, children have been involved. Young ladies have been involved through the manufacturing, through the sales. So I'm enjoying seeing all this chain of people coming along to support and then find employment at the same time. So at the summit, when I spoke about it, We Empower You came along the way and say, hey, we need to make to help you become more visible because of the incredible ideas, and I'm so thankful. So the summit that is coming up in October from 26th to 29th, I've been given a slot to speak, and I'll be speaking about green economy and technologies. So yes, new platforms to move, and then have opportunity to speak about a number of all these things, a number of products of the thing that I do, and what an opportunity it is to dive in and guess who you'll meet at the summit and solving real problems. So the product sets me up for a speaking opportunity.
And we certainly have talked a lot about different mindsets and ways of being in the world. And one of the things we talk about, you and I, is about putting one step in front of the other, regardless of what happens, regardless of the circumstances. And you are a very good student of the idea of, being, no matter your circumstances, you can thrive. You have all kinds of odds against you for being successful, but you show up to meeting on Wednesdays, even though the time is very constraining for you. You show up to the summit meetings, it's probably going on 1 o'clock in the morning there, but you're speaking to us here in America. You have demonstrated that you have a great idea that deserves investment, and that's why I have taken it upon myself to sponsor you directly and get you out there as best I can. Of course, we've had Connie Adams, who helped you with your story, and David Weber, who's helped you with your Media One sheet. And, we've got a press release that we'd also had written some months back. So we're taking you on the road with your product to see how far you can go, again, despite your circumstances. What more do you want to share with people?
Sorry.
Oh, what more do you want to share?
Oh, yes. I think just like Patrick said that if you want to get more than what the others are getting, then you've got to be willing to do more to get what they have. So super excited, and the opportunities, that the value that is within the community, I'm so appreciative from every member into this community. It has brought me to this kind of growth and bearing the mindset, no matter the odds around, keep going, keep the focus, imagine the impact that you're creating around your people. So each day, keep on pressing on. Yes,
I'm in the
no
same with you. right? I had travel to my mom to take care of my mom. I had moving. And at some point, I decided, you know what? If Paul in Uganda can put one foot in front of the other and keep going, then I must prevail too. So that's why we're still doing the summit in spite of only days to create it. So thank you for being a good student and also a master teacher, because everything that I'm learning from you, just watching you, is that you're an inspiration to so many that have come in contact with you there. I see the children, you have got 60 and 70 students around you playing games and learning about the product itself and supporting families, teaching people how to grow vegetables and fruits. And you know, you're just an amazing human being, I have to say.
Grateful. Together we can go far. That's true.
That's right. The message that we have is we empower you, and together we will go far. Thank you for being such a great master and messenger of this message that we have here in the Empower You community.
So grateful.
Bye for now. Just stay on, of course, as long as you can. Okay. And then next up, we're going to bring on Master Nigel Henry, and he has arrived in the room, I believe. And I am going to bring up his card here. Okay. And just confirming that Master Nigel's in the room. Is that correct? One more little intermission here. Hold on one second. We're going to take a short intermission. Just give me a moment. Okay. Master Nigel Henry specializes in providing actionable tools, distinctions, and practices that are customized for the ambitious, innovative, entrepreneurial change maker like me, who has a big vision or significant result that I intend manifesting in a short period of time. In his exciting, highly interactive presentation, I will experience my thinking immediately shifting from normal, struggling survival mode to the new super performance flourishing mode, where I am now producing my results with speed, fun, grace, and ease. Let's go, Master Nigel Henry. Take it away.
Greetings.
Greetings. Great to have you back.
Thank you. Can everyone see me okay? Let me just say hi to people. Yeah, is it possible to see the squares so I can see the people?
Yes, indeed. I will change my screen up and then you can do yours if that doesn't work.
Okay.
Up in the top view, I would switch it to gallery. Are you there?
Yes, I see it now.
Okay, great.
Greetings. I see Paul. I see Maria, Janet, Karen.
Anne.
Yes.
Anne and Aggie.
Oh, yes, there's Anne and Aggie. Well, my name's Nigel. My mission on Earth is activating and unleashing greatness in people. And I have developed a methodology for human greatness activation that basically activates high performance through speaking. And so my talk is interactive. And I know that most people in the world are here to listen. And so we're trained from school days to listen and to learn by hearing. And what I found is that most of our result, especially making money, especially creating value, comes from speaking. And there are no volume controls on these ears, so they're on all the time. However, there is a volume control on this sense called speaking, this portal here, we call it port. And so I'm inviting people, those who are still here, to join me with their voice. I see Paul is joining. The more people, the better, but I understand that some people are afraid of speaking. So let me just say that there is a bias in the world against speaking. Paul, can you mute for a minute? Yeah, just for a minute. There's a bias in the world against speaking. Apparently, in the world, the number one fear on the planet, beyond fear of death, is fear of public speaking. Does that make sense? There you go. I'm looking for feedback. Let me just see that. Who's that from? Anne. Anne, are you there? Oh, there's Bettina. Is Janet there? Anyway, so I'm trying to have a conversation. So, and the question is, what is that? And the best way to experience it is to experience it rather than to hear it. So let me see. Anne, are you there? I think I saw you on mute for a second. Can I hear your voice? I think I heard Anne.
I'm here. I'm just trying to undo the video.
There you go. It's okay with the video. The voice is the moneymaker. Just repeat after me, Anne. The video will get there. And is that Larry? I can see you, Larry. I can't hear you.
Hey, Nigel.
How you doing? So what I want to say, just to get people warmed up and rolling, just repeat after me, and I'll have Anne as my leader. Anne, can you get the people to say after me? My voice is my moneymaker.
My voice is my moneymaker. I'm still trying to choose a background.
It's okay. It's the voice that makes the money, not your image. What do you think about that, Larry? It's the voice that makes the money.
Absolutely, I totally agree.
There you go. Where are you from, Larry?
I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Excellent. So what is it that you do business-wise?
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part. What was that?
What is it that you do in terms of work or profession?
Video production, marketing.
There you go. Do you notice the word I used was profession?
Yes, sir.
Now, what does that mean, profession?
Profession, like a career.
The word profess means to talk about.
Mm.
So here's another word. What do you do for vocation? What's your vocation?
My vocation?
Yes, what is that?
Vocation. That's kind of, is that the same thing almost like a career or?
Yeah, what do you do for a living? But the word vocation means how do you use your voice?
Mm.
Vocation comes from the word vocal. Profession means to speak about. So it doesn't matter what you do. Actually, the money comes from the way you talk about it.
Mm.
So, Larry, would you like to make some money today?
I would.
Okay, so repeat after me, please. My voice is my moneymaker.
My voice is my moneymaker.
Very good. So did you know, Larry, that every single dollar in your bank account has arrived there because of your voice?
Yes.
Can you give us some example of that?
Well, I would say pretty much without my voice, nobody would know about it to a certain
Exactly. So we see the beautiful picture of Anne there. That's good enough, Anne. That's the background. The question is, can we hear from Anne? What does she do? Unless she says something, I'll never know what she does.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Oh, it doesn't matter if you hear me. It's what can I hear you? It's your voice that matters. So tell us
Well,
what you do.
I think my internet is very slow.
What was that? What do you do?
I hope you guys can hear me. My internet is really slow.
Yes, I can hear you, Anne. What did you do for a living? What is your vocation?
I am an author and speaker and healing coach.
Great. Do you use your voice for any of those?
Well, yeah, when I speak, of course I use
Oh, that's why I want you to repeat. My voice is my moneymaker. Did you hear that, Larry? All of the things that she does involves talking.
That's right.
Yes.
So, Anne, do you like to listen more than you speak or vice versa?
I try to listen more than I speak because
Man, you're going to lose money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Both.
Listening costs money. Talking makes money.
Right.
Now, I know I'm going to get in trouble. Like, no, you have to listen. If you don't listen, yeah, well, listen, you're hearing all the time, but until you speak about what you do, nobody makes any money. What do you think about that, Anne?
Well, that's true. If you don't put the word out, nobody knows what you do.
Very good. So, Anne, talk to me. How do you cause people to experience value? In fact, talk to Larry, actually. Have you met Larry?
No, I don't think I have.
You know why? Because you didn't talk. You guys have been sitting on here listening all day. You need to talk to each other, man. That's the issue.
I just got here a few minutes ago.
Me too. Bettina just
I had
called
to
me.
help my dad, and I just got on, and I had trouble doing that. So.
Excellent. So the main thing, though, now, Anne, is that as an author, speaker, coach, you could make money in the next 5 minutes. Did you know that? And Larry, too. If you both talk, you could make money. But if you do what everyone else is doing on this call, listening, you're probably going to end this call and not having the extra money in the bank.
Okay.
So my job is to cause money to get in the bank using the moneymaker. So, Larry, what is your biggest challenge in your business?
Biggest challenge in my business?
Oh, by the way, you should say hello to Paul too. He's got a business, but he's went silent.
One thing that I've struggled with that I'm learning is sales.
Oh, sales. Do you need your voice for that?
Absolutely.
Oh my God. I'll tell you the number one problem you're having with sales, you're not talking enough.
Yeah, I agree.
It's because of that old age fear of public speaking. So what is it that's blocking you from speaking, Larry? I mean, I'm sure what you do is awesome. It better be awesome. Are you sure it's awesome?
Yeah, I like to think I'm pretty good at what I do. And
but
yeah.
You notice it doesn't matter if nobody's heard about you.
Yeah.
So I'd like you to be famous in the next 10 minutes. Okay. So talk to me, bro. What you were saying now about your business?
I was just saying that's one thing I struggle with is sales.
Struggle with? What do you mean by struggle with, man? What kind of talk is that?
Right. Well, one thing that I'm working on.
Okay. My intention is mastering sales. Copy that.
My intention is mastering sales.
And why would you want to master that, Larry?
Because I know that what I do at the end of the day, it helps other people. It's not like
yes. And the only thing blocking you from helping other people is opening your mouth and saying so. Duh.
Yeah.
So you need to talk to Anne about that. Anne, do you know that Larry's awesome at what he does? Uh-oh, Anne's gone quiet on us.
I'm here.
Did you hear the question?
No, I didn't. For some reason, I didn't hear the question at all. Like I said, my audio, I don't know if it's just my audio. This has never happened before. But
And your voice is very clear. We can hear you.
Yeah, well, I can't hear you clearly, unfortunately.
Well, this is the thing, what I'm trying to say to Anne. What matters is that we can hear you. Your voice is being heard. Now convert it into money.
Okay.
Go ahead, tell us something, because Larry's listening, so is Paul, and all these people who are muted, they're waiting for Anne to say something.
Okay, cool. Well, like I said before, I'm the author of a book called Finding Your Hope. You can find that on findingyourhope.com. You can also find about me on annpeterscoaching.com. And yeah, like I said before, I'm a speaker. I've had a couple of speaking gigs, and that's
all right. So now she's talking, Larry.
Can I keep talking?
No, yes, but I'm going to disrupt you now. This is called graceful disruption.
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm doing is, first of all, to get my people to talk is, thank God, and thank you so much for talking. The next step is to get you to talk and put money in the bank. So a lot of small business people talk about what they do versus the way that they help other people to put money in the bank. Larry, talk to me, Larry. Tell me how you can help Anne to put money in the bank.
Yeah, I connect your target audience to your business.
So that, come on, Larry.
So that you can put money in the bank.
In the bank. And are you interested in that? Being connected to your target audience? Oh, we've lost her voice. Give us an example, Larry.
Yeah. I guess, for example, like I'm part of the promotional team for Bettina here with the summit. And so all the videos and stuff and promotional stuff.
Yeah. You know what, Larry? I was watching something on YouTube. I was searching for something and it finished. And next thing I know, Bettina, this thing is live. I'm like, who that? Is that you?
Yeah. Exactly.
Larry, we need to talk about that because I got into this session against my will.
Well, that one, I mean, I guess that might have been Bettina right there, but.
But the point is that your stuff works.
Mm.
How many people on this call know that your stuff works? I'm sorry, how many?
What was the question?
How many people on this summit are aware that Larry's magic works?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
Not enough, Nigel. I haven't spoken enough.
I need a number, Larry.
Maybe Bettina and.
Okay, that's one.
Yeah, that might be.
Two, including me. Including me. So Larry, the reason is because you didn't say anything. You are one of these guys that like to operate from behind the scenes. The genius that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
How much money is that put in the bank?
Nothing.
Thank you. Enough of that. Right. So from today, you talk to all these people on this call and you say, listen, hey, and let me talk to you for a minute. You see, let me holler at you, as we say on the street, and tell you how you can make more money. That's why Bettina's using your services, because you put money in her bank account.
Yes.
Now, let me check in with Anne again. Anne, does your service put money in people's bank accounts?
I don't know about that.
Uh-oh. So what's the point of the service?
My point of my service is to help people heal, and then they can go on to find that which puts money in their bank.
Well, at the end of the day, I have found that at the end of the day, when people are well, what they start doing is putting money in their bank by helping other people putting money in their banks. Did you know that? At the end of the day, what everyone is doing is, now, Nigel, is it all about the money? Actually, indirectly it is, but I'll tell you what it's really about. Helping people to contribute their value in the world in exchange for money. So the EmPOWER Summit, for example, is a gathering of high producing people. Everyone on this call is a contributor of value. And Bettina's service, EmPOWER You, allows us to put our value out into the world. And behind Bettina's service is the great Larry. Hello? Larry, can't go on mute, man. Stay. You're not allowed to go muting. Your voice is your moneymaker. What do you think? Say some more stuff, Larry.
Hey, well, I'm happy to be here. That's for sure. I appreciate you, and yeah.
Well, Larry, what is your greatest weakness in your business?
What's my what?
The greatest thing that you struggle with in your business. You tell me.
Well, one thing, like I said, one thing that I'm working on is sales.
So how are you working on
it? Trying a couple of different approaches, and I guess one of the things that I really need to work on, is opening up my damn mouth.
Okay, and talk to humans.
Yeah. Especially
on Zoom calls. So this is what I found, Larry. A lot of Zoom calls have trained people not to make money by having them mute. On my sessions, nobody is allowed to mute. This is not my session. So everyone's talking and people go, Nigel, you can't talk at the same times. I'm like, yes, you can, but no one's practiced that. We're practicing listening at the same time, but there's a thing called talking at the same time and contributing value. If Larry and Ann starts having a conversation, somebody's going to make some money. What do you think?
Yeah. I agree.
Right. So talking at the same time is also known as conversation. So Larry, how many people have you called to share your services since this week, I would say?
This week? None this week.
None? What kind of talk is that, dude?
I've been avoiding it. I'm terrified.
I know.
Terrified.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you. You're terrified.
Yeah.
And what I found, repeat after me now, whatever I'm avoiding is the access to my greatness. Just say that out loud.
Whatever I'm avoiding is the access to my greatness.
So Larry, you're not alone. It's a common thing, especially for genius technical people like myself. I'm an engineer by training. But engineers don't make a lot of money unless they talk. Steve Jobs. So Larry, one way to get over your discomfort is to make someone else talk like I'm doing. So you know that Paul dude, call him out, see if he's going to talk.
Paul, where you at, man?
There you go. Ask him a question and ask him about his business and his sales. Just ask him.
Paul, how's business going?
Business is good, and I'm grateful that I've met you today because I've been always seeing you behind the scene. So business over here, it's more of talking If good to talk, speak, then do that call, important call, and then this will come your way. The value will come your way. That
Now,
practice.
Paul, not Paul, Larry, now that you have this guy's attention, so you're not in conversation with him, how can you help him put more money in his bank account? Just talk to him. Can you mute for a minute, Paul, because there's a little humming sound on your mic, but stay visible. So, and unmute when he talks. Talk to him, Paul. Larry, talk to the brother.
Yeah. I mean, who is your market? Who is it that should be buying, your product?
Paul, he's asking you a question. You can't go silent, must unmute.
I must have missed out on that. My volume was so.
Who is your market? He said.
Who is my market? My direct market are women aged 18 years to 65, living in the urban center.
Good. Paul, just because of the time, just make a statement of how you could help him put more money in his bank. Go ahead. Larry. I'm talking to Larry. Larry, man, I want you to get rich today. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, I guess out of the, sorry, I don't usually do this in front of everybody, but out of your total market, how many of them have you reached? Like, is there still many out there that don't know about your product?
In terms of out of my market, how many of those that don't know about my product? On the scale of 10, I could say half of that number.
Half of it? Okay, so 5 out of 10.
All right, Larry, you're taking too long, man. What you need to do is to schedule a conversation with Paul. Just schedule it. Paul, man, I think I can help you. Let's schedule a time to talk. Done. And then once you have him locked down in an appointment, now you do all this deep drilling.
Gotcha.
Yes? That's how it starts. You got to get him in conversation. Can you help him? Do you think you can help him, Larry?
I do. Paul, I do think I can help you. Not sure what your week looks like, but maybe let's get 30 minutes on the calendar and let's talk.
There you go. So let me ask Larry this question. Do you have a Calendly link?
I do. You can go to my
Drop it in the chat right now and give it to Paul. And now at least we have a prospect on the hook. Because you've been talking for too long, like 3 minutes, man. You should have hooked the brother a long time ago.
My bad.
It's just practice. That's all it is. Because if I hadn't called you out, you'd be sitting in the background listening, wouldn't you? And now you have a prospect.
Absolutely.
In fact, let's see if you can do anything with Anne while you're at it. Because your voice is your moneymaker. Go ahead. Talk to Anne. See if she's in communication.
Anne, how's it going? How's business?
Business is doing pretty good.
Business is good. Business is good. Is there let's see.
Could it be better?
Yeah, could it be better?
Oh yeah, it could be better. What exactly do you do? What exactly could you do for me to make my business better?
This is the answer, Paul. Larry, I can increase the amount of money going in your bank account. Just say that.
I can increase the amount of money going into your bank account.
Are you interested in a conversation?
Would you be interested in a conversation?
Yes, I would.
Awesome.
Link in the chat. Link in the chat.
Link in the chat.
Now, Larry, how many people on this Zoom call, Larry?
13.
Dude, man, this is rich pickings. Do you think many of them use their voice and could use, look, you're helping out Bettina. I know what you're doing for Bettina because I'm here because of your work with Bettina. Dude, you should be helping more people. Stop being selfish.
Yeah.
I agree.
What's up with that? See, it's all this habit of silence, listening. I'm just listening, Nigel. I'm learning a lot. I'm taking it all in. You're not here to take nothing in. Larry, you're here to put it all out. And this device called the mouth is for putting stuff out. Call your value. Now, I'm sure Anne is in the same boat. Anne, does your work help people? I know you told me before, but you can repeat it a million times and I'll be happy.
Yes, it does. And my art helps people too. So yeah, it does.
You're multi-gifted is what you're telling me.
Oh yes, definitely.
Oh, look, a new person's arrived, and I think we should have a conversation with her. Barbara.
Hi, Barbara.
I just got on. Thank you. Look,
I know. Barbara, you need to have more money. Anne is going to help you.
Yes, yes.
Anne, ask us some questions.
Hi, Barbara. How's business going for you?
I'm thriving. I'm living my best life.
Well, that's fabulous. What do you do?
I'm a meeting planner, so I plan live meetings and events. So I'm just finally stepping back into my full power.
Oh, that's fantastic. That sounds actually fantastic. We should get together sometime and have.
And we need to have stronger questions. And hold on there, Barbara. I'm trying to get Anne to close some business here. Barbara, you're interfering with business. And listen, you can help. I think you should assume that wellness means there's no end to it. So if someone's well, you can make them even more well.
Yes, we could do that. I could help you out.
And because Barbara is a high-performing entrepreneur, they're always interested in more money in the bank. I've never met an entrepreneur who's making too much money.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm sure your offerings, your art, your healing can help Barbara increase the amount of money in the bank. But until that moneymaker of yours is working, she's going to go away robbed of your gifts and talents. And I think that's unfair of you, keeping stuff to yourself like that. And go ahead.
Out there every day.
So you know what you need to do? Larry, tell her what she needs to do, man, because you know you're a master now.
Conversation.
Schedule a meeting with Barbara and have a conversation.
Sounds good. Put all your contact information in the chat. And
No, don't make her do any work. Barbara's just here trying to mind her own business.
You call. You call.
Go ahead, Barbara.
If you chase me down long enough and far enough, I'll probably buy what you have because you have what I need.
Oh, look at that. That conversation is becoming fruitful. And
cool.
She gave you a clue. Larry, what are you learning, man? Teach us what you're learning.
And let's get your link down here in the chat, and let's get.
Wait, teach us something, Larry. It's like one of the biggest money maker, Larry, as you will soon discover, is when you start teaching what you do. Explaining what you do is one thing, but when you start teaching it, you can get licensing and all manner of things. The teaching is the highest level of value creation. So teach us what you're observing between Anne and Barbara. Just teach.
Yeah, you got someone who needs your service, and let's get a meeting scheduled.
There it is.
Because your value, and she needs it, and it's a win-win for everybody.
There you go. You see how Larry's quick, right?
Thanks.
So how's Anne feeling? Is my time up, Bettina?
It was me interrupting.
You have a little conflict coming up, so.
I might be able to. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. Yes, I think Paul said something.
No, amazingly, Barbara already knows that Anne has something that she needs. So I need to speak it out.
What was that? Paul, what's the request?
I noticed Barbara and noticed that Anne has something that she needs, and Barbara is waiting for Anne to mention it out.
Yes, Anne, but Anne is practicing listening. What's Anne doing? Anne,
I can't hear well. The audio is going out.
Because she's trying to listen. You see that? Barbara's trying to listen. I want her to talk. I don't want her to listen.
Information is in the chat.
There you go. Repeat that, please.
My contact information is in the chat. I'd love to chat with anyone. I'm having trouble hearing everyone. The audio on my end seems to be cutting out or garbling, so I apologize.
Now, here's the thing. It's okay. On our end, you're nice and loud and clear. We can hear your moneymaker. And if you tell everyone to click on the link in the chat, you make money because you said something. It doesn't matter if you're heard. It matters if, it doesn't matter if you can hear us. It matters that we can hear you. And because you said my information is in the chat, the question is, did Barbara click on it yet? You have to talk to her. And you got to keep talking.
I don't know. I don't know if anybody's clicked on there.
You have to talk to them.
Hello, what?
You got to talk to them. Can you see them? Can you see Larry and Paul and?
I don't know how to get to the chat.
There you go. Thank you, Barbara. The thing is, until Anne has a conversation with Barbara, nothing's happening here. So Anne, this is the upgrade for Anne. Anne is hoping that when she speaks, people are hearing her. But I'm saying you have to have a conversation, like Larry is going to have a conversation with Paul. Larry is going to have a conversation with Anne. He's going to be talking, and there has to be money makers working for any deal to happen. Talk to me, Larry.
Yes, sir. Your mouth is your moneymaker.
Whose mouth? Mine?
My mouth. Your mouth. Everyone's mouth.
No, speak in the first person, man.
Oh, my mouth.
Yes, Larry, you make some more money?
Absolutely.
Can you help Barbara? Okay, hold on 1 second. Keep talking, Larry. I'm just gonna go on mute for a second.
Yes, Barbara, I can definitely help what you need. My link is in the chat. Go ahead and let's get a 30-minute consultation scheduled.
Okay. But value in, value out. So I didn't hear any value with that. I mean, I don't know, but I value in, value out. So, I mean, that's just what I've learned from Nigel is if you want the value, you've got to use your voice to give me value. Why would I right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know why I'm getting some echo, but I believe that my service can help you and bring value to you and your business and ultimately put more money in your bank account.
Now let's have a commercial from Larry. Larry, can you give us an example? Use Bettina as your reference. You know, the other day I helped Bettina, blah, 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 and it really put X amount of dollars. I didn't ask her exactly how much, but I know I helped her. Just give us a commercial with your voice. In fact, just to test it out, I want you to put on your screen thing so that we don't need your image, but now talk to us.
Yeah. One case study that I have is here with Bettina Carey and the We Empower You Summit. Did some advertising stuff for her with some video and social media. And here we are today.
Well, you got to say a bit more, man. Before Larry and after Larry.
Yeah.
Before Larry, what was Bettina doing? And then after Larry, how has Bettina's money, exposure, whatever value increased?
Yeah. So prior to working with Bettina, well, I guess since working with Bettina, her membership, how do I say this? The numbers in her membership has gone up X amount since X date.
Now, Larry, because this is about your business, it's worth getting those numbers from Bettina in future. So when you talk, you say, you know, before I checked in with my client, Bettina, and before she met me, she was at 100 members. And then since she met me, her membership has been growing at 200 a day. This is, each 200 a day equals X amount of $1,000 per minute. That's what I do. That's what my work does. You notice nobody's questioning, like, what does he do? I don't need camera work. No, they're hearing that you're helping Bettina to put faster money in the bank.
Right.
Can you hear that? Now I notice you're talking. I do like your look though. Your actual real picture looks better than your thingy. Yes, this guy here is much better than the image. So this is called like full contact, right? So yes, say more.
Yeah.
Do you have other clients that you help, Larry?
Yes. Well, I know that like one story that I heard before was this lady. Apparently, she told me that she had to rip the decals off of her car because ever since we did some advertising stuff for her, she couldn't handle anymore. She actually had too many people reaching out to her, and she had to stop everything. Apparently.
Beautiful. There you go. So, Larry, do you have a YouTube channel?
Not much. I pretty much the stuff that I create goes on their
I
channel.
know, but we need to know that this service exists, Larry.
Well,
Come
I have
on.
my website. That's where I typically would send people.
Larry, why do I refer to your YouTube versus your, uh-oh. Can you guys hear me? I just lost contact for some reason.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I
I
can't.
hear you.
1 second, my peoples. Oh, there you go, you're back. Larry, the reason why I mentioned YouTube, because somewhere you got to be talking. What I found is websites are very passive. Whereas if I'm on YouTube and there's Bettina talking to me about the summit, shit. I had other things to do. But she talked to me, she called me, and like, Nigel, you're up. I'm like, what? I'm up. Voice got me here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talk to me, Larry.
I can't really say that I do have a YouTube channel.
I will be creating one, Nigel.
I will be creating one, Nigel, that's for sure.
Thank you. Barbara, I had other things to do. But she talked to me, she called me, and like, Nigel, you're up. I'm like, what? Can you mute me because I'm hearing my echo?
Yeah, absolutely.
Talk to me. Hey, Larry, there's another person. Keep the mic off. Talk to them. I will be creating one, Nigel.
I will be creating one, that's for sure.
Thank you. Barbara, AMA, somehow turn down your volume, AMA, because I'm getting echo. AMA, can you mute me because I'm hearing my echo?
Yeah.
Larry, prospect.
Yes.
Talk to her.
Sorry, I was getting like a lot of echo. I don't know what was
I
happening.
know, that's what I was getting to. So I think it's AMA's thing. She's muted, but talk to her anyway.
To who? To Ann?
Oh, her name is Marcella.
Marcella, how are you today? Let's get you unmuted. Maybe. There we go.
Oh, Larry, how are you?
I was getting like a lot of echo. I don't know what was happening.
I know, that's what I was getting to. So I think it's AMA's thing. She's muted, but talk to her anyway. Why is there a delay?
To Ann. I don't know why it's doing that, but Marcella, did you know that your mouth is your moneymaker? Oh, she's muted.
Okay, Marcella, turn down your volume to like turn down the volume on your speaker and then unmute yourself. Why is there a delay?
Hello.
Turn down your volume.
It's pretty low, Nigel. My volume's down. And my volume is.
Hit the mute speaker. Okay. So turn down your volume to like turn down the volume on your speaker. Where is that coming from?
It is down.
Why is there a delay?
Hello.
How was your day today? Do you have your volume?
It's pretty low, Nigel. My volume's down. And my volume is.
Hit the mute speaker.
You should learn how to. You already know how to speak Spanish.
So,
is it all coming back?
I did some of it in my
It is down. There's a overlap. It's pretty low, Nigel. My volume's down. And my volume is.
You should learn how to. You already know how to speak Spanish.
So
is it all coming back?
I did some of it in my
It is down. There's a overlap. It's pretty low, Nigel. My volume's down. And my volume is.
You should learn how to.
You already know how to speak Spanish. So, is it all coming back?
By any chance, Marcella, do you have a YouTube video on?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Is everything better?
Yes.
Yes, that's better. Is back with Larry now?
That was exciting.
Yeah, it was weird. Have I still got Larry? Okay, Larry. Thank you for doing that.
Here we are.
Right, that was your magic, wasn't it?
I'm not sure what that was.
Okay. My intention in this call is to demonstrate a fundamental principle called my voice is my moneymaker. And this goes against conventional thinking. Most people are trained to listen from school. Although it goes against our natural mode, like when a baby comes out of the womb, the first thing it does is talk. Ah, 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 that's a baby talking. It doesn't go, oh, let me listen, what's going on around here? No, the first expression of the child is voice. Ah, 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 ah. And then for some strange reason, the first response of the adult is shoo, 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 okay, baby. And they try to stop the baby from talking. And that fails because babies just cry whenever they feel like it. And then they go, we'll get you later, baby, called classroom. Grade 1. Everybody line up in a row, sit down and be quiet. Larry, did you get that?
Oh, absolutely.
Be quiet. It goes against your nature. You're not a quiet person, Larry. You're supposed to be talking. Birds talk. Dogs talk. Have you seen your dog? They just want to talk. What's up with these humans? Shh, shh, shh. Be quiet. Larry, listen. Don't talk until you start your own business. Then you're like, I'm just quietly working in the background here. And you know what? Also, if you have a job versus a business, employee versus business owner, employees are not allowed to talk on the job. Disturbing the peace. But as soon as you own your business, man, you got to do sales, Larry. And sales is talking. And thank God, Bettina's provided a summit where all those people who use their voice for a living get to talk. And then I say, well, why is everyone's microphone muted? This is bad habit, Larry. Why you got your microphone muted, Larry? Thank you.
There's a leaf blower outside.
It's okay, but we can't hear it. And then if your voice is unmuted, you got to be saying something. So the question, what do I talk about? You talk about helping people to put money in the bank. That's fundamentally what your business does. It doesn't matter how you do it. As long as you help your customer to put more money in the bank, they're interested. So we're going to test out the theory against Larry versus AMA. Larry, her name is, I call her AMA. So talk to her, Larry, and see if you can schedule a conversation. Let's go, Larry.
Hello, Larry.
Yeah. Hello, Marcella. How are you today?
Wonderful. How are things?
I'm doing good. How's business going?
It's excellent. Thanks for asking.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Would you say that you're exactly where you'd want to be?
Financially, put that word in there.
Financially. Or would you say that you are where you'd like to be financially?
I would say that I am striving towards a numerical that I have.
You know what, Marcel, I think I might have something that could be of value to you. Why don't we schedule a 30-minute?
Very good, Larry. I like it. But two, we need to establish that she wants to make more money.
Marcella, would you like more money in the bank?
100%.
Done, Larry. Look, woo. And Larry, sometimes these people say that as an automatic response. So we go, really? Are you sure? You got to do the pretend like you're not convinced. Make her convince you, Larry.
So you really want more money, huh?
No, you know, like, are you serious? Check that out. Come on,
Are
Larry.
are you serious, Marcella? Are you
I'm 100% serious. I've been getting up at 5
Did you feel
o'clock
that,
every
Larry?
day, and I work from 5 o'clock till 8 o'clock at night every day towards my goal, and anything that's going to get me there and push the needle quicker.
Larry, did you feel that? You feel that
did.
Lenny serious?
I did, yeah.
Because you asked the right question.
Mm.
Do you want more money? Sure, everybody does. Are you serious? Hell yeah. See, now she's fighting to. And now, Larry, this is your closing question. Would you be interested in making more money in the bank? You see, this is what you do. You help people like Bettina. You help her put money in the bank, and you can increase the rate at which any client puts more money in the bank. Because you know what really you're doing? You're putting their voice out there using technology.
Mm.
The voice is the moneymaker. But anyway, we're going to see if you can close Larry. I mean, if Larry can close AMA in less than 2 minutes. Your sales skills getting better, Larry. I like it, man. Keep talking.
Go, Larry.
So yeah, man, you know, if you're real serious, why don't we get you scheduled on the calendar and let's talk for 30 minutes about.
Let's have a conversation, Larry. Practice.
AMA, if you're serious about getting more money in the bank, let's have a conversation.
What do you mean if she's serious? Didn't she convince
Yes, I just said I'm up at 5 a.m. every day, working till 8 o'clock, working on my goal every day.
That's true. That's true. Okay. Well, you know what? It sounds like you are serious. So you want to have a conversation about getting the more money into your bank account?
How are you going to do that for me?
I connect.
Let's schedule a conversation, Larry.
Sure.
That was a trick question.
Yeah, it was.
What a lot of people do, Larry, is that they start talking about what they do. Nobody's interested in what you do.
Mm.
So don't talk about it. Talk about the impact of what you do.
I get more money in your bank account, AMA.
Are you interested in a conversation about that? You see?
Yes. Yep.
Yes, I'm interested in conversation about that. What did you
Where's
say,
your
30
link?
minutes?
What was the
that?
question?
Did you say 30 minutes?
Yes,
Okay, you got a calendar?
I do. The link is in the chat. Go ahead and you can schedule a time and day that works best for you.
I don't see your link in the chat. I mean, you got it right now.
Do it again. I think you joined after. I'll get it in there. But
Sure.
So, Larry,
yes.
treat everyone as a fresh conversation.
Got it.
Great. So let's see. How's Barbara doing? Let's see. How's Anne doing? You know, people like to listen, Larry. This is why people are broke. It's because the earliest chance they get, they start listening. And the earliest chance I get, I start talking, man.
Mm.
By the way, Larry, if you can get the prospect to talk, you make even more money.
You might what?
If you can get your prospect to talk, you make even more money.
Mm. Gotcha.
Okay. So let's see. All right, Larry, who else should I be talking to?
Aggie?
Is it Aggie or Peggy?
It's Aggie, right? Aggie Clark.
Pick someone else.
Or there's Mia. Mia Tepper.
Now, what's happening is, you notice everyone wants to listen, but until we talk, no money's being made. So I'd like to talk with Anne and see if Anne would like to talk to Marcella. Is Anne there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, we can hear you loud and clear, Anne. See if you can talk with Marcella and see what happens.
Hi, Marcella. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Anne. What's going on?
I just wanted to know if you would like to have a conversation about how I can help you put more money in the bank.
Hold on 1 minute. I'm scheduling with
Oh, yeah, go.
Larry here to put more money in the bank. Anne, what's the name of your business?
I am an author, healing coach, and speaker. I am the author of Finding Your Hope. It's a book. It's a self-help book for people who have been sexually abused. But I'm also an artist. So I paint pictures. I do pet portraits. I'm a photographer. I'm also an illustrator for books. I'm currently working with someone doing a leadership book, but I can also illustrate children's books too.
How are you going to help me make more money?
I can also help you a little bit with web design because I have a design background.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Not much of that because there's a lot of web designers out there, but I still be willing to help you if you want it.
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't hear that last part.
I said the market is flooded with web designers out there, so I haven't had many opportunities. So if you'd like for me to help you out, I can.
Now, what about Marcella? Can you help her?
So, Anne, let me ask you a question. You know, with everything that you're doing for yourself, I think you mentioned that you're an author, an artist with your business. How are things going with the balance of that, with your health, your lifestyle, relationships, business? How are things going?
Well, not bad. I've had a recent ankle injury, but I've learned to step back and take time to take care of my own self. And I've invested in my health by getting some orthotics in my shoes. And that's helping with other pain issues.
Okay, so not bad. Recently you hurt your ankle, and so you have some orthotics, and that's helping you. Now, are you interested in having a complimentary session with me? And we can communicate if there's anything that I may be able to assist you with in regards to balance of some of these assets in your life, as far as your health, your lifestyle, your relationships, and your business.
Sure, we can have a conversation.
Wonderful. Would it be all right if I put my link in the chat and then you can schedule a time that's best for you?
That would be fantastic.
Wonderful.
Look at that, Larry. Give me some words, man. Talk to me, bro. What are you thinking?
That was impressive. That was smooth.
That was impressive.
Oh, you said what was impressive? Marcella.
Say more. Teach us what impressed you. Just
she seemed very comfortable. She knew what she was talking about. She knows what she's doing. This isn't her first rodeo.
How did you know that? Did she say
her voice? It's all in her voice.
The voice is the moneymaker.
Yes.
It sounds like you want to have a session.
Me? Yeah.
Wonderful. I'll put my calendar in the link, and Larry, if you would like to schedule, that's fine as well.
Oh, this is what I don't recommend. This is called what we call spamming. I put my link. Click on it if you want, everybody. No, I'm clicking no link. You got to talk to me. Talk to me. Relationships are built in conversation. So the reason why Larry has an appointment with Anne or who is because he talked. And that's how humans get along. They talk to each other. Talk with, not even to, talk with. And listening is a monologue. Humans don't really do business when they do monologues. They have dialogue and trialogue. They talk a lot. That's why kids get along. I'm not talking to you. Oh, that's the end of that relationship. But as soon as I'm talking, he's my friend. We're talking now. Relationship equals money. So
it equals money.
Yes, and relationships are created in conversations. Yes, and look at all these people. I'm like, how come they're not talking? Since I come on the call, at least 3 of them have started talking. Bettina, what are you thinking?
All right, Larry has to mute. Okay, good.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm thinking this is a really great exercise, and I wish we could continue, but we're going to have to close this out. But it's great to watch the gentle instructions around using your voice as your moneymaker, ensuring that you're literally able to bring value, as Barbara so pointed out, that, when you are giving value, that's when money comes in. Thank you so much for joining us, Nigel. You're off camera for the moment, but I know you've got another appointment coming up as
Oh,
well.
actually, I canceled it so that I could.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, so I can
Hopefully you'll
help
continue
my
to stay
bro,
on with us.
Larry.
And we would certainly welcome your participation. And we actually are going to take a brief intermission so that Larry and I can put together the next lineup of videos and speakers that are coming up. And Marcella Ariada, who's a new member from the Just Say Yes program, is going to give us 5 or 10 minutes of her time also later in the program. So I'm going to get her queued up. And I'm going to put the intermission slide up and mute out. Thank you so much, Nigel. And I'm glad we were able to go live with your program instead of Memorex, as they say.
Yeah, thank you, Nigel.
Thank you, Larry.
Nice to meet everyone, and great to hear your voice, Larry. Same. Thanks. I scheduled.
Awesome. Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
Bye. Oh, Nigel.
Okay, next up at the We Empower Your Life Global Virtual Summit, September 14. Juanita Corey Jackson is the CEO of Global Impact University Consulting LLC. She's a certified speaker, trainer, realtor, financial consultant, spiritual coach, and is a best-selling author. Juanita also serves as the visionary leader of I Believe God Ministries International, Inc., the executive producer of Global Impact TV, and the host of the Exchange podcast. Juanita is a skilled business professional, a natural solutions-oriented entrepreneur leader. She has developed her leadership, training, and development skills through many diverse organizations and industries. Juanita brings a wealth of knowledge from healthcare management, real estate, ministry, and training and development. Juanita is the mother of 3 children, Demond, Sharika, and Kendra, and 1 granddaughter, Tanaya. Most importantly, she's a woman of faith, and she is a transformational vision specialist. And this is her previously recorded session from June of 2022. We're having some technical difficulties. I'm going to leave her slide up for just a moment.
I'm gonna.
Okay. That's all we hear.
The power of sight is here to speak today. Birthday, and thank you for having me here to speak today. So I have had the opportunity to hear all of the great speakers, not all, almost all of the great speakers that went ahead of me, and all of them had a powerful message. So my hope, my prayer, my desire is that my voice will lend something to the conversation today. My assignment, my task is to talk about the power of sight within us. The power of sight within us. So Bettina did a great introduction. I'm not going to rehash all of that stuff again. But I did read this statistic, which the link is here. I'll put it in the chat after so that you can pull it up for yourselves. But it was on LinkedIn, and it said that 97% of businesses will fail because of their vision. And here was two of the reasons that they gave that was astonishing to me. It was a lack of ownership of their vision, and it was a lack of commitment to the vision. That's worth repeating. So I'll say it again. It was a lack of ownership of their vision or a lack of commitment to their vision. And again, I'll put that link in the chat after so that you can check out that entire article. So when we think about this word sight, when we think about the word sight, we often think about these eyes. We often think about this thing that's attached to one of the five senses called vision or eyesight. When I see this instrument, this picture, I think about an appointment at an optometrist office or an ophthalmologist office. And I don't know about you, maybe it's just in my part of the state, but every time I go in once a year or every 2 years for that appointment, they either tell me one of two things. They either tell me there has been no change in your vision, that it is exactly the same, or they tell me that your vision has worsened and we need to give you a new prescription, corrective lenses to correct your vision. And as you can see today, I am wearing these cute little frames that are supposed to correct my vision. Yet every time I go, they tell me either your vision is the same or we need to give you a new prescription to correct your vision. So I figured out on my own, without a doctor's degree, that after turning 35 several times by now, that my vision gets worse over the course of my life. But today I'm not really talking to you about this vision. I want to talk to you about the ability to see before you see it. I want to talk to you about the ability to see that thing that's within you before it's manifested, before it's out for you to see manifested. So when you think of sight, I told you my topic is the power of sight within us. So when we look at that word power, and I love words, I like to break them down because I believe words have power. And they tell me what I have the ability to do. So when you look at that word power, it says, what source then am I connected to? What's really giving me this vision? What's giving me this imagery? For me, you heard the introduction, I'm a pastor. So I believe that that comes from God. You may believe it's God, you may believe it's a higher power, whatever your belief is, it's outside of us. That image is sent to me, I believe, by God as a sign to me of something that I was designed to do even before I was born. So those images comes as a glimpse that I have authority, I have the ability to do something. And that can be your business, that can be your ministry, that can be your marriage, that is your life. So what is it that I have been sent to this universe to do? And I believe for most of us, it's more than one thing. And that is tied to your gift and your purpose. So you heard in the introduction that I'm a transformational coach. And so I help people get clear on their vision, on their giftings, on their purpose, and how do we connect those things and understand our power, our authority, to make that vision be realized, to make that vision be manifested into the world. So authority and power really are synonymous terms. Authority says that I've been given power that I can move, that I can act, that I can do. And that's what we need to figure out. When we get this image, what is it that I'm supposed to do with it? So let's look at this definition. And the definition says, vision means the ability to see something that you imagine. It is that picture in your head that helps you in achieving your goals. But what does it mean to have a vision and make it real? And I submit to you that when you're given that vision, you have to, number one, be careful who you tell that vision to, because there are all kinds of naysayers that did not see the vision. They were not given that power. They were not given that authority, but will try to talk you out of your vision. And that's why coaches are so important, that can help you come in alignment with what you've seen and help you mark out this pathway. When I'm teaching or when I'm preparing a sermon, a lot of times I use my GPS in my car as an illustration. And I call my GPS, I gave her a name. My GPS is called Jennifer. And Jennifer and I get into a lot of arguments in the car, just Jennifer and I, because I have the power to tell Jennifer my destination, where I want to go. Jennifer has no idea until I input that information into the system. But what she does have the ability to do is look ahead of me with her satellite and see what may be the best route for me to get there. Oftentimes, I'm arguing with Jennifer because I know, Jennifer, you may think this is the best route, but I know the city and I know that I can take these shortcuts and get there. And when I don't know where I'm going, then I'll listen to you again and see what you want to say. But Jennifer never has the ability to tell me that there's a road closure. Sometimes she'll come back and say there's a slowdown. But then there's also times she'll come back and say, I found a faster route. But she does not have the ability to change the route. She is always looking for my authority. She is always looking for my ability to give her direction. That's what this image has come to do, is to show you a destination. And sometimes it will show you the fastest route. Sometimes it will show you the slowest route, but that route is absolutely necessary for you to get there on schedule. I know that probably doesn't make sense to you, but I'll say it again. Sometimes that image will show you the fastest route. Sometimes it will show you the slowest route, but it is the best route for you to get there on schedule. Why do I say that? Because even the slowest route may give me the opportunity to learn and to be able to get there on schedule without as many distractions. So that's why it is important for us to follow our vision, to never listen to all of the naysayers, because they never had the opportunity to see that vision. Only you've been given that task to bring it to manifestation. So here's the power, that now we can get it from out of our head and get it to manifestation. I call it write, read, run. Write, read, run. And it is really based on a scripture, which is Habakkuk 2 and verse 2. And that verse tells us to write the vision and make it plain so that whenever we read it, that we can run with it. But the story behind that verse is that this vision, this image has been given to a prophet. And the prophet doesn't do anything with the vision. He is complaining about what he sees with these eyes, which are already in a default state. And God comes back to him as he's complaining to God about where he's supposed to go in his purpose, what he's supposed to do in his business, what he's supposed to do in his ministry. And he says, I've already showed it to you, but you need to write it down and stop being concerned about what you see with these eyes and walk out your purpose. That's what it's really saying to us. So I said, well, how can I make this much plainer? And my question to God as I got ready for this presentation today. And what he said to me is that I have this real estate mind. That's what I do in my real day job, is real estate. And our words have power. We heard that from one of the presenters a little earlier today, that our words alone have power. So while I can talk out this vision, while I can talk out this image, and it does have power, I have to be careful about who I'm speaking it to, because the enemy, those naysayers, also have power that can come and try to distract us from what our purpose is and get us off course. So in real estate school, they taught us that you can have a verbal contract, that you can talk it out and two people can agree on something. But listen to these words that they told us. They said, reduce your words, reduce your words, reduce your words, even though they have more power, reduce them to writing. Because when you write it, it becomes permanent. It becomes a contract. And when you put that contract in writing, no party of the contract can change it within themselves. All parties to the contract have to come back and agree to make a change. So what does that mean for me? If I believe this vision, this image comes to me from God, then not even God himself can change it. Not even Juanita by herself can change it. The two of us would have to come back together before it can be changed once it's put in writing, because now it is a unilateral contract. It takes two of us to change it, or two or more to change it. So then the next step is I need to read it. I need to write it so that it's clear that when I read it, or my team reads it, or my family reads it, that everybody understands what is written and what is expected. What are we going to do so that we can move forward? There's no miscommunication that I thought you understood. No, we're going to write it so everybody can understand it, read it, and get that understanding. And then we put these goals to it. We put these action steps to it. And now we're ready to run. We're ready to bring it to manifestation. So you need to see, you need to believe, you need to write, you need to read, and you need to run. You need to see, believe, write, and run. That's how the power of sight within us is brought to the forefront so that it can be manifested in our lives. Here are a couple of books that I've had the opportunity to write and become best-selling author. You can see those on my website if you're interested in any of those at JuanitaCoreyJackson.com. I also have a podcast that if you'd like to be a guest on that podcast show, then you can email me at info@JuanitaCoreyJackson.com and have a conversation about being a guest on the Exchange podcast show. These are all of the ways that you can connect with me. The best way is the group, and that is at bit.ly/Global Impact Group. I want to say a big thank you to Bettina for allowing me to come. And this is how I end everything that I do. I am Juanita Corey Jackson. I love you with the love of Jesus. There is absolutely nothing you can do about that. So until we have the opportunity to meet again, my prayer is that God's blessing will be with you today and forever. God bless. Thank you.
Oh my man, I'm so loving this breakdown that you just did. Holy moly. Repeat those
Well, that is great to have Juanita Jackson via video today, and I am still having some technical challenges. So Lee Romanoff is returning to the stage here, and she's going to be making her presentation a little bit earlier than planned. She is in Mexico with some weather issues. Lee, take it away.
Hey, thank you. Okay, so let's just see how good I am at sharing the screen this time around. Okay, probably. Okay, let's just see here. Where are they seeing this? Okay, share. Are you seeing the Google screen?
Yes.
Ooh, who's that? Okay. Now, are you seeing my full screen that just said create an online link? Are you seeing my mouse? Are you seeing
I do not see your mouse.
Are you seeing create an online income, a big image of it?
No, I just see your Google page still.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the good? That is really nasty because they did it to me again. Okay, let's try this again. So you see the Google page, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to stop the share. However I do that now, it's stop the share. And I'm going to try to put this up. This happened to me this morning. It's so nasty. Let's see, let's try from the beginning. And this is just like a hit and miss at this point of what I'm trying to do here. Man, it's let's just see if I can do this again. It is just not working out at all for me today. Now I'm going to try the share again with any luck. And while I'm sharing, Bettina can talk about me. Or is she gone?
No, I'm here. I finally was able to get back on Zoom. And
okay. Okay, let me just try the share again. Okay, I'm even not sure which way this Google thing is going. Okay, I'm going to just share. Let's try that. Now, do you see a big screen saying create an online income?
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, that was fun. Okay, fun and giggles for all of us, right? Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk through how to create an online income. Do you want to just read my intro, Bettina? It might give a good idea for people of where I'm going with this.
absolutely. We can throw that back up again.
Well, no, let's not mess with my screen if that's okay. Just where I Skyped at you. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to read it. I'm just going to tell you what I'm doing, you guys. Look at, I am not an internet guru, but I've run into a lot of internet gurus, and I've never heard them talk common sense that makes it easy for you guys. I hear that they complicate things, and you have to jump over all kinds of hoops to do what you need to do. But I'm just like common sense. And I'm going to just talk about some common sense factors that it's important for you guys to check mark for your website and creating an online business. I'm going to review a couple of things I talked about a little bit earlier this morning because it needs mentioning again. And then I'm going to go into common sense website setup. And as I go through it, check yourself and see if these are the things you've done, because if you haven't done it, you have to do it, but they're really easy to do. So creating an online income, you need to start. And there's been so many people that start their website or start the business and they do not know how they're going to make money online. And as you know, 1% of people may buy, they go to your website. Up to 40% of your visitors may create revenue for you if you send other companies leads. And by leads, I mean, have you talked to the companies you're already recommending? And have you got a contract with them basically saying, hey, if I send you a lead, will you pay me $10? To the lawyer you're using, if I send you a lead, will you pay me $20? To the accountant you're recommending, will you send me, if I send you a lead, will you pay me $10? All the multi-million-dollar companies, Google, Facebook, Pinterest, Angie's List, Home Advisor, all make money from leads because they know how darn hard it is to sell somebody, to take money from someone's pocket and to make a sale, as opposed to having them click on a link or complete a referral form that is free for them to do. And it gives them a benefit of either the information they're looking for or advice or free consultations, whatever it happens to be. This is the moneymaker above sales. That being said, if you're selling, you may want to incorporate a lead program in your website where you can create a resource page, and all the people, all your clients are asking you, do you know this company or who do you recommend here? Create a page of that. It's passive income. And you'll find out more about it through the We Empower You membership. But if you join, you get this lead tracking software. So I sent leads to companies that paid me. I charged $5. I sent leads to insurance companies, and the way I was promoting, I ended up making about $50,000 a month in $5 leads. And I did it through what is being offered on the We Empower You membership, a TV show and sponsors that pay for your TV show, and then your TV show drives business to your website, and your website automatically generates revenue through leads or sales, doesn't matter. But what I found out is in the 10 years or 20 years I owned that insurance hotline business, I always had to keep promoting, always promotion, or my revenue would go down. Same with sales. If you don't promote, you have no sales. What I realized is if you tie either your lead income or your sales to an annual income, you just need to do it once, and the annual income from the sales or your lead revenue will keep going year after year, which is how you make millions of dollars online. You can just let that run. So we always told you, if you're new to this, the We Empower You membership, you can turn your message into $1 million business by what we are offering, because your audience for what we are offering is the entrepreneur, is you. So you have to figure out your database and what we offer through the membership. And it's important to know, you get a website where you can sell or you can generate lead revenue, but the actual membership gives you an annual income. So if you tie your sales into the membership, you could, one sale, including the membership, can give you an annual income. So the membership includes a ready-to-go, all-inclusive website with a store, lead tracking, everything you'd ever want. It comes with a TV show spotlight that enters 50 million households and a list of 300 to 400 sponsors that have given entrepreneurs like you money anywhere from $1,000 to $100,000 a year. So if you do your TV show spotlight, which is basically a 5-minute spotlight telling the world what you offer, sending visitors to your website that produces automatic income, if the sponsor aligns with your message, they will promote your TV show, which will send visitors to your website and increase your revenue, because the more visitors you have, the more money you make. The membership also includes a list of 800 radio talk show hosts with listeners up to 100,000. You get on these stations, you generate traffic, you generate sales, you generate lead income. This is like gold. And of course, hands-on help by the one, the only Bettina Carey. And I joined Bettina Carey's membership. You know, I help contribute with all these platforms, but I joined because of her hands-on mentoring. This is invaluable because Bettina's the real deal. She cares. I've met gurus that take your money and go away. She does blood, sweat, and tears caring, okay? So this is incredible. Now, the membership is $15.99 a year. So you get a TV show, a website, a list of sponsors, radio show contacts, and weekly mentoring and network for $15.99. You can't buy any kind of business for that. You could not buy these separately for that. You would have to pay about $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 for this. Anyway, if you promote the website, the membership, and sell, you make 50%, $800, and you make it annually, which is amazing because if you have 100 people, and I'm sure when you're creating your products, your books, your target is at least 100 people to sell to. If you combine your product within the membership, which you can do easily, the 100 people you sell will give you an annual income because they will want to keep their website, they will want to keep their TV show, they will want to keep the services you provide in addition to this white label. It's called a white label membership. So this membership has basically been created for you so that you can create an annual income, which is the key to making money online, because you don't want to keep selling to 100 people and then 100 people and 100 more people. If you can do it once, you're golden. And it also gives you $80,000 annually. So here's how you, even if you don't become a member, you can still promote and sell the membership without being a member. And you can even add your own product or service to the membership and promote it. You still get the $800. And even if you wanted to increase the cost of the membership, let's say you wanted to make your service $1,200. So the membership is $2,000 and you make $1,200. That means you make $120,000 annually. So you've got the flexibility to add a product, don't add your product, increase the membership cost, whatever you want to do, it's flexible, but the membership package is there for you to create an annual income and to create retention. Because once somebody has a website with you, TV show, a connection to the network, they stay on year after year. Now, going back to know your income streams. Before you start, what is your income stream? Are you selling? And if you sell to 100 people, what are you going to make? If you send leads to 100 people, what are you going to make? If you sell into the membership, what are you going to make? So know your income streams, know where you're going to go before you actually even do anything. If you don't do this, you're spitting into the wind. You've got to figure out what your numbers are and how many numbers you need. Now, what people don't realize is that the internet is a target marketing platform. That's all it is, target marketing. It's perfect for niche marketing. And if you don't understand the niche marketing, you will be lost within the system. So niche marketing is what keywords would people be using to find what you're offering. So figure out what keywords people would type in to get to your website. And you might come up with like 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 or 20 or 100 different keywords, okay? And it will get you confused a little bit. But then once you've got that list of keywords, pick the most qualified keyword phrase that you think you would like sent to you. Pick one keyword phrase that you think would be most qualified, that would convert and make you the most money. So let's just say you have a coaching business. Choose the most qualified keyword phrase that aligns with your coaching business for best conversion. And again, the internet is niche marketing, so you've got to pick one. I'm not saying that you can't incorporate all the other ones within your website, but you have to lead with one, your best qualified keyword phrase. So let's say I have a coaching business and I teach people how to be happy. I teach corporations improving employee productivity. I teach them how to discover their brand and reduce anxiety instantly. So these are all part of my coaching program and everything I do. But I have to pick one. So I'm going to pick improving employee productivity because it's very well targeted, improving employee productivity. It's a strong keyword. And if somebody types this in and comes to my website, and if I address this keyword correctly, I can convert people. So I'm going to pick, like I could pick anything, but I'm going to pick improving employee productivity for my own reasoning. And then I know that if somebody is typing in improving employee productivity, that if when they go to my website, if they read the first line saying supercharge your workforce across generations, that would be answering their search term. So they won't bounce off my website. I know what their search term is. I've addressed their search term. Right in the first line of my homepage. And that's really incredibly important. Know what people, determine what your main qualified keyword phrase is, focus on that, address their search inquiry first thing, right off the bat, the first thing they read. Then offer information. So you address and then you offer information to help solve their problem. So receive the top 3 strategies to achieve the highest performance from 5 distinct generations in the workplace. Interesting, it's drawing me in because I've never heard this before, the generations, distinct generations in the workplace. So it's got my curiosity factor up. And then I say, receive our top 3 strategies. So this is what you do, is you control your traffic, which is critical. A lot of people think, well, just go to my website and click around, but you don't put them into your closing funnel that way. You've got to control your traffic. So you've got to know what your most qualified keyword phrase is, address their search inquiry, offer information according to solve their problem for their search inquiry, and then control your visitors' traffic. Tell them what to do next because they don't know. And what to do, receive our top 3 strategies that resolves their problem and leads to your income stream. Because if you're not going to resolve their problem, what's the point? And if it's not going to lead to your income streams, what's the point? So you've got to have all these checked off. So when they click on the submit button, it says supercharge your workforce. Here are the 3 things that they need to do to supercharge their employees. And now everything leads to revenue streams. We provide complimentary consultations. So when they complete the form, that's lead revenue. It's either going to send you a request for a free consultation, or you could send this lead to another coach and charge them $20 or $30 for it. Or you can take the lead yourself to close the business. Here is the membership that has been repurposed for this company for themselves, the website, the TV show, the sponsor, the media, and it gives an annual income. So if the person buys this, goes in, completes the form, you talk to them for a free consultation, and instead of buying this website owner is getting $800 per year. Now here are 2 of their product lines. And you can see $17.99 or $2,000. So the website owner can say, look, if you pay me for my $2,000 product or this product, I will include the all-inclusive platform for you. And that guarantees them annual income. So there's all kinds of ways to cut this cake so that you create an annual income for yourself. So you might entice them by giving them a course, but throwing in this, if it's, if it's something you can do in regard to what you're charging. So creating an online income, here are the steps. Know your income streams. What are you trying to sell? How much? And how often do you have to make those sales or those leads? Have you tied it to an annual income? If you haven't tied it to an annual income, please enjoy doing the same thing over and over again. Your business will be turning into Groundhog Day. It's not a great life. Create an annual income stream. So this goes hand in hand. Target a main keyword phrase. So know what you're going to lead with. Because if that person led with all those four, how to be happy, how to reduce anxiety, all those four, what that does is it confuses the search engines and doesn't send you any business. It's a niche marketing system. It's asking you for one. Address your search inquiry on your homepage. So when they put in their keyword phrase, address their search inquiry right away, or they will leave your website. Give a solution and tie the solution to your revenue streams. That's how you create an online income. And that was done by 2 pages, the home page and the page they clicked to when they filled out the form. And when people say, well, I don't want to put a form on, let me just see if I can go back here. Let me just see if I can go back here. I get a lot of people saying, oh, I don't want to put a form on my homepage. I don't want to force the people to, give me their name and email, and that type of thing. That's how you also qualify your visitor traffic. If they don't want to participate, they're not interested. If I had not put a form on my homepage, I would not have a larger email list than some of the major newspapers in the world. If I had listened to somebody saying, well, I don't, just whine about maybe someone won't like it. Well, I don't care if someone doesn't like it, they're not going to do it. Go away. I'm ending up with an email list. I've had millions of people. I've captured millions of people, qualified people on my email lists. Always invite people to get what they want. If you're going to give them something, they're going to give you something. If they don't want to put their name and email, but they still want the information, they'll put an incorrect email that will be, you can toss it out later. But always, build your email list, because then you can market back to them. So that's what I have for you guys today. If you guys want to ask me any questions, I'm here.
Thank you. That was awesome. And always a refresher as we go forward into our journey together. Lee, you are awesome. So brilliant. I mean, you've got the mind that I wish I only could have just for even a day. And we have Marcella Arietta, who's actually a new Just Say Yes member. And I'm wondering if she might have some questions at all relative to this. When we talked a little bit about her website and how it could be developed and represent her, there was a lot of juice that I got out of hearing about what Marcella was up to. And sometimes people walk away from their computers, but I'm going to ask her to unmute. Mia also, Tepper might be able to say something about her membership if she's there. Janet Francis. And do you have any comments there also, Janet? You're more working with us behind the scenes.
You're very nice. I have not been the best example of getting my site ready. So
Actually, Mia, is that Mia?
That's Janet.
That's
Francis.
Janet.
Janet. Oh, Janet. Okay.
Yes, partly because I'm torn because I have real estate and I have project management stuff.
Mhm.
And I do a lot of referring to people. So I kind of love that aspect, but it's kind of hard to combine the other two. It's not in my mind, but I feel like it is for the public.
Here's what I would suggest. Okay, if you're going to go to the membership, ideally, what we're doing is we're trying to create a group of people that can create an online income that generates itself year after year. Okay, so even if you decide to, let's say, create a membership that has real estate in it, right? Maybe you can create a little course or personal guidance for real estate. And what was the other thing that you had?
And the other is project management.
Project management. So you can take the We Empower You membership and create a project manager membership. And you can take the We Empower You membership and create a real estate membership. And you can also put it separately so that it doesn't even involve either of them. So, and then just have the website and say, hey, go to my website. If you want my counseling on real estate, join this membership and you'll have access to me year in and year out. Or, project management or real estate. Or if they don't want either, just grab the membership. Because again, most of your target group is an entrepreneur. And there is no better platform in the world than this one. Guaranteed. Nothing comes close to the price that has been set for this $15.99 to the value you get. It's unbelievable. So do you follow me in that regard?
I do. I think it just comes back to me sitting down and taking the time and then basically creating 2 different pages for those different things. And then all of the other services that I tend to recommend to people, reaching out to them to get referral fees.
Yeah. And there is the aspect where I can do it all for you. Bettina has sent me a number of people where I think it through, because I've done it for so long, I think it through for them, and I create a specific website that I would talk to you. We would work things through over a few days. We would get your focus. We would get your marketing strategies down. We'll get everything, and we have a very clear line of how we're going to attack your interests online and what the steps are for it. Because a lot of people are cloudy. They can't see, this is the forest for the trees. That's what happens to a lot of people. They can answer everybody else's problems, but they can't answer their own.
Exactly. Yep. Nope. Yeah. That's very, very true. It's always easier from the outside looking in.
The more you stall, the more you waste opportunity. And that's, right now, given the condition of the world, we don't know which way it's turning or twisting. You might as well get what I call is, what do they call, Bettina, when you bug out or you prep, your prepper? I think everybody should do online prepping right now and have it so that, it's like when you're planting seeds, when you're hungry, it's nice to have a garden to eat from.
Exactly.
It's, and if you're hungry right now, all people can do is hand you a handful of seeds and say, enjoy. So let's start growing your garden now so that when and if you need it, it's producing.
Good point.
Absolutely.
I think I'll use that in my next video.
Marcella, you are unmuted now too. So ask away. I know that Lee and I are interested in helping you. So throw us a few questions.
Well, first I'd like to say, listening to you, Lee, is what I really gathered from it was that going a little bit deeper into the depth of what the WEY membership is and all that is available with the site. So I definitely, in listening to you, got some more ideas of how I would like to utilize that for my own business and different ideas in regards to membership. So I just wanted to really thank you for that. I think in the beginning, when you're jumping into any new endeavor, sometimes you tend to make it more complicated than it really needs to be. And I think that I definitely started out that way. So the one thing that I've noticed, Bettina, when I spoke to you with some of the challenges that I chose to do is that I created some block time on my calendar that is just specific for the website. And there's nothing else that I do is just spend time with the website. And then, because there's so many avenues to when you're talking about the radio and you're talking about the TV show, I mean, that's a lot to get into. And so I think if people create block times for that and prioritize at least like, a half an hour a day or something like that, you're going to make progress. And, Bettina always mentioned to me too, that what's really important is to, it's a journey and it isn't a race. And so whatever it is that's going on in my life, as I find balance for myself, that look at all the playing pieces that I have in my life, and let's start creating the vision. And how you were speaking about Lee's talking about numbers. Yes, have your number, what it looks like for you to have wealth, which is money coming in enough where I no longer have to do anything and I don't no longer have to work or let go of that job. What's that number? And starting therefore, so I can at least start doing the math. Honestly, I think more than anything, I've embraced the journey of it and creating time to put in towards it. And so the clearer I am with my endeavor and my goal, there's a much greater chance of me getting to it. Excuse me, I have father-son on me right now. I'm going to have to move really soon here because the sun is getting to me. Yeah, so that's been my experience in listening to you again, Lee, and then you being really a pioneer. Like your website is unique due to how many years of experience that you have. I showed it to like a few people that, do design, and yours is very unique, so you're an old school cat that's got some skills that's just been doing it since the end of time, like with Web 1 and really getting into the innovations of the internet. So I just want to thank you so much for having an opportunity to speak to you about this wonderful offering that you and Bettina have. I really appreciate it.
It's interesting because the website, tends to be really straightforward. What's your keyword? Address the keyword search and have a referral form that leads to your revenue streams. And we can match any look and feel that WordPress, Wix, GoDaddy has. But what I find is that they wow the visitor to distraction. And that's putting more blocks and you're never going to make more money. If you're very clear on what your revenue stream is, what they're searching for, how you're answering, and what your recommendation is to them that targets your income streams, you're done. Like for example, how you just did this little presentation just right now, if you took this and you put it on your Twitter or Facebook or whatever social media with a link to your website for the membership, that may be all you need. You could go viral because you've got this very simple, okay, I'm not sure what to do, but here we're going to take it out. Everybody's like that in sort of the entrepreneurial field because you've got so many things going on. You just take your honesty, do this short video and link them to your website and say, hey, you know what? You can get a GoDaddy website, you can get an income activator website. Why would you get a GoDaddy website? Because it's going to end up costing you more. You don't have a TV show, you don't have all the things you need, including support. And that's all there is to it. So, and anybody that calls me, and if we just do a Zoom meeting, we can add that to your promotional strategy because the revenue stream's already established for you right now. It's there for you. I use it. I redid my entire website platform, and now people can get the website, but I promote my business within the membership because it generates more revenue and it's a better value for the entrepreneur. So I'm not saying anything that I'm not actually doing. And, you know, according to the media, I mean, even most of the media right now are entrepreneurs and they're struggling and they don't know what different aspects to use. And now when you give them a little package for $15.99, it's got everything plus support. I mean, what more could you give somebody? That's my point. Now, there's people that will buy it and then just never do anything. You know, well, that's a lot of people, but they bought it for you. They bought it, you know, and they'll come back and they'll, you know, but if they buy another package, like there's not even a package out there like this. So,
yes.
you know?
And the goal is to generate income that you don't have to work hard for, but that you benefit from nonetheless, because you become our 50-50 partner. And so that's pretty big numbers, $800 every member that you have join us. And it's it can generate an annual income, and year over year that gets paid. So it's a beautiful strategy that we kind of concocted together, Lee and I. And we think we've cracked the code on generating income in a way that flattens the economy for everyone. Like anyone can do this. Everyone can do this. You know, we have the Just Say Yes program, which you're on. You know, people pay when they do start paying, they pay, the minimum is $150 a month, and then they can pay all at one time, or they can get 2 new members. So we've made this so easy for the entry level that everybody should be able to say yes to this, just so that, you know.
And one more thing.
I just wanted to say one thing. The one thing that I really enjoy, as far as there's always this ongoing giving that goes on with WEY. And so, for instance, the meetings that are every week that are for people that are free, there's a lot of value with that. And on top of that, every few months, this big event. With that, and having the opportunity to actually communicate with people instead of just me watching a video on another way to make income, the connectivity with that is so much more powerful than me just watching an ad. And yes, I think with most things that are out there that are opportunities for people to make money, like 5% of people actually follow through on any of it. So I'm just acknowledging that continuous gift that you have as far as the weekly meetings. And now, Lee, I wanted to clarify, did I actually hear you say that people can make the $800 without having the membership?
Yeah, you can promote the membership. And
very generous.
As an affiliate,
yeah,
you can promote the membership. Yes.
Now, here's the thing. I don't know if you know a little bit about when I was actually creating that lead revenue, sending leads to insurance companies, and Torstar wanted to buy the company for just over $2 million. I was like, oh my God, what am I selling them? Because all I was traffic going through a referral form, but it was generating liquid money. And I was thinking, my gosh, you know, this is how the internet works. You get traffic, you send leads to businesses, and you make money. And then when I sold the business and I wanted to send leads to lawyers, I went online and I did what you guys do. I just looked at WordPress and GoDaddy and Wix, and I thought, oh my gosh, with 20 years of making so much money online, I can't make money from those website platforms. And I thought, you know, no wonder people are going broke trying to do this. I couldn't do it. And that's when I decided to put my foot in the door for the entrepreneur and say, okay, it stops here. I'm going to give the entrepreneur the same website platform that I've made money from, that Google, Facebook, Yahoo, you know, Pinterest, everybody benefits, does the same thing. I'm going to give you the software that they use and that I used, so that I've leveled the playing field. And then when I met Bettina, we just said, you know what? Let's not just level the playing field for the entrepreneur. Let's give them so much that nobody else could even compete with. And it will stop those really greedy, high-tech, big tech companies that give you an inadequate website and upsell you on everything, or those so-called gurus that teach you how to make money online and they've never done it. You know, a place where you can actually talk to people, like you said, that have actually done it and are prepared to share until you get it right.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the questions and participation here, and Lee, for your presentation. As always, you always just come in and refine and make it so simple for people to digest. And I really appreciate that extra effort that you put in. We are like two stars colliding, and whoo, we're just like hopefully stars all over the planet right now that we are helping. And with that said, we're going to be moving on to our next speaker. And again, just because I was having some technical issues, now I'm going to just pause for a minute and put up my share screen again for the pause moment so that I can pause and take a deep breath and get this right this time.
Thank you, Lee. Thanks for everything.
Oh, thank you. Talk to you. I'll probably end up talking to you.
I would love to speak with you again real soon.
All right, returning now to our remix of the We Empower Your Life Global Virtual Summit, September the 14th, bringing up Joy Selden, emotional intelligence master trainer and author of Emotions and Owner's Manual. Joy Selden has taught thousands of executives, creative professionals, and women not satisfied with the status quo how to advance their careers, manage family dramas, and fulfill ambitions. Her ability to break down the complex world of emotions into easy to understand and actionable concepts and tools brings life-changing results and rave reviews. A former acting and improv teacher and somatic therapist, Joy offers a highly accessible and fun approach to harnessing the most underutilized yet powerful resources we have, our emotions. Her Emotions at Work course draws students from around the world. Expand it and turn on your volume.
You getting audio?
So my name is Joy, and I really love it now, but that was not always the case. Growing up, I actually hated my name. It made me feel like a fraud because I was not a happy camper. In elementary school, I had a pre-ulcer stomach. As a teenager, people were always saying to me, "Oh, smile, you look so serious." And I go, yeah, okay, you smile. I have nothing to smile about. And so I was a pretty unhappy person, to say the least. The one thing that I had, though, was the willingness to feel my misery. And that sounds counterintuitive. But what I discovered in my journey of overcoming my issues, my disappointments, my lack of know-how in terms of creating what it is that I wanted when I went out into the world. I was very ambitious. I wanted to be a movie star. I moved to Hollywood when I was 20, and I had talent, but I was absolutely clueless about how to create what I wanted. But I had willingness to feel my feelings. And one day I was standing in my little house that I was renting and just completely despondent. I had no idea what to do. I couldn't even move. I didn't know what choices to make. And I'm standing there and I hear this voice in the back of my head said, God does not mean for you to be miserable. And I was like, oh, right, of course not. Then why am I miserable? And why is my family miserable? And why are we here? And I went on a journey of seeking. And what I discovered over many years and many processes is that the key to healing myself was my willingness to feel the full range of my emotions, no matter how uncomfortable they were, because I learned from them. And eventually, between my own studies and my education and experiences, I came up with a system of how to teach people how to feel. And so I want to start by asking you all a question, and that is, why are you here? Why are you in this summit? Why are you engaged in this particular conversation? Why are you here? What is it that you long for or that you are ambitious about? And I invite you to put it in chat if you wish. You don't have to, but if you have something that comes to you, I'd love to hear what that is. And just to take a moment as you think about that, to feel what feelings come up when you think about it. What emotions are there? Can you name them? Does it make you feel good and happy, or is there frustration or anxiety or fear or anything else that comes along with that desire? I see someone put in beautiful, to educate, lead, and transform families around money. Talk about a hot topic that invokes a lot of emotions. It's family and money, both of those. In fact, that was a huge issue in my family growing up, and lots of fear and lots of anger that was evoked around money issues in my family. And so when we think about emotions in our culture, part of what goes on is that we have a lot of languaging in our in the world at large. Is there's positive emotions and negative emotions. So we have a lot of judgment around emotions. So if you think about what comes up for you when you are on your journey to fulfillment, whatever it is that you desire and what you want to create in your life, you know, when those emotions of fear or anger or shame, anxiety, whatever name you're going to put to it, you know, do you try to suppress that or get rid of it or meditate your way out of it or exercise or eat your way out of it or deny it? Or does it overwhelm you? And then it makes the choices. So often this is where the emotions get blamed for the problem, rather than the idea that we are actually meant to be in dominion and in charge of our emotions. They are an information system. They are bringing you crucial, vital, important information about what your relationship is to whatever it is that you're experiencing, to the people that you're interacting with, to world views, to circumstances. They're bringing you important information. And that's why I call them the number one tool, because the tool is that they are bringing you information in order for you to make the best possible choice for yourself, for your survival and your well-being. They're a guidance system and they communicate to you through your body. So again, I'm going to ask you, what emotion actually is coming up right now when I talk about this? Is there emotion that you feel frequently, or an emotion that you are afraid of? A lot of people are afraid of anger, and that fear of anger gets in the way of actually getting the benefits of anger. Now, there are unworkable aspects of emotions when you are not what I call clean anger. There's a defensive anger. And so there's nuances and subtleties around emotions that takes time and energy and depth of understanding. I've spent the last 40 years of my life and 20 years of actually teaching this and developing it in terms of understanding how we can recognize what emotion we're experiencing in your body. So I want to invite you again to come back to this question of why you're here. What is it that you want to create, or what kind of life do you want to create for yourself? And just notice what you feel in your body. Do you feel flow and ease and expansion? Or do you feel some tension? Do you feel something going on in your stomach or your shoulders, or your heart pounding, perhaps, or numbness? All of these feelings in your body are messages, and they are bringing you something that's really important. And so the most beneficial thing you can do is to be willing to experience this vibration of energy that's in your body, to turn towards it. Oh, my stomach is upset. I'm going to have a meeting, or I'm going to have this conversation this afternoon, and I'm really anxious about it. Well, what is this anxiety about? To really recognize that your thoughts, your feelings, and your body are all connected, and that you can help educate yourself to what's really going on, what the truth of your experience is, by listening to these vibrations, these feelings in your body. And I think that innately we really know, if you take the time to slow down and be present with those feelings that you have and listen to them, because they're bringing you information, and that you can use this as a tool for making choices that benefit you. So I have a short amount of time here today, so I want to open it up. And Bettina, I totally lost track of the time. I was going to watch it, so you let me know when I need to finish up. But do you have anybody has a comment or a question? Is there a particular emotion that you would like to ask about? Because each emotion, we have signature emotions like fear and anger that are our protector emotions, and they're bringing you a specific piece of information. All right, I heard this phrase, getting a PhD in you. And I thought, yes, we all need to get a PhD in ourselves. And part of that work of getting a PhD is to befriend and to value all of your emotions. They all have information. Emotions are not the problem. It's the judgment that we have about them that gets in our way. So if you'd like to know more, there is my book back here, Emotions and Owner's Manual. It's on Amazon, Kindle, print, audible.com. It's a way for you to get tools that can help you make choices and decisions. And if you'd like to have a direct conversation with me and learn more, just to have a private consultation, I invite you. You can go to the URL Joy to the Rescue. It's JOIE, as in joie de vivre, JOIE to the rescue.com. And it'll take you right to my calendar, and you can schedule in a half-hour conversation with me. And I would love to talk to you if you have any particular problems or challenges that you're grappling with. I can probably help you with that. So
Master Nigel, thank you so much for, I've heard.
All right, thank you so much for watching Joy Selden's presentation. And next up, we're going to bring up a recording previously recorded by Debbie Waldeck. Debbie Waldeck is the professor of hope, health, and happiness, who teaches smart, strong, stubborn, stuck women the sign language of their body so that they can trust their body, know it better than their doctor, and understand how hidden imbalances impede their success concerning mood, energy, weight, and even the ability to manifest the greatness they are. Debbie can't be here today as her mother is going into hospice, but she is here with us in spirit and has a message for each of us.
Before I talk about Body Mind Blueprint, I'd like to talk about shattering the glass ceiling. Hey, I'm Debbie Waldeck, and I got to tell you, I could never even manage that until I learned how to shatter my own self-imposed glass ceiling. You know, I get amazed at how we women judge others so quickly. They look successful, they look prosperous, we put them on pedestals. And we're also so quick to judge this moment as good or bad. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It was 1940 when the rancher was standing by his neighbor. All of a sudden the fence broke and the rancher's horse ran off. And the neighbor said, "Dang, that sure does suck for you." And the rancher said, "Maybe yes, maybe no." The following day, the horse returned with 4 other wild horses. And the neighbor said, "Man, that is awesome." And the rancher said, "Maybe, maybe." The next day, the rancher's son mounted one of the wild horses. He was bucked off and broke his leg. And the neighbor said, "Oh my God, how awful. What bad luck you're having." And the rancher said, "Maybe, maybe." And the following day, 1940, soldiers came commandeering for the war, but the son was exempted based on his injuries. Fascinating, huh? So how can we judge one moment as good or bad? How can we judge another? But more importantly, how can we even judge ourselves as prosperous or successful? Maybe, maybe. What about me? I was born in Scotland. My parents, uneducated and poor. We came to Hampton, Virginia. Majority of the population is African American. That's what I thought America was until I was about 20. Our family shopped at Goodwill, due to our family's financials, we received those free lunch tickets at school. Funny how kids like to tease students because the tickets were a different color. At 15, a medical condition caused me to gain nearly 50 pounds in 3 months and develop terrible cystic acne. Wonderful before you turn 16. You know, for a while, I wondered why I was so invisible in school. But actually, after a bit, I welcomed it. For a year and a half, I tried every fad diet, from starving, lemon fast, to I even wrapped my body in cellophane. About killed myself. I binged when depressed, which is all the time. Finally, at Christmas of my senior year, I decided, you know what, I'm going to read and learn about how to get healthy. And I lost that weight by my 18th birthday. But my father, he was somewhat cruel, unrealistically strict. I wasn't allowed to get any school functions, no football games, no dances. I did watch a lot of Fantasy Island. But as 18, he says, well, you're an adult, you're on your own. I had no social skills, no culture. I went wild, not in a good way. I was invisible. I was angry, but I wasn't angry because I was invisible. I was angry because I knew that I knew nothing. I knew I didn't have the knowledge, and I was terrified of successful people, prosperous people, attractive people. And there's some stupid examples that stick out. These are little ones. I don't want to scare anybody. But I never understood why my schoolmates' button-down, yuppie cotton shirts look so crisp like paper. So I'd babysit, buy a can of spray starch, and I'd iron all night long to get my shirts to look like theirs did. But when I got to school, you'd think I'd slept in it. How did they keep their shirts so crisp? It was at 21 that I learned that they went to a professional dry cleaner. I didn't even know what that was until then. And at around 21, I was invited to a dinner buffet. I hadn't been to a buffet. I didn't even know what half the food was. I thought that vegetables only came in cans and all there was apples, oranges, and bananas. Well, the girls that I were with were kind of like those girls from the Mean Girls movie. And I was about to be the punchline. I was the joke for them. While in the buffet line, I added a scoop of mousse to my plate for dessert. And as we ate, I watched the others like a hawk. What forks did they use? Did they put napkins on their lap? But finally, as the dinner neared the end, I reached my mousse, took a big bite, only to find out it was whipped butter. I had never seen whipped butter before. But the girl in front of me had. She knew what I was. She knew me. She knew what I thought, and she was delighted when I finally put that big bite of butter in my mouth and let everyone know it. Yep. My glass ceiling seemed to be dropping and dropping. Our identity. I married very young, and shortly thereafter, I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease. I was given medication, and then I got pregnant with our second child. They didn't know then that the medicine would cause complications in an unborn child. In the PDR today, it says, don't take this drug if pregnant. But I did experience complications, and ultimately I was told to abort. And maybe in part, it was my lack of trust and authority. But since my home life and school were very difficult, I had two respices, learning and God. So I knew two things. I knew I was smart, and I knew I was loved by God. So when I heard that still, small, sweet voice inside say, you will have a healthy baby boy, and even his name, I disregarded all authority and followed my gut, my God, my intuition. My glass ceiling was beginning to rise just a little. Now, our child was born with significant complications, but I held on to the belief that my child was whole. You will have a healthy baby boy. Why? Why did I believe? Maybe because at 12, I decided to read the Bible all the way through. Genesis, Matthew, Numbers, Mark. Numbers were so boring. There was a few verses that really made me pause and became my fundamental belief system, my values. One was when the Virgin Mary went to see Elizabeth, who was carrying John the Baptist. Mary had recently been visited by the angel Gabriel, who had asked if she would carry the child of God. What stopped me was, one, Mary said yes, knowing how she would be ostracized, virgin getting pregnant. And two, Gabriel told Mary that the senior Elizabeth was pregnant. Now, Elizabeth was old and barren, and all she'd ever wanted was to have a child, and she believed that she would, and that kind of intrigued me. But it was this exchange that stopped me. It was when Mary went to visit Elizabeth, both pregnant, Elizabeth with John the Baptist, Mary with Jesus, and Elizabeth said, oh, my baby leaps within my womb at the recognition of the child of God within yours. But it was these words, blessed Mary are you, for you have chosen to believe the promise of God. She didn't say, blessed Mary are you that you are special, or blessed Mary are you that you were chosen. No, she said, blessed Mary are you, for you have chosen to believe. And this is what I ask my clients. What do you choose to believe? Belief or believing you can be super fit, sexy, successful, with utter joy can be difficult if you've never known it. But with my smarts and my illness, I asked why. Why do I have an autoimmune disease? Well, it's all genetic. Won't heal. Might go in remission. We'll manage it. Why do my children have asthma, allergies, eczema, night terrors, anxiety, respiratory airway disease? I never got an answer, ever. So I began to research, and I spent 3 hours every day in medical libraries while the kids were at preschool or school every single day. 7 years, 10,000 hours. Deep into that, when our son was about 5, I had already changed our diet to one that was super healthy, but they were still suffering, still sick. I studied, and I have to say, I was tired. And one day I cried out, Father God, if by your stripes we're healed, why am I doing all this research? And the answer was clear as day. If you go to the altar and pray for a healing and get it, but you go back out and in ignorance do the same thing that got you sick in the first place, and your illness returns, what does that do for your faith? Sometimes the answer to prayer comes in the form of knowledge. So I persevered. It was 2 more years before I recognized that no matter the health diagnosis, there were consistently the same few common denominators of imbalance behind every single condition. So rather than try to fix ADHD or asthma or anxiety, I addressed the root issues. And within months, our children were whole, healthy, thriving, flourishing. My glass ceiling was moving up a little bit. My experiences early on revealed to me that we are destroyed for lack of knowledge. But knowledge for what? I asked questions. Why do I have an autoimmune disease? Why are my kids sick? The answer was one drug that becomes 2, 3, and more. Knowledge. To get the knowledge that serves us means maybe asking the right question, doesn't it? If you're not getting the answers to the questions you're asking, maybe you're asking the wrong questions. You wish to shatter that glass ceiling, but what about your glass ceiling? How can you shatter your glass ceiling if you don't even know you? There were 3 statements written on the ancient forecourt of the Temple of Apollo. Ancient. Know thyself, nothing to excess, and certainty breeds insanity. In fact, the famous Simon Sinek conducted a TEDx talk called The Golden Circle. Essentially, he speaks of business, actually successful business, and he speaks of the how, the what, and the why, and says a mistake that businesses make is they worry how to become successful or what to do or what to sell. But he shares that the super profitable companies start with the why. Why am I doing this? Isn't that fascinating? See, my clients come to me always and they start with, how do I lose weight? What do I do to reduce my pain? How do I tackle this depression? Few ask why. Why am I this way? I'd like to expand on Simon Sinek's Golden Circle as it relates to us, people, and not business. And in doing so, I have to add another circle, and the circle is who. I've asked thousands of clients, if you won the lottery, who are you? None answer. If you won the lottery, meaning really nothing is stopping you, who are you? I thought I knew who I was. And I asked myself that question. If I won the lottery, I realized that a lot of my life really wouldn't change. Meaning I still would love sitting on the porch having coffee with my husband of 37 years. I love to wash my car, and I'd simply be washing it in a bigger driveway, wouldn't I? I'd still help people, and I do. But as I was transitioning and learning who I was from that scared little girl, I began to ask myself, if I were successful and prosperous, how would I respond? How would I react? What would I do? Now, I didn't have all the answers at all, but I sure began to respond and react differently than the scared little girl that I was. Eventually, my audience grew and grew as I shared my story. And I've been blessed to speak in every major city in Australia, the United States, and Canada. In fact, I was speaking at a smaller venue when Bettina Carey saw me and got a hold of me and helped me get my first book published. I thought I had shattered my glass ceiling. But my ceiling continued to rise and fall based on many false beliefs. But then I experienced the greatest of blessings. Maybe. It was almost a decade ago when, out of the blue, I began to feel not quite right. It started with a little tingling in my hands. I would feel my heart pounding out of my chest. Sometimes my mouth almost felt like it was swelling, or swallowing was difficult. I told myself to push through. I could rest in a few months and figure it out. Not always a good idea. Know thyself. I thought I did. Nothing to excess. I was fervent in my beliefs. Certainty breeds insanity. I was certain I knew my body. But Labor Day weekend, I told my clients and friends, hey guys, I'm going to take a rest. I'm taking a break. I plan on really taking a respite. It was Sunday morning. John left for church, and I was on the couch, excited with my 2 favorite movies and some mangoes and pineapples. And our daughter calls. She was a nurse at the time. As we're speaking, she goes, Mom, are you okay? You don't sound quite right. I said, no, sweetie, I don't feel right. All I remember is waking to Morgan and the paramedics standing over me in our living room. I was taken to the ER. They found nothing. For 2 years, I saw endocrinologists, neurologists, and cardiologists who found nothing. I was so angry. I was also angry because so many of my clients, they struggle with fatigue or weight or depression, and they go to the doctor and they're told, well, your blood work's nothing really there, but here's a pill. Or they suffer with self-deprecating self-talk, and they spend so much money trying to reprogram their minds only to keep on the hamster wheel. I think worse are the ones who try what used to work before, but it doesn't work anymore. I mean, Einstein said insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, right? But I was going insane because I was doing the same things over and over that used to work, but now they were not working anymore. This has been the hallmark of all of my clients. What worked before just isn't working now. Remember I said I discovered that most conditions have the same 3 common denominators of imbalances within the body? I was certain I knew what to do. Maybe. I suffered for several years, and I realized in the end that I had to figure this out for myself again. So I began researching the biochemistry and physiology of the symptoms I was experiencing. And I recall about a year in, when I finally realized that every symptom I was experiencing was an anxiety attack. I was blindsided. I never thought anxiety. My doctors never thought anxiety. But I knew one thing. If this is what it was, it did not start in my head. It started in my body. Even still, it took me a long minute to pick myself up and finally say, okay, Debbie, let's say it is anxiety. Let's find out why. So I studied and studied, and I found an interesting animal model, one that showed that some mammals, and we're mammals, right? But some mammals have a part of their brain that is hypersensitive to tiny, minuscule changes in blood chemistry. My gosh, could this be true? Could this be me? Could that be what's going on? So I chose to ask a different question, an empowering question. Is my anxiety a superpower? Does my brain have the ability to sense tiny changes in body chemistry long before it shows up in blood work? Maybe. What if I could tap into this silent conversation between the body and my mind? What if I could correct what my body was saying was wrong? So I began to explore what that meant. And though I thought I knew myself, I let go of the fervent belief regarding those 3 common denominators, or knew I would need to expand upon it. And guess what? Think about it. Insanity, what used to work isn't working right now. For instance, you want to lose some weight, you exercise, eat less, but you see weeks and weeks where the scale just doesn't match your efforts. Or you change your diet for your kids, eliminate sugar and food coloring, but you don't see an appreciable change in their behavior. You have bloating and gas, so you take a probiotic and reduce your sugar, but your bloating persists. This is how I was feeling. Listen, folks, all of these things used to work before, but they're not as effective now. Now, I could give you all the reasons, but it would take a lot longer than we have right here in this 35 or so minutes. But I will say this. I identified the imbalances in me, the one who was a health coach, the image of health. And then I lived symptom-free for nearly 1 year before I began to take on clients again. Yeah, I stopped. My clients are strong, smart, stubborn, a little stuck, powerful women. They're stuck because they know what to do, but they're not getting great results from what they're doing. They're stubborn because they're the first to forgive their kids, spouse, coworkers, friends, and family, but they're so hard on themselves. I think their mantra is, I know better, I could have done better, I should have, I need to. And then they come to me about weight, and I tell them it's just a side effect. They have pain, side effect, depression, side effect. I taught them how toxins in our environment have changed how we respond to food, and how measurable, scientifically proven shifts in our microbiome have actually revved up and ramped up our sympathetic nervous system. The very imbalances inside are producing substances that are sabotaging our best efforts. These smart, strong, stubborn, stuck, powerful women are fed up, and they've decided that it's time to invest in learning the language of their body. I mean, why not know what our blood work actually means, right? Why not understand how our body's blood sugar responds to different kinds of meals? You know, zone versus keto versus Mediterranean. Why are we wasting our time taking an online survey or looking at the size of our wrist or looking at the shape of our belly to determine how long I do intermittent fasting when you can actually learn about you and measure at home? Why not learn about your microbiome rather than wasting money throwing in one probiotic or another? What if you could see exactly what was going on in that gut and have a prescribed custom approach that could eliminate the very bacteria that's contributing to your depression, weight, or pain, low energy, mood? These strong, smart, stubborn, stuck, powerful women aren't looking for the Cliff Note version of themselves. They want to understand their bodies better than their doctors. So what is Body Mind Blueprint? It's personal development 3.0. That's what it is. Personal development 1.0, you know, the old Think and Grow Rich. So manage your mind and you'll experience success. Great. Personal development 2.0, this introduces us to the actual neuroscience, where not only do you manage your mind, but in doing so, your mind spits out chemicals related to your thoughts of abundance and hope and prosperity. And in time, your cells will develop receptors for that very emotion, and you become the walking law of attraction. That's totally true. Maybe. Unfortunately, many are unaware of hidden imbalances within the body that are there long before they show up in blood work. However, the body knows. The body sends signals to the mind concerning these imbalances. Remember the mammals with the sensitive brain who pick up on this? The brain hears the body talk, but people do not have a dictionary to define what it means. They misinterpret the signals from the body as, for example, overwhelm or frustration, depression, anxiety, hopelessness, and more. I teach the sign language of your body. Think of it this way. A man walks onto a subway in New York. His eyes are red. He has 5 screaming kids. Is he high? Maybe. His kids begin to terrorize the patrons. They're running amok, grabbing magazines out of people's hands, ripping their iPads out. People try to give the kids dirty looks, to no avail. They try to give the dad dirty looks, but he's just zoned out. They begin to sneer at one another until finally a woman jumps up and confronts the dad. Hey, mister, are you going to get your kids under control here? To that, he looks up from his stupor, taking a moment to register all that's actually happening. And he goes, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I just left from the hospital where my wife died. I'm so sorry, as his voice trails off. And in the instant, the energy in that train shifts from anger and disapproval to compassion, and everyone leaps into action, entertaining, comforting, and consoling the children. What happened? Knowledge. Knowledge that leads to understanding, that leads to compassion, that leads to forgiveness, that leads to love, that leads to trust. We're so quick to judge this moment as good or bad, our weight as right or wrong, our health as hopeless or recoverable. But when my clients learn about the thousands of variables that have come against them, that have caused them to react or respond as they do, to struggle with weight or pain, oh, you see a shift in them. No different than the patrons on that subway once they understood the man's circumstances. The shift is a compassion for self, the kind of self-forgiveness that is like a superpower. When they realize, in fact, how well they've done, considering or in spite of all that's actually come against them, from their DNA, microbiome, unconscious inner dialogue, and even inherited fears. We teach the sign language of the body while teaching how the various slight imbalances are affecting mood, energy, and our very ability to manifest. Do you know our clients actually lose an average like 18 pounds in the first 8 weeks, and we aren't even addressing weight or diet yet? At that point, our clients learn how to conduct simple at-home tests that reveal hidden secrets that have been sabotaging them. So as you think of shattering the glass ceiling, think about you and who you are. Where is your glass ceiling now in respect to who you are now? What if you unleashed your gentle warrior? What if you felt bulletproof? What if you felt superhuman? What if you no longer feared illness? How much higher would your glass ceiling be then? I encourage you to join us. Once I was symptom-free for that year, I began to take on personal clients for 2 years. Fairly heavy, expensive fee. But the whole purpose was to put this into a format where we could do it in groups and scale it and give it for pennies on the dollar. I am halfway through the beta groups for when this program launches, June of 2022. If you are getting this, you are only getting it from a client or a friend for the next beta group through June, at which time it will go into promotion. I absolutely encourage you to look into learning the sign language of your body. And to do that, one call to action, go to www.callwithdebbie.com. Speak to me for 10, 15 minutes, because you're going to want to know what Debbie is actually involved. How much time is it? But you know what? I want you to ask yourself, how much time are you worth to get not the Cliff Note version of who you are? I hope to see you in my calendar. Till next time.
I'm always moved by Debbie's presentations. And of course, it's unfortunate she's not able to be here with us today, but even re-recording and playing her recordings is worth every single second. I'm sure you all would agree. This is just one of the many members that we have as part of our We Empower community. And Debbie has been a long time and dear friend since about 20 years ago. We met, as you know, she was referred to Patrick Snow and ended up publishing 3 books as a result. Just a few claims to her fame. And we're going to bring up our next speaker coming up. This is, of course, a previously recorded. Again, this is a remix of our June event to accommodate our travel schedule, seeing my mom and moving all at the same time. So thank you for joining us here today. Next up is another member of ours, Sally Page. And you're watching the We Empower Your Life Global Virtual Summit, September the 14th, and I'm so glad to welcome you here if you've just joined us. Master your inner game, master your life. Your inner world shapes your life experience, your relationships, who you are, and how you live your life. Your mindset can empower your highest potential or keep you stuck in fear, limitation, and shutdown. Breaking through your limiting beliefs creates freedom, joy, and fulfillment. When you learn to shift your thought and words to build a positive mindset, you have the ability to change your life for the better. Experience a simple and effective practice that supercharges your mindset with positivity that in turn creates opportunity. Sally Page.
Thank you so much, Bettina. I'm very excited to be here today. I'm always honored to be on the We Empower You Global Virtual Summit.
Troy Thompson.
Say before I start, happy birthday. The world needs special women like you who can be powerful, be graceful and loving, and lead others. It's something that we have lacked for years, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this community, in large part because of the energy that you bring to it and the leadership that you give to us. So thank you. So I'm going to jump right in here. This may sound like it's just about mindset, but it's really about so much more. I heard a story about someone who was planning out their entire life, and they had their college plan, they had their career plan, the person they wanted to marry, and the way, you know, where they would live and how they would choose the extra things in life, like vacations and what they would do in the community. And this person went through school and he got into his first job. And for a while, he loved it. For the first year, it was challenging and fun. And he grew as he came into this position. But as the second year came around, he started to realize that it wasn't really fulfilling for him. It wasn't really challenging the way he wanted it to be. It wasn't meaningful. It was just repeat, the same old stuff. He wasn't making a difference in anyone's life. He was serving a money machine. So I had a discussion with him. And what he said is, have you ever worked very hard for a goal, only to realize that when you got there, it wasn't what inspired you most? And the truth is, yes, I have. Because I have a degree in engineering and physics. I worked really, really hard to do it. I worked 3 jobs while I went to college, and my father was dying at the same time. But life had a different idea for me. I always wanted to go to work at NASA. And when I got there, after 3 years at NASA, I went through a big health shift. And that's what took me into this world of medical intuitive work. After 2 near-death experiences, I realized that the need to solve problems that I developed in engineering, just like my friend, was an important skill. And like him, he took the skills he had for his job and he went out and found a job that was very different, where he was contributing to help people who were in disaster situations find supplies, find new homes. And he totally turned around his skills to serve people. And in a way, I did that in a slightly different way, to really help people heal, but not just the physical body, the mental, emotional body, the physical body, the energy body, and the heart and soul. Because we're all of these aspects, and each piece is so important. Each piece contributes to the mindset that we hold, and that shapes our world. It is truly our inner life that shapes our world. If we are not emotionally balanced, which Joy gave such a beautiful talk about, it's so important to listen to our emotions and to pay attention to the messages they give us, but to also heal them and clear the ones that keep us stuck. Our thought patterns, we develop our thought patterns when we're children up to the age of 7. Thoughts, patterns of behavior, patterns of emotional response go into our subconscious mind and drive us, and we don't even know why they're there sometimes, or that they are there. So these are big factors. There's also the traumas and the wounding that we've been through. When you have trauma and wounding, it does a lot of things energetically that you may not be aware of. You can actually sense traumas in people's brains. The amygdala is the fight or flight center. And if it's a big trauma, there are certainly connections there. But it creates energy connections and energy imprints that also control your inner world. So this is part of your inner game. And then there's your soul connection. If you're not listening to your heart and soul, if you're not really allowing it to drive your life and to help you do what's most important to you, because really, you need to know what matters most to you. And that's where people that plan things out and then they find it's an empty shell of what they wanted, it's because they didn't listen to that heart and soul, that inner message that's telling you, turn a little bit different direction, try this. And it's truly what feels good to you. And you feel it in your body. Like if your heart is giving you a message, it feels, if it's a yes message, like this is good for you, your heart feels lighter, more expansive, comfortable. If it feels, if your heart is saying, no, this is not good for you, it will be heavy, feel contracted. And if you can't tell just by feeling your heart, try breathing into your heart. If you breathe into your heart and it's like there's some restriction or some bracing, or you can't fully breathe into your heart, that is a clue that you're in a no space. It's not good for you. If you feel like you have a really big full breath, that's your heart saying, yes, this is good for you. Well, sometimes our emotions can get really stuck in our breathing system, in our heart. And I'm giving away a free tap out that will help you balance your lungs, your heart, and your brain. It's free for everybody. It's really powerful. It shifts a lot of things. And then there's just the way your brain works. So when you go into trauma, what do you do? If something's like shocking, you're like, oh, that's a shock. And there's emotions that do that. There's situations that do that. There's relationships that do that. These imprint you and your body feels that shock. But how do you respond to that? With your breath, with your heart. Your heart always feels it because it's the balancer of your entire body and emotion system and your soul system. But also your brain takes it in and tries to process it. If you've had a lot of wounding, you can process from your woundedness. If you've had a lot of fear, you may be going into your fear patterns if something happens. So that's where the healing and the clearing is so important, to create a mindset that allows you to be really successful, to live the life that you want to live with meaning, with passion and purpose. So this is what I deal with when I work with people. And I have to say, it's really important to go into what you cannot see. You can feel so much, but you can't feel everything unless, I mean, I'm sure the more you're tuned into the energy, the more you feel. But different people have different perceptions of what they feel inside and what they feel in the outer world. Your life experience shapes how you process your inner world feelings, your inner world experience. For example, someone who's always been happy, supported, they grew up in a loving family, emotions were safe to express, given someone who grew up with abuse, who had to hide to feel safe, who was not allowed to express feelings, they're not going to have the same response to a difficult situation. They're just not, because they come to it with a different experience, a different perspective. So shaping our inner world, how do we do it in a way that really allows us to live the life of meaning, of purpose, to be free from the old muck and junk in our life? And I've worked with literally thousands of people and tens of thousands of people. And what I have come to know is there's no one that doesn't have the muck and the wounding and the stuff that they need to address. There's no one. But when the people who have courage to heal and address that inner wounding really pay attention to what's going on in their life and get support from anyone that you're called to get help from, that makes such a difference. It changes your inner game. So I'm inviting you to change your inner game, because when you change your inner game, you see the world differently. When, like, I can say, just with the growth I've gone through, doing this work for years, I see so things so differently than I did 20 or 30 years ago. What would have put me in fear then is like, okay, that's just something to deal with. It's not stopping, it's not limiting, it's not even slowing things down. It's just, okay, there's something to address. Fear most of the time lies to you. It tells you that you're small and not powerful and not an infinite capable soul. And everyone is that. Everyone who lives and breathes has so much potential and capability that we're not accessing. So how do we access that? That is the key. We become consciously aware of what we're going on, what's going on with us, where we're stuck, and where we go into negative thinking. There's processes where I have clients who are stuck in a thinking pattern that doesn't serve them, set a little alarm or little messages to go off on their phone. So certain times during the day, it asks them to check in. Is your emotion negative or positive? Because if you can just recognize your patterns and keep score, so at the end of the day, if you've had 10 negative experiences and 4 positive ones, you know you're kind of hanging out in the negative realm. But when it starts to shift, you know you're beginning to make meaningful change with your inner game. So we have to measure. I guess that's the engineer science person in me. When you measure what's going on with you, you can keep track and actually chart the change that's going on in you so that you can see that your experience is changing. What you allow to hang out in your thoughts and your focus is changing. What you allow to hang out in your emotional field is changing. What you will allow yourself to be consciously aware of is changing. Because someone who's really stuck in fear, if some bully comes into the office, they're like, whoo, there goes their focus. If someone's past the fear, they see, oh, that bully's got some issues. How can I deal with them in a way that's more positive? And there's a different approach, a different response, a different perspective, and a different inner feeling. That affects how you meet your relationships. It affects how you function in your career and your business, and it changes your world. The more you heal and clear, the more of life you master. The more you become aware of what's going on inside of you, the more your outer world changes and you become a force of meaning. What is it that you want to bring to the world? Do you want to bring love and joy to the world? Do you want to bring meaningful change to the world? You need to be aware of what's going on inside of you to do that. Do you want to make your business a heart-centered business that serves others? That needs to be in your conscious awareness. And if you can see your thoughts start to shift during the day, you will know that's happening. So I've been asking my guidance, what is the best thing I can do when I have this moment with these beautiful beings on the summit? And what I'm going to do is a light language activation. Light language sounds like weird sounds or weird songs, but it carries frequencies of light that actually activates your DNA to open to higher fields of consciousness, higher, more expansive fields of light. It can shift not only your DNA, but these inner patterns that are stuck, and it will activate your soul purpose codes. So it's very powerful and it's very easy because you've had so much to listen to. This is where you get to relax and just feel how your body responds to the sounds. So I'm just going to drop into the space. This is light and the sounds may be weird. Don't try to understand them. Just feel them. They will land in your body. They will shift your energy. And if you have questions at the end, I will give you a chance to maybe answer a few things. So if you would like to go off screen, lay down, relax, I'm inviting you to do that. Just be comfortable and enjoy the sounds. So here we go. And this is opening up your vertical energy flow to connect you with source above and earth below. It takes us out of the codependent connections that come out sideways, and it brings our power back inside of us. And as you feel this, breathe into your body and allow the energy to penetrate into your body. All right, so there we go. So this is a way to reset energies, and it's a very powerful way of actually resetting energies, but it's very different. People aren't used to it, but it's quite powerful if you allow it to be felt in the body. So I just wanted to offer that to give people an activation through frequencies. Frequencies can go in to patterns that are negative patterns of energy, and they can literally break up the pattern, shift the pattern, and change it. It's a science called cymatics, and cymatics works with sound and frequencies to do all sorts of healing and curing. And there are beautiful videos that you can watch if you look up cymatics on YouTube. And it's a very interesting science. But there's also so much that you can do with tapping. There's so much that you can do with your breath. And I want to give everybody my free activation today, the free tap out. It's an energy reset tap out. So when you tap through your lungs, it helps open up your breath so you can breathe. This is an excellent thing to do to prepare for meditation, prayer, inner work, where you're really listening to your inner guidance. Tapping will open up that breath breath is a big part of your connection with spirit, source, and soul. The heart tapping, and this is to tap out the heart meridian. Your emotions are so connected with your heart, but so is that soul connection, that inner sense of your purpose, your passion, your inspiration, your God connection comes from source. If you're not a God person, it could be your universal connection, but it's a higher vibration of love that you're connecting with. So when you tap out your heart, emotions can come up and release. It's quite powerful. And then when you tap out your brain, it helps both hemispheres of the brain communicate better. It brings into balance all the circuits and electromagnetic communication going on in your brain. And it's very powerful because we're around so much EMF with all the phones and the electronics in this modern world. Our brains need to reset and balance. Just like sometimes you need to reboot your phone or your computer, sometimes you need a reset for your brain. So I have a cortices tap out that's from Body Talk. It's super powerful. It will rebalance your brain. It will help you focus better. And after the end of this, you will feel an ease of breathing. You will feel more heart-centered and heart-present. You will also feel more calm and balanced in your focus. The more you tap out your head, the cortices tap out. Every day it teaches your brain to balance. Every day it helps you have clearer focus. And if you're really preparing where you want to focus clearly, tap your cortices out. It's really cool. So the more you do this, the more you're teaching your body, mind, energy systems to come into balance. And the easier it is for your body, mind, energy to balance when you practice it on a regular basis. So that's what I would like to leave you with. I offer a mastery program for those people who want to really explore inner mastery. It goes deep, it touches all parts of your being, and it brings deep and phenomenal change. When you clear things that are unseen, as well as become very conscious of where your inner thoughts, your feelings, your focus is going, you start to change your inner game. And when you do that, you change your world. And I'm here to support those who are ready for that change. And I am so grateful to be a part of this amazing community. And I just want to say thank you to Bettina and the entire community of We Empower You for having me on. And I'm delighted to share this with you. So if you will check the chat in a moment, I will just drop my links in the chat. And you are welcome to connect with me. I'm very happy to connect with anyone who'd like to set up a conversation with me, and we can talk about what it would be like to go deep into this experience of inner mastery. So here are my links. And the tapping reset is a free gift available to anyone. It's safe to use. You can't mess it up. You can't do it wrong. You can't hurt anyone with it. So give it a try. It's fun. And if you have any input or feedback or questions, get a hold of me. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
Meet Team Ready
at blackhillsenergy.com/teamready.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness that I rise to pay tribute.
We're usually going to skip through commercials
on my behalf and on behalf of my Maidenhead constituents.
We may have a commercial nonetheless.
Yesterday was a day that we all knew would come sometime, but in our hearts of hearts, we hoped never would. But as we mourn a beloved monarch, we must always remember that she was a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and my thoughts and prayers are with King Charles III and the whole of the royal family. Amen. And I also remember the close members of her royal household. Queen Elizabeth II was quite simply the most remarkable person I have ever met. I am sometimes asked, among
Okay. There we go. So with us today is one of our very last Just Say Yes members. I'm here to welcome Marcela Arrieta, and she is coming out of Arizona, and she's going to share a little bit about herself and a little bit about the work that she does in a 5-minute spotlight video. I'm not video, but live presentation. Take it away, Marcela.
Wonderful, Bettina. Thank you so much for having me. And so my subject today is going to be about balance. And so what is balance? So balance is equilibrium of your health and how that interrelates to other facets of your life. Example, relationships, lifestyle, business. I look at business in the sense of creation, God itself. And so my highest intention of this video presentation is to create a burning desire within every single person here to look within for that equilibrium and that balance that you're looking for yourself. I'd like to share a story about a client that I work with. Her name is Christina. And so I met Christina about 3 months ago, and she's very powerful. She owns her own business. She's a mother. She works hard every day. And even with that, with all of the success, she makes $10,000 a month. She had a lot of unrest, stress, having difficulty with her children, a person that she loves. When she committed to a 3-month program with myself, Marcela Arrieta, and the Angel of Balance program, the AOB 12, what Christina wasn't expecting was to do such an inner journey of herself. In the beginning, she asked me, well, Marcela, what can you do for me? What do you have? What is within this package? What is the AOB 12? And I gave her a few things. We had common interest in Qigong and Chinese martial arts and Wing Chun Kung Fu, which I've been a practitioner for over 24 years. The most beautiful thing about the experience with her was helping her to ask herself the right questions. And with the encouragement and support of myself with her, she was really able to figure out her own answers. And so as we're coming to the end of her 3-month package with myself, Marcela Arrieta, she has really found a renewed, restored view of her life and the importance of what is health. It's very unique to each person. And so we need that time with ourselves to have these conversations and to ask the questions. Sometimes when our wheel is spinning so fast, we can hardly hear our own voice within our heart and mind. And so again, with the AOB 12, it is an inner journey within the self to quiet the noise so that we can speak with ourselves and find out what is heaven on earth for us. It's very different for each person. So we need time. We need time with this. What is heaven on earth for Marcela? What is heaven on earth for Christina? Or Bettina, or anyone here. We need that time. And so with the AOB 12, it's all about inner introspection and keeping track of the things that mean the most to us in our heart and mind. If there's any questions that anyone has for me in regards to balance or anything that they're noticing within their experience, or even sharing something that they love, I would love for you to turn the mics on so that I can hear your voice. The thing that's most important when we're doing the inner work for ourselves is to talk and to speak our truths, speak our frustrations, speak all of these things within ourselves so that we can find the answers. All the answers are within ourselves. So that is one thing that I've always believed in my life, is that everyone has the answers within themselves to get to these places that they would like. How can we quiet the noise within our minds and our hearts to hear these gifts? The most beautiful thing about Christina is that she found out, and she asked me about the 24 tools that I had to help her. She had about 24 of her own that were within herself that she had forgotten. And so I'm so blessed to be a part of anyone's life and any of their experience. My mission on this planet is to help 100,000 people get to a better place in their life and live the life that they're looking for, which is heaven on earth. And again, thank you so much, Bettina, for having me talk for this 5 minutes. And Lee, wonderful to see you again. I would love it if anyone would like to take off their microphones and share anything about their lives and balance or anything that they love.
Well, actually, I just love your presentation, and I don't know why Bettina doesn't book you for half an hour next summit.
Well, no longer doing half an hours in general, but yes, she will be booked as a full-on speaker with our next presentation. Lovely presentation for that matter. And also, I know there are folks here in the audience who might want to open up their mics. I see Princess Wakigo, who's going to be coming up here pretty quick. Lori Whaley, they're available. And Mia, there's Karen Ellison, Janet Francis, Paulette Hamel. I mean, come on, somebody, any questions that come to mind?
I love the voice. So that's really the most powerful thing. And so that's what's the beauty of this platform, is giving people a voice. It's one thing to, you know, get the membership, but it's the community. And so this is an opportunity for anyone to speak and say whatever is on their heart. And it's the greatest gift that we have is this voice. This is what creates manifestation.
There you go.
Lori, what are you doing over there? I'd love to hear Lori's voice. I can see Lori. I'm so happy to see her.
That's right. Take out your samurai.
Oh, and who is this other wonderful person? That's an acronym there. Please share that with me. What is that?
Princess Wakigo is going to be one of our speakers coming up.
Oh, yes, wonderful. I've heard you speak before. Very, very nice to see you.
Nice to see you. I was just going to say thank you for sharing that, and listening to you gave more insights to what we do to help other people discover their worth and helping them rebrand and develop new hopes. Because I think a lot of people that had hope before had hope in a particular way. And if that hope is not materializing, they lose hope. So I think the kind of work you're doing with women is kind of reshaping their hope for them to discover the potentials they have that can give them the opportunity to see life in a different perspective. So well done with that. And I'm happy that your client is finding herself, her worth, and looking forward to hear more from you, to hear what you do with the women.
Yeah, so Christina's story is so touching because it's just been a renewal and a restoration of who she truly is. And I believe that people come through with all the gifts that they have here to give, and then the world can become noisy. So we have to find ways to quiet down so we can figure out what is the purpose and why are we here. So thank you so much for that.
Absolutely. And Lori. Hi.
Lori, say hello.
Hi, how are you, Marcella?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing well.
You're doing well.
I just did a good deed today. I have a friend who's elderly, and I got a friend request from her, and I thought she already has a page, and so I went to look for her, and she had a couple others that weren't
legitimate.
She did not start. So she was thrilled that I told her about it. I said, "Yeah, have your son take care of it because I don't know how to take down pages."
We've got to be careful about that for sure.
You know, and Bettina, this is why I love your platform, because this is where, you know, we live in the tech age, and this is a one way that we connect. You know, this helps us to bridge, and then we can take things into action. And so I'm so grateful for Bettina Carey and Lee Romanoff for this platform that they're creating for people. And I'm so enthusiastic about everyone turning their microphones on and communicating about what's in their heart and mind.
Fantastic. Well, great to hear from everybody. And we're going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. And Princess, since you're already out and available, it sounds like you may go ahead and start early. We'll have you go next instead of Troy. So let me go ahead and get the party started for you. How lovely it is to see you. Of course, you are in Florida now instead of in Korea. All right, going behind the scenes again to get your slide up. Are you handling that there?
Hi, Bettina. You don't
Yeah.
have to worry about the slide. I'll just speak.
Oh, actually, you know what? Because we're producing live on YouTube, we'll wait a minute, just a second, and then
Okay.
we'll do the formal. Yes. Thank you for your patience. We are producing the remix of the We Empower Your Life Global Virtual Summit on September the 14th, 2022. With us here today is Princess Wakigo Ibrahim Pam. Her dedication, excellence, and diligence is the personal motto of Princess Wakigo, who vows to empower lives for sustainable change in every country, community she lives in. From remarkable work with early childhood development and special needs children to founding an expat professional women's network, to co-founding the Korea Africa Economic Association, to working at the International Criminal Court at The Hague and the International Criminal Tribunal in the former Yugoslavia, Wakigo has indeed left her mark. She has received awards from the Korean and Nigerian governments. As co-author of the book, My Voice, she collaborated with prominent women around the globe. And most recently, of course, she just came out with the book Niche that she'll, I'm sure, tell you a little bit more about with colleagues. And her life's work inspires and mentors all people. Welcome to the stage again, Princess Wakigo Ibrahim Pam. Oh, and go ahead and unmute.
Okay. Thank you, Bettina, for that introduction. And thank you for organizing this summit. And thank you for always giving me a platform to share my thoughts with other women. And I also send my regards to Lee Romano for being there with you throughout this summit. So today we're going to be talking about the part 2 of a topic I developed titled Discovering Your Worth. During the part 1, I talked about what is your worth? How do you express your worth? How do you determine what your worth is? And how do you relate to people, exhibiting and expressing your worth to them, so that in return, when they relate to you based on what your worth is. So today, I will just talk about how I have been able to, first of all, discover my worth, because if you don't know your worth, then you will not be able to impact other women, and then you will not be able to position yourself in a leadership position where you can be a voice, you can be an influencer, you can be a change maker, you can be an advocate. So a lot of women who are struggling with their self-worth find it very difficult and very reluctant to take leadership position. So through my network, as Bettina introduced me, I'm the founder and chairperson of the Expert Professional and Business Women's Network International. And this network started in 2013, basically to help expert spouses. And that came out from my experience as a young diplomat's wife who left the shores of Africa and went to Europe and have lived in about 6 different continents and experienced different culture and different people, I know how difficult it is to readjust, rebrand, and still pursue your career. So based on that background, I started this platform for expatriate spouses that accompany their spouses who are working in different countries to be able to have a voice, to be able to develop their self-worth, for them not to be left behind by their spouses. So for the past close to 3 decades, I've been working on my self-worth. And when I look back today, I know that the person I am today was not the person that left the shores of Africa. Please, can you just give me 1 minute? Sorry, I had my granddaughter who was playing some games. I had to quickly take her to her room. Sorry about that. So as I was saying, the person you see today isn't the same woman who started off some 3 decades ago. I have developed myself in such a way that, and I know what I'm worth, and I know what I'm looking for, and I know the kind of life I want to live, and I know the impact I can have in other people's life. And that's why the series Discovering Your Worth is so important. It starts with self first, because if you don't develop yourself, then you won't be able to transfer that worth you have to other women and empowering them to also discover who they can be, or help them rebrand who they are already, or help them move forward from whatever situation they are in terms of financial independence. So my network is basically to empower women financially, emotionally, and mentally. Because being an expatriate spouse, it's very difficult to leave your comfort zone and trail the world with somebody else who is making the money, who has the limelight. You are just busy, always settling the children, always trying to settle the home, and you don't really have time for yourself to pursue your career, to even make friends. So emotionally, it affected me. But thank God that I was able to call other women that were in the same situation like myself to come together for us to brainstorm and see what we can do to help each other. Because I believed that when you stand alone, you cannot break the glass ceiling, like Bettina will always say. But when we come together as a group of educated, powerful women, and put our voice together, there's no obstacle that we cannot overcome, because there's agreement and there's power in where women meet and we have a common ground. So for the past 20 years, I've been building my worth by improving my skills, by improving my knowledge, by adding value to who I am in terms of character. For you to be in leadership position, you have to change a lot of your personality to be accommodative, for you to be able to be in that position that other women will look up to you. You are a role model, you're a change maker, you are an influencer, you are a trailblazer for women to say, oh, when you go to Princess, she's able to do A, B, C, D for you, and you can see the impact. A lot of people have the influence, but it does not translate to impact. So for me, I measure my self-worth with the impact I have in other people's life, all the communities I live in the past 20 to 30 years. I've been moving around different countries and different continents, and absorbing different languages and different culture. So with that background, I've been able to develop myself to the point where I now say to myself, Kego, now that you have trained almost several thousands of women in different countries across the world, free of charge, because for the past 10 years since I started the network, I don't charge a dime for all the training, the capacity building, the workshop. I get sponsorship because I believe that when you, as a woman, and you say you're a change maker or you're an advocate for gender equity and equality, then you shouldn't also be a tool for financial oppression for these people who are financially struggling or they don't even have a means of income. So after 10 years, I revisited my words and said, okay, for 10 years, I've been doing this for free. I've been empowering women. I see them starting their own businesses. I see them growing. And one thing that I love about what I do, a great leader should be able to see her mentees being bigger than her, you know. So I've seen people who I have mentored now are stars. They have bigger platforms than I have, bigger influence than that I have. And that makes me so proud that I can say, yes, this is somebody that I worked with, and this is how her life has changed from point A to point B. And that is what a leader should be. That is how you can measure your worth. Your worth should not just be about how you feel about yourself, about your material successes or financial standing. It should also be measured about how you have impacted your society, your community, your family. Like the saying goes, charity begins at home. When I measure my worth today, I have 5 children and 6 grandchildren. And I measure my worth as a mother. What have I done? Have I done fairly well? If I'm to measure my success with my 5 kids, where will I place myself? Or I've been married for 30 years. I've known my husband for 35 years. If I want to measure my worth, how have I matured in this relationship? Because self-worth is also about relationship. How do you relate with people? How do people see you? How do you measure your worth in terms of how you relate to society, people, family, and place of work? So for the past going to 3 decades, I've seen the growth in me, and that has really made me happy. It's made me confident. It's improved my understanding of what it means to add value to one's life. A lot of people think adding value to one's life is just about maybe buying a bigger house, riding a bigger car, having a fatter bank account. No. Adding value is about your perception. How broad-minded have you been? How do you accept people? You know, so for the past 30 years, I have grown to the point where I appreciate who I am much better now. And when I place value on my skills or my services, I have no apologies. I don't feel I have overpriced myself, or I will not have clients if I put this price on my services. I go out there confidently knowing that I have results to show for what I can do. And so this year, I started a project. I have so many projects, but today is just about talking about your self-worth. And I think with the project I want to share with you, that will exhibit how when you develop your self-worth, how you can also be able to create financial income from your skills and your confidence of who you are. So I started, I'm working on a project called, is a masterclass, one-on-one with Princess Wakego Ibrahim Palm, a business clinic. And this clinic is to deal with business women who want to start their new businesses, who want to change informal businesses to formal businesses, that want to rebrand their businesses, for struggling businesses that needs some energy to be pumped into them so that they can come alive, for seeking funding for women who have these brilliant ideas, but they do not have the funding. And also to create an opportunity where there will be network of powerful human resources, women resources, that if they are, as a group, you have a project, You can approach any one of us and pay them for their worth. You understand? Or pay them for the worth of what the project can afford to pay them. So discovering your worth is about, first of all, working on yourself. It's not an external event. It's not an external activity. It's all about you. And it's not just only about feelings. It's good to feel good, but feeling good is just momentary. So you need to do something that gives you that fulfillment, that inner self-satisfaction that tells you, look, even when things are not moving fine, I know my worth. Even I have a problem, I know my worth. So that you're able to deal with life circumstances, not based on your person, but just knowing that life do happen. So this situation that I'm facing has nothing to do with my work, but is an obstacle I need to tackle and overcome them. A lot of women struggle because every situation that comes to them in life, it's personal. But if you've developed your self-worth to a point where you know who you are, you're in no doubt about who you are. You have your value systems in place, you have your norms in place, you have your boundaries all put in the right places. You'll be able to deal with life situation without attaching your self-worth to them. You just know that things do happen to good people as much as it happens to bad people. So if something happens, you don't think, oh, it's because I'm bad or because I'm good. No, life just happens. And then with your self-worth, you have the confidence to tackle the issue. You will not go by your feelings. You will not be sentimental. You will not be emotional. You will ask yourself, Kego, why am I going through these challenges? What can I do to overcome these challenges? So it's not about what can they do to help me. No, what can I do? It's all about you, your capacity, your ability, your willingness to come out of the situation that you find yourself. So it's not always about the other person. How are you going to help me? What can you do for me? Those are not the questions you ask if you're developing your self-worth. It's usually an inner reflection. Kego, what can I do better? What do I need to become a better coach? How do I improve my communication skills? And you start working towards those shortfalls that you know you have. And within the years as you're working on your shortfall, you start developing the self-confidence and the self-worth that will prepare you to be where you are supposed to be. So in this part 2 of discovering your worth, it's all about, where am I now? Where do I want to be? You know, when I relate with my mentees, I always tell them, don't give yourself too long a timeline. People say, oh, when you look at yourself now, where do you think you'll be in 5 years? It's too long. Even the imaginations can't go that far, you know. So when I give timeline, I say, in 3 months' time, what do you want to achieve? So you start with the very achievable steps, actionable steps. In 3 months' time, what do you want to do? Where do you want to be from here? Oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. You know, my first son now has a checklist of things he wants to achieve from here, from now to January. And he's, I check on him and he gives a feedback. Oh, mommy, I've just got my driving license. Oh, mommy, I just got a job. Oh, you see, those are actionable things. But if I say to him, oh, what do you want to, where would you be in 5 years' time? He would just look at me, 5 years' time. I don't know, mommy. I don't know, 5 years' time, because he cannot conceive it. But when they say, oh, what do you want to achieve from now to January, since you have the time? Oh, mommy, I want to do this, I want to do that, because then you've been able to streamline the value he has to add to himself, to develop his self-confidence, his self-worth, and the values in which that will make him grow and be functional for the future. And I say to people, I'm on the call, please. No, not now, please. My grandchildren all interrupting me. That's part of being grandmother here. So as I'm saying, it's not just about what you have to do, it's just about what do you want to give to people? Where do you want to be? What do you want to be remembered for? Because all that adds to your self-worth. You know, a lot of people feel low self-esteem because, oh, people talk about them. Oh, you're not this, you're not educated, you don't have a job. Oh, you see your friends driving Porsche cars, and you measure your self-worth with that. No, I remember when I left Nigeria to move to Europe, I left everything. I had a high-paying job. I worked with an international organization, and I went to Europe to become a housewife, a plumber, a driver, the fixer, the person who changes the battery when the clock dies, to change the bulbs when the lights are off. And I was earning 6 figures when I left Nigeria, you know, and I asked myself, what can I do to change the situation in Europe? And I started improving myself. And by the time I left Europe, I'm now a woman who has not been left behind by her husband. I'm now a woman whose children look at me as a role model. I've been able to build an institution from nothing. The network now that is in about 25 countries with thousands of members started from nothing. It started from my imagination. What can I do to improve myself? What can I do to help me focus on becoming the person I want to be? So developing your self-worth is not you being docile. It's not the act for somebody else to do for you. It's an action you have to take to create that self-worth that you want people to see you, or you create the lens in which you want people to see you and measure you, and for you to function in whichever environment that you find yourself. So I would like to end this part 2 of discovering your worth with just a question. What is the criteria for you that means your self-worth? What are the things that you need in your life to make you feel worthy? And once you're able to answer that question, no matter what comes your way, you'll be as constant as a northern star. You'll be able to handle the challenges of life because they will come. They're not going away. Today, it comes in different shapes, colors, and magnitude. But if you know who you are, if your value systems are set, your boundaries are well cutted for you, you'll be able to tackle these situations as they come, separate from who you are. That things are not working out for you doesn't mean you're a bad person. That you don't have the ideal job you're looking for does not mean that you're not qualified or you're not good enough. It's just that the opportunity and the time and the place has not yet materialized for you to use your skills or to exhibit your worth. And again, in every situation you find yourself, put your best foot forward. That's something else. A lot of women have opportunity, but because they don't see the worth in that opportunity, they miss it. If you watch women who take every opportunity that comes their way as if it's something to add value to their life, it's a door opener for them. So self-worth is about what you do as a person to improve your own life, your perception of life, the situation around you, and how you impact other people is a byproduct of how you have developed yourself. It's not the other way around. So people who benefit from you developing your self-worth, your self-confidence, and then you are sharing that experience with them. And in sharing that experience with them, you're moving and changing their lives. You're moving them from where they are to more defined or more functional place in their life. So I want to end by saying thank you to Bettina for always giving me the platform to share my thoughts. And I hope that with these few words of mine concerning Discovering Your Worth Part 2, that I've left something for every woman here to ponder on. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. What a great question to leave us with. In fact, we might just open up the floor for a few minutes. Thank you, Princess, for joining us here today at our 10th summit. It's been great to have you way from the Florida area. So if anybody feels like opening up their mic and answering that question, I mean, I know I can start. One of the values that I value and that has a lot to do with my self-worth has to do with self-love. So the more I love on me, the more that I attract, the love that I attract, and I live in a juicy kind of flowing kind of world, no matter the circumstances. And so my focus is generally heart-centered and very much about love.
Yeah.
Princess, I just want to say that that's one of your best presentations that you've done on the summit. What I would do is I would take it from Bettina for free, edit it, and put it on your website, because it is very captivating. And I think you'll get a lot of people lining up to hear more from you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you
welcome.
very much. Thank
In fact,
you.
if you haven't,
When the flyer for the business clinic comes up, I will share with you, and you can put it on the website. And then it's a one-on-one coaching, so it's not a group coaching. So what I do, I coach the women from beginning to end, holding their hands, and at the end of the period, they would have started their own business. I also refer customers. I give them few customers to start with, so that it's not just the training, and immediately I finish the groundwork with them. They continue to start earning a little bit of income to sustain their businesses. And I do these businesses with them, starting a business from zero funding, teaching them how to gather their skills together without funding, and creating a viable business that through the business they can get the funding they need to expand their business.
yeah, and that's great. And what you should do, just on top of that, is just splice together what you've said, and do it for your 5-minute TV show spotlight.
That would be nice. Sorry.
So Princess Wakiko actually is a Just Say Yes member. She had to take a little bit of a pause this summer to be with her family, but we'll definitely be working with you on your 5-minute spotlight video. And here's a really great start. So we love that.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to use this opportunity to say thank you for not leaving me behind during this very difficult time for me and my family. That I needed the push from you to be able to get back to work, because it hasn't been easy. So I have a mental block for now. But when you approached me to come and speak, that gave me the opportunity. Actually, this is the first time in 5 months I've opened my laptop for Bettina, for you, because I made a conscious effort not to open my computer until I've paid attention to my family that they needed for this period. So I'm very grateful for reaching out to me and bringing me back gradually to my routine and to my own life. Thank you very much.
That's wonderful. Family is important. That's another one of those answers to my life too, having gone back and forth to Austin to see my mom and make sure she's well. So with that, we'll close out our session here with Princess, unless there's somebody else who has wants to raise the hand, say a few comments.
I really loved what you had to say about the inner work and how we reflect out to the world. And this is that interwoven connectivity that we have with others. And so it's not so much what is outside ourselves, it's the work that has to be done within. And so I appreciated that very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. It's all about us, not about them. Yeah.
I'm wishing you well with your family and your beautiful family.
Thank you very much. I need all the prayers. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us, and big hugs to the grandkids.
Sorry for the interruption.
No worries. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sure you will edit that part.
Yes. No, we won't edit that out. That's normal. That's just life.
Okay. Thank you.
No, I like that part. The kids coming around, That's great.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, next up, we're going to have our speaker, Troy Thompson, who's a member, and also this is a remix of the We Empower Your Life Global Virtual Summit on September the 14th. Troy Thompson helps individuals and businesses pay less in taxes, eliminate debt in half the usual time, and grow their money in a safe, liquid account protected from loss. He was an active duty Army nurse for 11 years with deployments to Kosovo, Afghanistan. And Troy retired from the U.S. Public Health Service in April of 2018. His nursing background helps him educate people on how to also improve their health as well as their wealth. Let's have Troy pop up on the screen there.
Be here. Thanks, Bettina, for the introduction. And as I've listened periodically throughout the day here, I've changed my what I intend to talk about 4 times, just based on things that I've heard. And it's like, oh, I should talk about this. Oh, I should talk about this. And so my name is Troy Thompson. I'm the Angel of Freedom, and I'm going to start out with just a few people who I see live and in color, and those who may want to answer even if your camera isn't on, and just kind of one word or 2 words or even 1 or 2 sentences. What does freedom mean to you? Anybody want to do a quick answer to that, or type in the chat? What's freedom mean to you?
Oh,
freedom is having the ability to do what you want when you want.
Okay, common one. What I want when I want. Anyone else want to add?
Renewal income.
Okay.
Freedom for myself is spending more time doing what I love, which is being out in nature and not really worrying about the future so much.
Okay, so being able to be present in the moment. I think I heard time as a piece of that. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so with this quick exercise, my intention here is that it can be very individual. So there are often, through those 3 answers, there were some common themes there, but it's also very individual. For me personally, I believe that freedom is very ingrained in our nature. It's like part of the factory installation is this desire of freedom within us. And I also believe that is something that is unique about us as humans, is our free will, our ability to choose. Even if it's a bad choice, we have this freedom within us, and that is the way we are wired. And so what I do in the financial world is work with my clients and figure out what is their vision, what does freedom mean to them, and then work with them within their, whatever it is they have going on financially, whether that's their personal lives, it's their business lives, or both, and figure out a way to achieve that freedom goal. So for some, it's time. They really are looking for more time. Others are looking for the money. Eventually, those 2 go together. And then the other thing that is related to this, and so I'm talking from the financial point of view here. My first career was as a registered nurse, as Bettina said in my introduction. And so we've had multiple speakers today talk from the health and wellness perspective. And they're definitely connected. And what I mean they connected is financial health and mental and physical health go together. Think about, let's say over the last week or even in the last day, how many times have you made decisions based on money? You know, did you, like, for example, I just took a trip. And so maybe you took a trip and you decided, well, we'll get the 2 queen beds instead of the suite, or we'll drive instead of fly, or I'll have the chicken instead of the steak. So all these little decisions happen multiple times a week, if not multiple times a day. And depending on the person, this can create a stress, a physical stress in the body. It can be manifested by headaches, palpitations, or the heart going fast, this feeling of anxiety. And so what I help people do is develop a plan. And through developing a plan, then there is an emotional strength that comes from that, which can result in a physical improvement in one's health by simply improving their wealth. Now, maybe it might be something simple like some insurance as an example, or it could be something more interesting and exciting of, I don't know, a tax refund of $60,000 or something like that. So I'm going to show a little quick picture here. I forgot to check with Bettina to make sure I got screen sharing. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
All right, I saw a head nod. Yeah, okay, great.
We've got it.
Great. So, excuse me, as I was saying, I kind of shifted what I decided to talk about today based on what I've heard over the last few hours here. And what I see that happens through We Empower You community, and specifically this event today, is a holistic approach. So there are many people that have spoken today. Some have talking about wealth, say Lee and Bettina talking about the income activator, We Empower You, and they are talking about a system-driven income, a way to have money coming in even while I'm sleeping, and that component of things. We've had other people talk about the emotional side of selling and how to connect with the client and move them, inspire them to make a purchase. There's been conversations about health and wellness. And so when you look at everything that's been accomplished today, then you have a holistic picture of helping people with their health and their wealth, different strategies and different systems. And so that is what I offer my clients. Let me switch back to this so I can see the audience here. For those who are live and in color, if you can put up your hand or type in the chat, have any of you heard the expression family office? You can do the thumbs up, or you can do the hand or chat. Anybody heard that expression, family office? Okay, I see a few head nods, at least a couple here. Excellent. So the family office concept would be, let me go back to my screen share here now for the visual, is these individuals, so this would typically be those who have a higher net worth, let's say $100 million or more, they might have a family office. And so all of their experts, their tax expert and the risk, which may be insurance expert, their wealth management experts, their legal team, all their attorneys, business advisory experts, they would all be in one room, or they might be all on one video call like we have going on here. And all of them would be collaborating, and the attorney knows what the accountant is saying and back and forth and vice versa, discussing the needs of that business or the needs of that family. That is a family office. Now, most people don't have $1 million in order to spend on a family office, yet they still have very similar needs. Especially those of us that have a business have a need for these 5 categories. And then whether my business is 100,000 a year in revenue or it's 10 million a year in revenue, I have different needs. And so what I offer my clients is a virtual family office through a proactive planning team. And so it can be on the individual level. So we go down here. So personal planning. So maybe I'm going to give an example of the gamut here. So the individual level would be, let's say an older couple, and they have their Social Security, and they don't have much in the way of savings. And so when the first spouse dies, often the income gets cut in half. And so it can be something as simple for them as a small amount of life insurance to help cover funeral expenses and be able to make the mortgage payments for a few years. So that's me. I can cover that. That's risk mitigation. And depending on the assets, maybe they need a will or possibly a trust. So that could be some estate planning falling under the legal, maybe the tax. So that's kind of the small and simple entry level. Now the more advanced level might be a company that has, $5 million in revenue, and they have 20 employees, and they have commercial real estate, and they do manufacturing. Then they're going to have more advanced needs in all of these areas. So a quick example that I encountered the other day, I got to meet a couple of owners. They have created a solar powered generator. And so I got to see, now they created it to such strength that it can be for the military and first responders and those that are like in the law enforcement. And so they can generate hundreds of these, and they can be deployed to other countries. They're really super steady and sturdy. It can also be for the individual person. Let's say a person is developing raw land, or they want to have a generator for the house, and for kind of the mindset of a prepper, or just simply not like end of the world doomsdayer, but maybe they just simply want to have a generator, and this can be solar powered. And so I'm listening to the owners describe what they're doing, and I asked them if they were taking advantage of the research and development tax credit that's available to them since they're doing research and development. And so as the situation would have it, they had researched 9 different accountants, and the accountant had said, yeah, sure, I'll do that for you. Just research it yourself, and I'll enter the information on the return. And so what I'm able to do is get these business owners connected with the subject matter expert in the R&D tax credit. And so I've brought together the company. Their whole business is helping businesses properly claim and get the full benefit of the research and development tax credit. And so by connecting those two companies, they're going to save about $60,000 in tax this year for their 2021 return. And they'll probably save about $60,000 in taxes for when they file in 2022. Now, how does that leading back to freedom? How does that give them any kind of freedom? Well, now they can develop another prototype. They can manufacture more. They can hire another employee. They have a need for insurance on each other. So back to my grid here. So risk management, risk mitigation. So there are partners. Very few partnerships have an actual written agreement about their partnership. So these gentlemen have a need down here for legal services to get a this makes me think of Lee and Bettina. Makes me wonder if Lee and Bettina have an actual legal written agreement about what each person's share is in the company. So only about 1/4 of partnerships actually have a buy-sell agreement or something similar written legal document about what each owner's share is in the business and what would happen if something, in the event of death of one of those owners. And so that's the first piece of the puzzle, would be the legal piece. And then the second piece that's often neglected, so only a portion of owners would have a buy-sell agreement, and then only a portion of them would actually have it properly funded, meaning that there's money or life insurance in the event of death to buy out the other owner's interest. And so that falls under the category of risk management. And so what I accomplished here through my team of experts is covering all those areas that would be a benefit to a business owner as well as an individual.
All right. So that was Troy's presentation, and we'll leave you with a cliffhanger there. We're going to play a short 5-minute spotlight video for one of our other members who is not making it here tonight, but his name is Anthony Velez. And so, Larry, if you want to pop up his video, we'll go ahead and play it.
These days, the word clean has taken on a whole new meaning and importance. You may be asking the following: how do I keep myself, my family, my business safe and clean? Implementing clean and safety practices are critical, but which ones? If you operate a business, whether open to the public or a place for employees only, it has to be clean. This is true at any time, not just during a pandemic or flu season. It's our job at Veltec Services to take care of this for you professionally and thoroughly. We also handle your residential needs. Hi, I'm Anthony Velez, owner of Veltec Services, a commercial janitorial service. Like a dog with two tails, there are literally 2 stories and 2 generations that are responsible for Veltex's success. From one generation to the next, I've learned to understand the janitorial industry from decades of experience from my parents. My parents founded Veltex Building Maintenance in 1986, and I learned the business working alongside them. I was inspired by my parents as I watched them work through the difficulties of owning a small business. Those early years turned into a passion for the industry. I learned every job from stripping and waxing floors, cleaning carpets, washing windows, and cleaning so thoroughly that we and everyone else could spot the difference in what we did. My parents provided me with an amazing life, and I wanted to show my gratitude. At just age 19, it occurred to me that if I took over the company, they wouldn't have to work so hard, and I could provide for them financially. We had different ideas and goals, so I suggested we rebrand, changing the company name to Veltec Services and turning the company into an LLC from a sole proprietorship. That's when my journey of learning more about business and the cleaning industry really began. Origin stories sometimes make things sound easy, but earlier years are often a struggle. It took me over a year for me to get my first contract. I had just about given up when I thought about reaching out to my old boss. When he said, "Anthony, you got the deal," I was so happy. I was able to use him as a reference, and that created a domino effect for my company. I was on fire and able to get more contracts. Before I knew it, I was able to hire 1, then 2, then 3 people. I acquired a van and had a crew. Man, did that feel good. As the owner of Veltec Services for the last 13 years, I have learned how to manage a business, develop people, and manage teams. It's satisfying to run a successful business and teach others what I've learned. Our mascot, a Dalmatian we've named Chance, represents our brand. We spot the difference and work like a dog for our customers. In the world we live in now, cleanliness in both commercial and residential locations is imperative. If you're looking for a cleaning company, look no further, because we will do the best job for you. And if you own a cleaning business or want to get into this industry, we can help with that too. My passion about the company and industry flows through all of our employees and motivates us every day to do our best and find ways to keep improving. Our goal is to make a positive difference in the lives of the clients we serve. Cleaning, disinfecting, and sanitizing is what we do. And if we're not cleaning, we're training others how to safely clean through our subsidiary, Veltex Advisors. We support current or new cleaning businesses with business consulting, mentoring, lead generation, and everything they need to know to start and successfully run a janitorial business. Ensuring your premises are clean and safe has much to do with our experience, but also with continuing education, so we are up to date on the best cleansers and techniques. You'll spot the difference between what we do compared to what others do. Check out our website, spotthedifference.tv, where you will spot the difference when it's time to clean up.
That was Anthony Velez. And just to give you, we had a conversation earlier about what kind of work that Larry does. And of course, you saw my commercial that we produced in like less than 24-hour turnaround. This is the kind of effort and work. I helped craft that scripting and the story. And of course, Lee had come up with the idea of Spot the Difference. And that's why he ended up having the Spot the Difference website. So it's a collective. That's part of the journey of helping Anthony. And although he's not able to be here tonight, he is definitely one of our members and would have been here. All right, next up we have Lee Romanoff again, and I'm going to introduce her one more time. Lee Romanoff is not an internet guru. She's an entrepreneur that makes money online in a common sense way. She's come out to tell other entrepreneurs how she has made millions of dollars online and invites anyone to follow her strategy so that they can do the same. To make money online, you have to follow the basics, and what she says is not presented by any of the so-called gurus that she sees online. Today, Lee will tell you the 6 things you need to make sure your website is set up correctly to do. And of course, right now, though, she's going to be speaking about sponsorship and the media. Take it away, Lee.
Yeah, that's great, Tina.
Oh, you're muted.
I'm unmiked, and everything is wonderful. You did
Unmute.
something. Can you hear me?
We're not able to hear you.
Really?
Oh, maybe you are unmuted. Okay, hang on a second.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I think that was on my end. Sorry.
You do this to me all the time. Yeah, all of a sudden it's okay. So let's. Oh my gosh, it's doing it again. Okay, there. See if that will work. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Did that work?
That worked.
Who knew? Okay. So what I'm going to be talking about is, I'm going to just focus on the screen here. I'm going to be talking about 2 things. I'm going to run over media, because media is a big thing. And why it's a big thing is that you can be the media if you decide to be. Actually, you can be anything you decide to be, but wearing the media hat is a good one. So let's just say, so after I talk about media, I'm also going to talk about sponsorship. And I'm going to talk about it based on my experience of how I fell into this, because I am not a media person. I am not a person that's educated in getting sponsors. And what I found is if I just claimed that position or asked, I got what I wanted. And that's, I guess, the tough part, is just to say to you guys, if you want it, just be it. You don't need courses, you don't need to pay thousands of dollars in gurus. If you want it, just be it. If you want to be a writer, start writing. Okay, so let's just say you're the green guy right here, and you say to somebody that you've always wanted to interview, I want to interview, and they're wondering, okay, who are you? And for me, if I wanted to interview somebody, I would maybe if I say I'm the president of incomeactivator.com, that might be not a good match for them. So I might be better to say I'm a reporter. Now, entrepreneurs wear many different hats, and being a reporter is a really good one to wear, because you can be an entrepreneur, but you can be a reporter. And right now, there's a big change in regard to the media. The old media is going away. It's being called fake news, and a lot of entrepreneurs are stepping up as interviewers for their own channel, for other channels, and they're getting a lot of views. So I would say throw your media hat into the ring as soon as you can. Keep everything else you're doing, but adopt the fact that you are the media, you are a journalist, and you can interview anyone you want. And you can bill for media services too. Maybe not like, and you should be billing for these services as your entrepreneur hat, but it makes it easier as the media. And I'll explain to you what's happening. Reporters contribute, and the Huffington Post came up with a website a few decades ago, and it just invited reporters to give them their stories. And that's where it changed from they used to pay reporters for their stories, to the reporters are now just contributing stories to companies and not being paid. And it's great for the company, and it's bad for the real journalists, because they lost their jobs, but there's so many people contributing. And if you can become a contributor of a company like the Huffington Post or others, you increase your position. It's tough right now to get into the Huffington Post. So what I did was I created a platform just like the Huffington Post, and it's called Today's News Media. And it features breaking news stories. It's worldwide news around the world, uploaded in real time. And any entrepreneur that Bettina and I run into us that wants to be a reporter of Today's News Media, they contact either Bettina and I. And it's like $100 to sign on, and you get to access this website and upload breaking news stories, press releases for your clients, business reviews for your clients, and scam alerts for your clients. A lot of people that have clients, you should be doing a scam alert saying that this is not a scam company. This is a reliable company. And it's so when they're trying to get clients and clients are Googling them, that a good report comes up for them. It's very powerful. So I invite you to be part of the Today's News Media channel as a reporter. And you can see these are the companies that are represented on Today's News Media. And it's live updates from all the companies worldwide, or all the news feeds worldwide. Now, I was not a reporter. I'm not educated in that. I'm just an entrepreneur. And I pitched a story to the Toronto Star. And they turned to me and said, "Do you want to be a columnist for the Star?" And I said, "Do you pay me?" And they said, "Yes." And I said, "Yeah, sure." So I pitched a story, and the same day that I was not a reporter, when the Toronto Star asked me if I wanted to be a journalist, and I said, yes, I became a journalist, a reporter. So nothing different happened from the morning to the afternoon when I got this new title. And I allowed the Toronto Star to give me the title instead of just giving it to myself a year earlier or 2 years earlier. I had to have someone else give it to me. And that is just not right. And the same thing happened with the Globe and Mail. It's one of Canada's national newspaper. They said, "Do you want to write for us?" And I said, "Sure." So now I'm a reporter for the Globe and Mail. Again, no background, even in what I was writing about. So what I'm saying is you decide when you want to be a reporter, and you don't have to do it based on experience, and it's a great title. Half the time I tell people I'm president of Income Activator, I tell that story. Half the time I tell people I'm a reporter for today's news media if I want to get to interview them or I want a story out of them. So to be a reporter on the today's news media, you have no reporter obligations, but only the advantages. If you never want to write a story, you don't even have to. But your advantages are that you can connect and interview anyone you want under the title of being a journalist for today's news media. Now, here's an interesting thing. As a reporter, you can get personal introductions to the media. So if I was watching this TV show on Fox and I wanted to interview this guy because he related to my business, and I thought by interviewing him would increase my profile, what I would do is after the story, I would contact him, talk about the interview that I had heard him talk about, and then I would ask him if I could, also to interview him. And because I've watched his interview, I've come to him as a reporter, he would be more inclined to say certainly. So when he's talked to people like this, you start to develop a relationship, and then you can tell him, oh, I also am the president of so-and-so. And by the way, after the interview, you're getting along great together. Maybe you want to ask him if he can introduce you to this reporter of Fox News. And if he does, great, you can pitch Fox News your story about your business. It's a really nice sort of personal relationship pass off. Now, when you interview high profile people, it increases your traffic and your profile. And it's just a really nice way of doing it, because you're using when you're interviewing somebody, you're at the same level, and then his audience, his followers, get to know you. And maybe in the interview, you can talk a little bit about your other business. So it's very, very, very cool. So today's news media, we will post your stories. You become a reporter, all you do is send us your story. We post it either on the breaking news category, press releases, business reviews, or scam alerts. Also, it opens amazing doors for you. If you're saying, oh, by the way, I'm a journalist, you can get free dinners, free clothes, free travel, free everything. I've gotten all of that. I did a reporting on DEFCON. I came there as a journalist from today's news media. I got to meet all the speakers. I avoided the lines. I got free stuff. I got VIP invitations and special insights to what was going on behind the scenes. Oh, and by the way, there's a thunderstorm. If I go off, I'll come back later when the lights come back on, but just so you know, I didn't get bored and just leave. And the other thing is that these are the categories. If you want us to add a category that's specific that works for you, hey, we can do it. Okay, so you can tell your clients that you can do a press release and post it on today's news media that will be picked up on the search engine. So you can charge them $100 to do a press release for them. You can do business reviews. You could do a business review for your clients, charge them $100, and post it on today's news media, and it'll be found in the search engines. You could, you need to actually do scam alerts on your business and post it, because your business, it's not a scam, but when they read it on scam alert sites saying, no, this is a legitimate business, it's just easier for people that do search for that to actually do business with you. So I want to interview you. Who are you? I am a journalist from today's news media, and I want to report on your story. And we have a lot of journalists. I'll just go through a few, and you send us your image and you send us your bio. And We just do a very basic thing. And we just post your image and your bio. And we have reporters from around the world. And here, Andre wanted to take his bio, but he wanted to expand it to more about what his business is. If your bio is 1 page, 2 pages, 10 pages, that's okay. Just send us the information. We'll put it and post it. Troy, TU, Laurie, and Art Johnson, and the list goes on. So when someone goes to the website, they want to contact a reporter and they put who they want to speak to or that category, then we send that news story to you if you want to interview that person. Now, angel sponsors. So now that you're a media personality and you're a journalist, you've got a very high position and you can tell the story, tell your story to angel sponsors. Now, there's a difference between angel sponsors and investors. Angel sponsors are companies that align with your message and give you money as a partner, but you don't have to pay them back. Angel investors are the little devils, actually. They're investors that want a return on your money, on their money. And if you don't give it to them, you can maybe even lose your business. So you always want angel sponsors that that align with your message. And we have in the WAY program, We Empower You, sponsors that give you anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000 in sponsorship money on an annual basis, and you don't have to pay them back. Now, I got a company points to sponsor me, and I think they give me, I think, $240,000 over a few years. And this is a TV show on the most popular TV show in Toronto. It was wonderful. And because of my sponsorship, it got a lot of attention. And that's when the Torstar, one of the largest media companies in Canada, bought my business for just over $2 million. So angel sponsors, they're like your advertisers. They want to align with you for a number of different reasons. They want something new because their same old isn't something that they can change. But if they align themselves with an entrepreneur, you give them something new. And it's not their focus. You know, they don't want to write books. They don't want to do webinars. They don't want to do TV shows or radio shows, but they're happy to put their logo on what you're doing. And they don't have advocates. And if you're an advocate, oh my gosh, they will just attach their cart to your horse because this is what they're looking for, because advocates get eyeballs. They know that ads do not work. And they would much rather say, you know, I'm with her and we're just aligning together. And what she's talking about, well, she would never have us as a sponsor if it was, you know, a bad product, and you probably wouldn't either. They like the fact that it's part of the community. They're doing a good community thing by sponsoring an entrepreneur. And then once you get one sponsor, they'll be fighting over you on who wants to sponsor you next, because when you have one, you get two, you get three, you get four. So let's just say one sponsor gives you $10,000, the next one gives you $10,000, the next one gives you $10,000. So you could have like $20, $30, $40, $50,000 from 5 different sponsors. It's no skin off your teeth. So when you get your angel sponsors, and all you do is you tell the sponsor, take a look at my TV show spotlight. If you align with the message, you know, let's talk about promoting you with my message. And whether the sponsor gives you $1,000 or $100,000, you have to know that the approval level for 1,000 or 100,000 is the same. You have to go through the same steps. So you might as well ask for 100 as opposed to 1,000. And that's how we talk to you in regard to the sponsorship package of the We Empower You membership. And if you create a step of, okay, this is 1,000, this is 5,000, this is 10, 50, 75,000 and 100,000, much, much better. Because then the sponsor can choose the limit they want to go with. And they may just go with this limit for the first year and then bump up to this limit for the second year and the third year. Now, everybody says, okay, well, you know, everybody here has a story. Okay. So the sponsor wants to know what your story is. And ironically, the more tragic your story is, the better they like you. And, you know, people say, well, who would, you know, I'm tragic. I'm just not, I've not done well. I'm not doing well. I'm not. The sponsor loves the underdog. And the sponsor loves the fact that they can bring up the underdog, and then the underdog has a story. The other side of it was that I didn't have anything of a tragic story. I just found an opportunity. I went to a TV station. I said, how much does it cost to run this TV show? They said $5,000 an episode. And I said, great, sign me up. And then I went to the sponsor and said, do you want to sponsor the TV show? And they said, yes. So there you go. So you can present an opportunity or a tragic story. It really doesn't matter. It's whatever your angle is. And of course, you know, seeing the TV show, anybody calling my sponsor has a good feeling. And third-party endorsements always attract more clients. So that's why sponsors want entrepreneurs like you. And if you get a sponsor, it increases your credibility immensely. Like why would they sponsor a non-credible person? So it's good for your credibility to have sponsors. And angel sponsors increase your promotional opportunities because they themselves, these corporations, do a lot of promotions, and they will take you with them as maybe a speaker to their events or whatever it happens to be. But it opens up doors that you could never imagine. And angel sponsors have also incredible tools at hand where they can change your paper airplane into a jet. And you just let them take you away and open the doors for you. It's something that you can't even imagine, but it's so good. Now, people say, well, I don't have any sponsors. And I say, have you ever asked? You know, if you're at meetings, you know, hey, do you know of anybody that sponsors my business? Hey, do you want to sponsor my business? You know, any sponsor is good because when you have sponsors, you get sponsors. So you may want to just talk to some friends with some large email lists and say, hey, do you want to be a sponsor on my website? And why wouldn't they? They get exposure from your visitors, and then you get exposure with their clients and email lists. So it works really well as a joint thing. Even if you want to sponsor a company, do it and get known as a sponsor and get all kinds of opportunities opening up for you. Now, there's two things that sponsors look for. They like the community do-gooder, and they like to get new clients, increase their sales. So do-gooder, increase sales. Those are the two focuses of any sponsor. Now, you can get in-trade sponsors that increase your reach. And like what I mean by in-trade sponsor is if you go to a radio station and you say, hey, do you want to sponsor my business? And they say, well, we're not going to give you any money, but we'll give you, 5 minutes on the air every week. Well, that's good because now they're sponsoring your company. They're attaching their do-gooder horse to you. You're getting 5 minutes on the air, but does that radio station have 100,000 listeners? Because now you've got 100,000 listeners under your belt so that you can go to the big money companies and say, look, I'm on air on this radio show. There's 100,000 listeners. And that's what the big money sponsor companies are looking for. So the in-trade sponsors are really valuable. You may not get money, but you get their reach. Now with the We Empower You membership, the corporate sponsor package, it's a ready to go sponsor package where you dump in your name, picture, what you're looking for. It's basically, and then you go through this video and just tells you paragraph by paragraph what a sponsor would be looking for. And how I do it is I would do up my 5-minute TV show highlight, align my message, and call the sponsors on that list and just say, look, I'm doing this. This is my message to the world. And I believe you align with this message because of this, this, and this. And then I let the sponsor talk. And it may go really well. And they would say, well, can you send us a proposal? And that's when you get out your sponsorship package and you send them this proposal based on what they're looking for. Or if it's not going well, they often just say, hey, why don't you contact so-and-so? That would align a lot better with you. Now you're going into another sponsor from a referral. And when you go from a referral, you can close them 40% more usually because it's not a cold call. Now in your sponsorship package, we even outline what the costs for sponsoring your 5-minute TV show spotlight to a full TV series, where the sponsor wants to align with, 25,000, 50,000, 75,000, or 100,000, and really kickstart your TV show spotlight into a TV series that promotes your website, that's generating income automatically, and that's the goal. We give you, again, top 500 corporate sponsors that have sponsored entrepreneurs as a matter of fact, and that the We Empower You membership gives you that on hand. And I'll see if I have another slide. Nope. So basically, this is what I've done both ways, the sponsorship and the media. And now I'm going to go back offline. I'm back. The lightning didn't turn off the internet, which is good. And if anybody has any questions about sponsors or becoming part of the media, I know a lot of people here have already joined, and you need to use your media resource a little bit more because it's so good.
Thank you so much, Lee. That was fantastic. I would like to open up the mics for anybody who has questions. And then we're going to go on to our next speaker, but that was marvelous as always. And I'm in awe every time I look at your PowerPoints, because that's not my deal. I can do a commercial, I can do stand-up comedy probably, but doing PowerPoints is not my thing. You do a really great job. So let's see if anybody has opened up their mic to ask questions. Mia popped on her camera. Maybe she has a question coming up.
Oh, I echo what you say. Lee is so talented at what she does. And I am, tapping my hand. I have not finished my website with her. I have not done my sponsors, but that's because I've got 2 things in the running and I've been trying to, get straight. Lee and I had a great plan, and then my other business kind of changed that. So I was like, back to square one. So I think what I need is a talking session. Maybe Bettina, you and I can strategize. I don't want to frustrate Lee. We'll get it hammered out, and then I'll get back to Lee. If that sounds okay.
Yeah, we'll just have another drink at the chowder barge.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I need to come to LA is what needs to happen here.
Yeah.
Maybe on the way back from Austin or going to Austin, instead of routing through San Jose or Denver, I'll route through LA and do a skip trip.
Perfect. We're on. We have a date at the bar.
It'd be fun. It'd be fun. In fact, there's so many people from LA that are part of our community now that we probably need to have a little chapter over there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Lee. We're going to go ahead and go behind the scenes again. You're watching the We Empower Your Life community hosting the remix of our June summit and September live and some video production. And we're going to be bringing up Claire Williamson, who spoke at our June summit. And that was fantastic. So here we're going to air it again. So Claire Williamson is a certified coach, motivational speaker, and mom of 3 and an author. Having spent 3 years in her business, broke, frustrated, and stuck behind the shame of her personal story, Claire discovered how to biohack her emotions and leverage that same personal story to create the income and impact of her dreams. Claire is now helping other female entrepreneurs to do the same, particularly entrepreneurs transitioning to a business that reflects their soul goal more deeply. I love that term. Claire's success in coaching comes from her unique ability to weed through limiting beliefs to help her clients discover their truth. She then helps them express this through a business that is aligned and visible and successful. Okay, we're ready to go.
So blessed to be here today. Seeing all these faces is just lighting me up inside. Bettina, you're an angel, and I think it's magnificent what you're creating, the impact that you're creating. And, you know, I woke up this morning and I scrapped my normal presentation. And this is bringing emotion to me because, you know, to let go of the script and trust that I needed to bring something forward today, something new maybe in how I share my story and what I teach you. And just hearing the other speakers, to know in my heart that I was given a message this morning, and to know that there's such a theme across what everybody is saying, and really that we're all saying the same thing. So shall I jump in, Bettina? Did you want to say anything else?
Yes. No, go right ahead. I love that you followed your heart.
We're all here for awakened wealth. And what I mean by that is to completely change how we make money forever, so that we can truly unleash what freedom feels like for us. You know, like you said, to say what it means to have a soul goal, and a soul goal is that feeling on the inside of you that you are here for something. And whatever we are here for, it is a feeling. It is a feeling that we seek. And there is such power in learning to feel the feeling of what we seek before it arrives to us, and to fully align with our soul's truth. And that truth includes the income, it includes the impact, but it includes how we live our life and the magic of living into every single moment of life as well, which is why today I want to share with you a story. And this is the first time I have brought this story to the stage, because this story holds a lot of emotion for me still. And it's a story that ended in a tragedy. But for me, it began bringing my focus back to myself, to my family, and to a future that truly actually does feel aligned for me, where it should never have drifted away from. So it was a normal day last year. My husband had dropped my older kids to school, and I'd just dropped my little baby girl at daycare. I had 100 things on my mind. I had content that I wanted to film. I had clients to coach. I had coursework to submit, and I had 6 hours to do it all in. And so while mum life switched off for a bit, like, I just got stuck in, because life for me for a couple of months before this had been really hectic. My little girl, who's just coming up to 2, she'd actually got critically ill and had ended up in hospital twice. And one of those times it was touch and go as to whether we were going to pull through that experience. And I knew I was tired. She had completely given up sleeping. I had a full book of clients, but I just kept saying to myself, if I can just get over the peak of this mountain, on the other side, there's peace. There's peace on the other side. My dog hadn't been himself for a few days. He hadn't been eating his food. He'd actually run home himself from our walk that we'd taken the day before. And I guess I'd had a moment where I wondered where he was. And I just let that moment go. I never thought anything else into it. I thought, he's not feeling good. He's under the house next door, which the crazy animal used to live under there more than our house because he couldn't stand the children's noise. And so those 6 hours, they sped by that day. And suddenly it was time to pick my kids up again. And I'm racing down the stairs, car keys, phone, house keys. And as I get to the window of my car, I see that the car windows are fogged up. And straight away, I know what I've done. And I pull open that car door. And as I'm dropping to my knees, I'm screaming, what have I done? What have I done? What have I done, my boy? I'm so sorry. What have I done? And my eyes didn't want me to see what was there. But you can't unsee that. And in the days that followed that day, I had to follow my own processes to heal my story, which is why I can share it with you today. It's the first time I've shared this story and share the wisdom that it gave me. Our focus shifts from what is our truth because of the limiting stories and beliefs that we have. And this limiting stories and beliefs, they create these emotions that drag down our level of vibrational energy. And in that, we are creating the blocks. We are making the mountain. I'd made the mountain through how I was perceiving my world and what my beliefs were. And this messed up belief that to hold on to what I'd created in abundance, I had to work harder and more. And to create more, I had to work even harder and more. I was living by beliefs that they aren't true. But the gold lies in our story. And that is why in my upcoming 3-day accelerator, I'm going to be sharing the personal story formula that has and does create income for my clients online in 1 hour a day. But deeper than that, I'm going to show you how you can birth your truth. I'm going to show you how you can truly unleash from the stories and limiting beliefs that are holding you back from how you should be living your life. My life has completely transformed in the months that followed that tragic event for me, in the healing that I had to do to forgive myself and to believe again that I could stick to my own strategy and trust that there is no scarcity, and believe and trust that my energy creates everything I have. My beliefs create the world that I'm living in. And I can make my money in a completely different way. And I can still have that impact on the world, but I can also impact my family, those people within my 4 walls. And we're going to find the frequency of your awakened wealth where you're no longer working harder to create more, but living through a higher frequency that is attracting the situations, the opportunities, the clients, the people to you, and live in a more powerful state, more creative state of ease, inspiration, and flow. I invested 3 years into sharing with people how to find their story, craft their message, get online, find their voice, get visible, hack the algorithms, hack their emotions so that they can show up online in the first place. But the 3 things that consistently bring my clients and have brought me next level results without physically having to add more to your to-do list is belief, clarity, intention, that decision and commitment that I'm willing to lose everything and walk through fire for what I want, and bringing all of that into visualization and feeling. And to truly feel the feelings of what we want before we have it already, we have to let go of the feelings of the past wrapped around the stories that you haven't fully healed yet. So my accelerator, Birth Your Truth, it's a container. It is a place where I will hold space and take you through powerful processes, the processes I took myself through in the days following the death of my dog, where we're going to awaken your powerful creative energy. We're going to raise the roof on your money ceilings and the ceilings that your beliefs are creating. And we're going to step you into the income and the impact that you deserve without sacrificing that freedom lifestyle. So I'm going to pop my link to the event in the comments. I said to Bettina yesterday how I was being technologically challenged to create a discount code. So instead of putting your card details in, all I want you to do is you head off the site. It's going to prompt you to ask for my free ebook. And everybody who asks for that today, I'm going to gift you this 3-day retreat, this 3-day accelerator. It's worth over $2,000, where we're going to go deep, and I'm going to gift you the wisdom from the story that broke my heart, but opened it as well to an entirely different way of living life and helping people. Thank you.
Oh man, that story truly broke my heart when I first heard it. And I'm sure that there's still a lot of healing to be had for Claire. And what a wonderful offer that she offered us in June. And so hopefully if you contact her, the information, of course, will be in the chat, and that she will honor that. So with that said, I actually have one of our final speakers that was going to be live with us today, who's actually going to be only on video from last June, is Janaki Severy. And then I would love to spend some time with all of you as our closing. And so don't go anywhere as I go ahead and introduce our next speaker, a lifelong friend, it feels like in the soul level, but someone who is very near and dear to my heart, Miss Janaki Severy. Janaki is the principal owner of Managing Dynamics, and she's known as a people development champion. Her company, Managing Dynamics, was founded in 1999. She supports her individual and organizational clients through training, coaching, and working with teams. She's an excellent person at gaining trust and encouraging possibility thinking, and builds long-term relationships with her clients. Janaki also works with individuals in life, spiritual, and wellness coaching. As an intuitive and a skilled empath, she brings unique insights to her clients. In addition, she is a national trainer in emotional intelligence and gifted in interpersonal skills.
I want to talk a little bit about love. And, you know, love is actually a very interesting topic when we think about business, because mostly when you measure ROI in business, we don't measure love. We measure business outcomes, we measure inputs, and we measure how much we've sold. We measure if we've met our goals. But at the end of the day, one of the things that I've learned, and I'm going to be 74 in August, so I've been around a couple of blocks and know a few things, I hope they're useful, is that ultimately people buy people. There are a lot of products that are similar, and each of them, if they've been done well, can vet and develop what they believe they offer and can be pretty impressive. So what's very interesting about that is that when you think about spiritual vibration, if you want to raise your vibration, meaning that we all are energy beings, and Sally alluded to that and many other people today, we've had this interesting conversation between business impact, making a difference, using tools that help people come your way. But also we've talked about emotion a lot, and emotion is really what we exude as people. So what's very interesting is that we are emotional beings living in a linear world, meaning that many people will tell us that this is a rational world, that things are measured, that things have to have a certain formula. And if you don't follow the formula, you're not going to be successful. And I think about somebody like Aristotle Onassis, who didn't finish high school. Or I think about, Bill Gates, who, had failures in his garage. I think about Thomas Edison, who was ADHD and had 1,700 failures. And somebody finally said, so how do you feel about all those failures? And he said, well, those are one more thing I get to do, to let go of, so I can do something successful. So at the end of the day, what started happening to anybody that's successful is that somebody likes them enough to talk about them. And even today, with things going viral, what begins to happen is we get a feeling for somebody. We talk with them, we chat with them, we meet them. And when we are meeting other people, if we liked that experience, we'll talk about it. So we all have a vibration, and that vibration starts at birth in my world, may not be yours, and we can affect it. We can improve it, we can enhance it. When Sally was toning affects vibration. Everything in this universe is an interplay. So if you want to raise your vibration, connect with the power of love. Now, I don't mean you run out and you give people hugs and kisses and try and have some sort of a long-term intimate relationship with them, although intimacy can be as beautiful as a conversation. I mean that the energy that you have that allows you to impact others. So we're going to kind of go back and forth between business principles and this concept. But what I'm talking about is that each person here is here because something attracted you. And I would bet you a significant amount of money that you're here because of the energy you felt. Either Bettina or someone else got excited about this summit, or someone you met at the summit. You normally don't come somewhere if you don't feel connected. If you don't feel it's going to do something for you. So, and my cat, by the way, who's 19, is here, and she wants to join in often. So she's letting us know that she's also interested in the talk. So we're going to look at the neurobiology of buying. We're going to feel our way into buying. We're going to look at emotional campaigns, personal value versus business impact, 10 key emotions that encourage people to buy, and what to do about all this information. So at the end of the day, the most startling truth is that we don't think our way into logical situations, we feel our way into reason. Emotions are the substrate, or the base layer of neural circuitry, underpinning even rational deliberation. And when research looks at top leaders, one of the interesting things is no matter what their background, there is always, for key decisions, an emotional kick out, meaning it feels good. And what does that have to do with love? They have to feel good about it. And feeling good is an expression of approval, and approval is one domain of love. So if I love a product, if I approve of a product, I'm going to have more to say about it. I'm going to share it with other people. If I don't like it, then I'm probably not going to mention it at all. Or if someone else mentions it, I might just say, oh, that so doesn't interest me at all. So emotions don't hinder decisions, they influence them. So how can we get people to love us? How can we get people to want to get to know us or to experience what we share? And the first step is we've got to love ourselves. And one of the hardest things in business is self-confidence. I don't know about you, but I was quite surprised. I was a trainer at the University of Washington, and I had been a special ed teacher. And as a special ed teacher, even though I had 2 master's degrees and a partial PhD, I got a pretty low income for all that education. So when I went into the business world, I charged per my previous experience. So I remember when the people at the University of Washington contacted me and said, you have the lowest hourly rate of all of our consultants. We'd like to recommend that you raise your rate to at least meet the minimum or the medium of the other consultants, or we're happy to tell you the top rate if you want to go for that. Needless to say, when we assign you to work with people, they choose whether or not to work with you, and they will know your fee. I was like, what? I had never thought about my value or anything that would imply value per cost per loving self, because as a special ed teacher, we weren't very valued. I had those kids in the back room that nobody wanted, and they were just grateful I had them. So the switch from being someone who people wanted to work with and repeat working with and pay whatever amount was reasonable for that relationship was very new to me. So we feel our way into buying. I see a lot of campaigns come across my website, and Bettina's heard this a million times. I get concerned when the way the campaign works is it plays on my pain. And a lot of campaigns say, are you miserable? Are you unhappy? Are you this or that? And research will tell you that's what makes people buy. They will tell you that. And I'm here to tell you that might be true. So you might want to walk away from this conversation because it's not what I want to promote. I ultimately believe that people will buy anything that comes from someone that they feel good about, they feel they've got a relationship with that is sincere, or they feel can genuinely help them or care about them. And that is very different than the way research works. So if you're selling a service, which many of us are, a lot of these rolling campaigns that you can buy that are very expensive will have us check the box like, are you lonely? Are you miserable? Do you wish someone can help you? And the more you check, the more the research says you're going to go there. But then the question is this: what do they get when they arrive? When Sally was toning, she took me back to Patricia Sun. Patricia Sun was a sound healer that I met when I was 26. I was at the University of Arizona, and she was a psychotherapist, and she was telling her story. And she said that she was a psychotherapist, and one day one of her patients came and said she had a tumor. And so without knowing why she was doing it, Patricia Sun started feeling on either side of the body with their patient's client's permission. And when she came to a place which had not been previously identified as the location, she started spontaneously toning, just like, ooh. And she, Patricia, who was toning, and the patient both went, what just happened? And I, in the audience, started crying because I'm an empath. And I felt 32 people in the audience be affected by the toning in the story. They didn't come to her talk with known or unknown anything physical, but the toning was healing for them as listeners. And I was crying loud enough that Patricia noticed people were looking at me. And they said, and she said, who sees the woman crying? And of course, really hard to miss because I'm trying to not leave the talk, but not cry because I can't help it. She said, she's an empath. She's crying for those of you who can't. Why is that about love and selling? Because I feel people. And I'm going to say a large portion of you feel people too. How do you share that with somebody? Well, people will know if you feel them because they will feel connected to you. There will be something about the moment you meet or something about the first words they say. People make decisions on the first 20 minutes or less of a relationship. And in that first 20 minutes, if you're listening carefully, they're going to tell you what they need. But you have to get out of the way. You can't be selling. You can't be asking them a lot of questions about, are you unhappy? Are you miserable? Do you want somebody to help you? Because in my world, that may get them to buy. But ultimately, you want to build a relationship. I have people that come back to me for 20 and 30 years. They keep coming back. Why? Because I'm not selling a product. I am offering a relationship with some skills that are consistent, and they know I'm always improving. So what I did 15 years ago is available, but I also have new tools. So it's very important that we think about this. 31% of advertisers report gains from emotional campaigns. 16% report gains from those that appeal to the rational side. 26 report the same with a combination. So what would it be like if you actually use your emotions If you work with Admanity or some organization like that to help you identify what is your appeal, what is it that you offer? And in doing so, begin to leverage that emotional value because it isn't always available in traditional sales. So when two groups of people receive two different donation seeking opportunities, which one gets the most success? The emotional story or not? The emotional story. If I can share emotion, if I can share personal stories, Sally talked about her personal story, Bettina talked about our story, two has a story. When we share our story without becoming braggers, but we share a genuine personal story that we have overcome one or more things, that has the other person lean in and say, I want to be able to do that. Or whatever they've already overcome, they think maybe that person can help me go to the next level. And what is that about? Love is an emotion of being open. It's a high vibration. It lets the person know that you are safe. If what you're advertising is a result that can be damaged over time, what do I mean by that? Maybe your sales aren't that great, or maybe what you're doing isn't current. They might leave you, but if who you are is what they're buying, they won't. So when you look at personal versus business impact, we find that people have to find a personal value. What I offer is a relationship. I offer an ongoing relationship with a significant amount of skills. And I'm going to tell you a story to show you how interesting this works. So I had a 12-year, well, now it's 14-year relationship with a client, and 99% we only met as client and coach. But once in a while we met for dinner. And so periodically, even if she wasn't using my services, I would reach out and ask her how she was. And I didn't hear from her for a while. So I checked in and I checked in and I checked in, and I didn't hear back from her. So because the mind sorts for danger, because we sort 80% more for, uh-oh, something's not right, I began to be afraid I'd offended her. Like, she isn't getting back to me. And so sure enough, about a week or two later, she reached out to me again and she said, I'm so sorry I haven't been able to reach out to you. Our company's being sold. She was the CFO and she said, I'm up to my eyeballs in data and paperwork, but I would love to meet with you for dinner if you don't mind, my treat. So, okay, so my first is, okay, we still have a relationship. So I meet her for dinner and I'm learning all the things that have been challenging for her. And she doesn't really need a coach. She's just trying to get a bunch of data done for the buyer of the company. And then she's going to get another job. She didn't want to stay with the purchaser. And she hands me, she says, would you accept a gift from me? And I said, sure. And it's Christmas. I'm thinking, book, journal, cards, something. So she hands me an envelope. She said, don't open it till you get home. Well, of course, I couldn't wait. I got to my car and I opened it. She gave me $1,000 in cash. And the note was, for the last 12 years, you have been my secret weapon. And this isn't a business gift. This is a gift of me to a friend who has always been there. And you have made a really big difference in my life. How do you sell that? You can't put that in any kind of B2B advertisement. That woman today is now 15 years my friend. She no longer uses me as a coach because she's got a great job. But we just had dinner a week ago. So I'm telling you that because I think that we have to take a look at all the ways we have relationships. So if you look at this is the wheel of emotion, one of many versions. And if you look at the inside of this wheel, you'll see there's ecstasy, vigilance, rage, loathing, amazement. But when you look at the things outside, you can look aggressiveness, contempt, remorse, disapproval, but you look up here and you have love. You have optimism. And when you look here at these things, this is what people long for. Today in our world, everyone's afraid. Nothing is predictable. You don't know if your bank account's stable. You don't know if you need to wear a mask. You don't know if you should or should not get one more vaccination. You don't know if you can or cannot be friends with your friends who haven't had them. You don't know what's going to happen politically. People are longing for connection. And it isn't just about business. They're longing for people that make them feel seen, and safe and cared for. And I'm going to tell you that every person in this conference that I do know, I know many, do that. They are not just business people. They are amazing people who incidentally sell remarkable skills. So these are the typical emotions that people use to get people to buy. You know, you can't get a better deal than this. They're called pieces of persuasion, and they tag on fear. Be the envy of your neighbor. Talk to our representatives. You can stop worrying now because we've got your back. I am a rebel. I am offended by this. I'm not mad that people use it. I don't like it. I don't want to talk to people and say, be the first of your friends to take advantage of awesome me and my skills. But this is very typical. So I'm not saying it's bad, and it does work. This is what I'm after. The source of energy for all positive relationships is love. It is the highest form of energy. By immersing yourself in love, starting with self-love, you change your frequency. You'll walk into a room and people will come to you and say, I'd really like to meet you. They don't know why, but you emote something that makes them feel close, safe, curious. These vibrations go out into the world. This frequency can be experienced by remembering when you were loved or a time you've loved. I remember the first time my daughter was 3 months old. I was not a babysitter person. And I didn't know much about babies and evolution. And at 3 months is when their little weeble heads can be held up. And I remember I was by myself at home, and this little baby who was on her tummy weebled up and got a little smile and a drool and dropped her head down. I must have called 600 people. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. A lady just lifted her head. And they're going, yeah, babies do that. No, but you don't understand. She lifted her head. I mean, the love I had for this amazing being, I remember today. I remember that when my clients have a success. I see this with my friend Bettina. The love I have of the journey she's had is mind-blowing. Bettina has lifted her little weeble head so much you can't even imagine. That is what drives me. It isn't anything but that. So these are all the laws that I like to work with. The law of belief, the law of expectation, the law of attraction, the law of correspondence. We are longing for people like us. And I believe there's a different way to let ourselves be known. So I want us all to have high vibrations and know when our vibration is low and seek each other out. Be able to ask each other to help. So here's what we know. The heart is 100,000 times stronger electrically and up to 5,000 times stronger than the brain. We all have a toroidal energy field around us, and that field is palpable. So I close by asking you to pay attention to the vibration you hold, the capacity you have, and always, always count on the fact that people will be attracted to you because of who you are. Thank you.
So with me today is Sally Page. Master your inner game, master your life is the topic title. Your inner world shapes your life experiences, your relationships, who you are, and how you live your life. On how to, we found a trick on how to stop videos on the other computers that are around in Kansas and here in Seattle too. Thank you everyone for joining us. I would love it to bring everyone into the fold here. Joniki's presentation was a marvelous presentation to actually close out our night. We're going to be closing out a little bit early than anticipated, which is a better way to go than going long. And I would love to get a screenshot of everybody on their cameras. If you feel comfortable, open up your mics. This is the time when we get to share words that come to you, and you know, just feel free to speak openly. We can take turns randomly. There's no rules here. Just spend some time together now, just sharing in this wonderful opportunity. It looks like Betty has arrived also, and Barbara, I see you there, and Lee, and Larry, of course, is here. And behind the scenes, by the way, we've had Janet Francis behind the scenes working on the chat, which has really been fantastic. We had Aggie Clark, who's our CEO, or excuse me, our CFO and COO, who arrived earlier in the day. And we have Larry Domenico, who's been working with me alongside here, and Daniel Carey, my son, who's in Kansas. Maybe he'll join us here on camera, my granddaughter who's there, and his wife, Catherine and Lily. And I am so excited that we are on the other side of the summit now. We're climbing down now. Lee, what do you got to say about this summit, this remix that we did?
Well, it's again great to get to know people I hadn't met before. And now they're going to follow up, and I'm going to talk to them, and we're going to develop a relationship, and we're going to get their business off and running. And you can emotionally help these people, how business-wise help them.
Yes, yes. Barbara, it's so great to see you. I can't wait to have you here in my new space here in Seattle, overlooking Des Moines Marina.
Right. You're going to want to put that in your background. But I know I popped in and out all day, and it was fabulous. Every time I always learn so much from you, Lee. I think I popped in and heard 20 minutes of what you were saying, and I wrote down, spend an hour just intentionally working on the business, because you're going to work in the business. But as entrepreneurs, we have to work on our business, and that's getting your 30-second commercial done and making sure that you're, checking all those boxes, because one doesn't work without the other. So yeah, I always enjoy checking in all day.
Yes, thank you so much. It's been great to have you. I'm not sure. I think it's my son who's saying Bettina and Lee, two halves of the same coin. Yes, that's probably true. All right, Betty, where are you? You're in, is it Morocco? I can't remember now. I know it's someplace pretty far from the United States.
Guatemala.
Guatemala, there you go. Okay, I was completely wrong.
Thank you for the invitation. I got to hear just a couple of people, but I love what they teach, and I love them. Thank you.
Yes, and the video will be available. It's going to take a few moments to get rendered, but it was live all day, so it's going to be 11 hours of content. We'll go in and edit any of the little technical glitches that we had, and we've got Mia in the background, who's a member. We've got Marcella in the background, who's also a member. Karen Ellison, we haven't seen you, but you've been with us here all day. And anytime you want to open up your mic and your camera, we're happy to take your words. And before we sign off here a little bit early this time around, I was really heck bent on having the summit in spite of having only 6 days to plan what was a 3-month planning process. And I think we did exceptionally well at getting this up and running, and the fact that we produce really great work from summit to summit to summit is why it was able to come off. And because of the team members, Blake Messer sent out a text yesterday. We have Larry Domenico, who helped me on Monday to produce a new commercial that we'll be able to now use going forward. And Janet, of course, like I said, stepped in last minute, and Aggie's got a little bit of work to do with the survey coming out tomorrow. And also we are going to send out the gift from Admanity Protocol. Brian, Gregory, of course, we work collaboratively to give everybody that gift of a report. And I can't tell you how meaningful it is that you all are still here with me. and lots of folks joined in throughout the day and have come and gone, but hopefully this video will last forevermore. And son, are you going to come in and say hello? He was quite tired because I think he stays up all night and then puts Lily on the bus to school. And he was with us till he finally had to take a little nap, and then he came back, and who knows, maybe he's napping now. Oh, oh, that's right. He doesn't have a mic in there, but he did say hello in the chat. That's right. I'm going to send you a microphone, son. How did we miss that? All right. Any other words of wisdom from anybody? I know that I just poured myself a pina colada, so I'm going to be celebrating. Here's to everyone for all of their participation and good work, and toast to all of you. And Larry, I poured him a margarita. We're going to celebrate now. All right, everybody. Have a great night. Thanks for coming. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.